next here, so stick with us. Ready to go for our first race of the morning. KA 100 Master presented by Vinco Tires, now presented as well by Mint Motorsports. Getting ready to go green as timing and scoring is moving along quickly. We are as well. Mario Barrios alongside Mingnan Zhu for the front row. Mike Rollison and Christian Smith on row 2. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo and Tyler Prestel on row number 3. 18 corners here around Newcastle Motorsports Park with the shark fin layout. They'll head down that main straightaway to turn number 1, the 90s 1, 2, 3, and 4. The bus stop chicane kicks off with turn number 5. The cell tower hairpin, turn number 8, leads them all the way around. A handful more of passing opportunities to this turn right here, the I-70 corner as we like to call it. Turn 17 on this layout, and one last dog leg on the front straightaway to turn number 18. Lined up and ready, an all blue and pink front row here for the RPG contingent, Rob. Mario Barrios looking to have some fun and hopefully a dominant run to end off the championship campaign.
Indeed, a great battle with Phil DeLeo and Josh Sarche in the first 2 rounds, the winter Nats and spring Nats, but Barrios looking to cap things off here and wrap up a championship here in K8 Masters. Field set to be our first time going wheel-to-wheel racing here on the weekend. Lining up nicely into the staging lanes. You coming over a little bit. We are ready to go. Green, green, green. Underway for the first time.
And there you see it all on display. The start zone all the way down at the end of the front straightaway, keeping the speeds nice and easy. Of course, with 6 karts, it's not terribly hard to be able to get a good start down into the first few corners, but still, to be able to see how slow those speeds are going to be through the 90s with how they've got the box. Hopefully that'll bode well for clean starts through the rest of the morning here in this pre-final rotation. So it'll be Barrios leading the way, Raleigh up to second here on halfway through the lap, through the kink at turn 10 into turn number 11. And a little bit of action right behind him. Tyler Prestel, Christian Smith kind of going at it for 4th. No change though. We'll put the first lap in the books when they come back the other direction on the main straight. Here in these 8-lap pre-finals for the full-size classes. There'll be 6 for the micros and minis, and 10 laps, I believe, for the Pro Shifter heat races.
RPG 1, 2, 3 as Barrios out to the early lead. Lap number 1 going to go in the books here. Barrios looking good. Little tune there for Rollison as he looks down to the engine to ask for a little bit more early in the run here now. Just getting across the line. Barrios, Rollison, Zhu, Smith, Prestel, and De La Garza Elizondo.
Late move there from Prestel on the X30 to take over 4th right at the line. Moves him up 1 spot. And he was right to do that there because you could already see the gap now visually forming. The 3 Rollison Performance Group Cosmics quickly pulling away from the remaining 3 here in K100 Master. And I wonder if at a certain point in the pre-final, Raleigh told them that they can have some fun and battle a bit, or if they just want to lock out those first 3 spots for the main and then save all the racing, because certainly right out of the gate here, they have an edge over the remaining 3 here in K100 Master, Rob. I mean, this is probably going to be near a 8/10, if not full second delta, just from Prestel up to Zhu when they get back around to the line.
During the lunch break, I'm going to have a little stop by the RPG trailer and talk to Mike. See, I want to find out, again, what's the strategy? Are we going all out? How are we doing this? Are you going to try to take care of Mario to get this championship? Right now he's with them. We'll see how it plays out here.
As they roll down the front straightaway. Here we go. Mario Barrios will put lap number 2 in the books with Raleigh and Zhu right in tow. And I don't know if it was Prestel or Smith. There was a bit of a dust cloud that came up out of the exit of the scoreboard hairpin. I couldn't quite make out who it was that had dropped a tire. But someone had gone off just in that 4 through 6 grouping, trying to keep up with here early. I think when you talk about the strategy too, with the way that they fire off, this was something that I feel like we were touching on going back to the debut of this current iteration of Iveco and MG tires, Rob, back at Speed Sports for the Winter Nationals in 2024. That at that weekend was, I believe, where we transitioned all the divisions. I think they may have moved to the newer, softer compound at some point later in the year, if not that weekend. I think that was our crossover for, well, right there you can see tires still maybe a little low for Barrios. He drops a tire and Raleigh slips by, but it was the storyline I felt like we were talking about a lot through that season and a little bit less so last year, of figuring out where they needed to be on air pressure and even a little bit with chassis setup to fire off good and not fall off. And there was a huge lead I felt like that Ryan Norberg and Rawls Performance Group had at the beginning of that year. The first 6 months or so, there was nobody even remotely close to as good as they were in the first few laps of the race, and then their pace would still hold. Right here though, Barrios, edge of the limits, and Rob, you can talk about the curbing here, how it falls off too.
Yeah, I've done it myself. Just look like got a bit of wheel into it on the exit there and dropped. You can see the thing start to rotate a little on him. Drop the left rear off, and it doesn't take much. He did a good job keeping it on the racetrack and not heading off, but Rawlson with full power just tucked to the inside to take the spot. Let's not leave out the fact that Tyler Prestel just went purple and is closing up on the back of Mingnan Zhu now. This is good stuff from Tyler Prestel, RPG 1-2-3, but here comes Prestel, P4, looking to try to challenge for potentially third.
Yeah, big couple laps here in the early going for Prestel with a bit of a gift there from Barrios getting out of shape. He was on the limit of losing the draft to the top 3. They all kind of stacked up. Raleigh had to go by, and that allowed him to take advantage of the fact that he had gotten past Christian Smith early in the going at the end of lap number 1 and putting good corners together to latch onto the back of him. You can see Smith there a ways away along with De La Garza Elizondo from this 4-pack, but Prestel playing spoiler for the little breakaway here as we get to the halfway mark. 4 in, 4 to go in this 8-lap pre-final.
Using the RPG drivers as that rabbit, you know, like the minute you get in there, you're going to run the same speed as the guys up front with you there. You kind of step things up a little bit, maybe a little deeper into the corner, carry a little more speed through. Here's the move to the inside now. Prestel climbing the curb, give him a little hip check coming through. Goes to P3.
Yeah, he was fully there, no question about it. Mingnan Zhu ultimately gave it to him, but that was probably a little more painful than he would have hoped. That's going to give the gap to Barrios and Raleigh once again, and Prestel makes a pass and then now has a whole lot of real estate to have to eat back up here, but with a few less laps to do it in to try and keep marching up the board.
Yeah, Prestel, good job to the inside, like you said. Took over the apex, got up on the curbing a little, but had that inside run, and Mingnan Zhu wisely checking up out of it a little bit, keep it on the racetrack, going to keep fighting. Let's see if Prestel continues to go. He still has that purple lap. Does he close up here now on Barrios as Rawlson continues to lead? They'll put lap 6 in the books. Lap 5 rather, working lap number 6, so 3 laps still remaining. Working lap 6, Rawlson leads. Prestel though, super quick.
Yeah, his best lap, 4/10 clear, right? His average has still been really good. Now it'll be the real test because Rawlson and Barrios are going to be as close as they've been, it looks like, on this lap, where they're going to be really able to push and work together and try to throw down a flyer. Tyler Prestel at the line, being 7/10 away, was kind of on the limit of the toe as they round out of the cell tower corner and go towards turn number 11 now. It looks like he might be marginally closer to these front two. He might still be tracking them all down. I mean, this is a good display of pace for the 417 and maybe a bit of a wake-up call for the trio up front, because they probably walked away from qualifying thinking they had the field well covered based on the lap times we saw earlier this morning.
Would also move him to the inside of row number 2 for the start of the main event, right? So he'll be right behind whoever ends up winning this race. So a good possibility that he'll get a better launch and be right in the group from the get-go. Now, we'll look at lap times. Last time by, he was a 13.5 rather, but remember, that was with that move to the inside and cell tower corner. So Presto does have the outright fast lap of the race. They come back across here to put lap number 6 into the books. We're able to see a 13 flat for Rawlson and Barrios, 12.7 for Presto. He cut 0.3 of a second out. He is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now in the 4:17.
Yeah, there you can see it. You can see it was just a little over 2 full tenths quicker on that lap alone than the top 2 drivers there. Presto, your reference driver, on top with the fast lap of the session, and Raleigh out in front. Again, he gained 0.3 to open the gap up a little more, and then gave up 2 back that last lap, and that's going to accelerate. The closer Presto gets to the back bumper of the top 2, the better. The draft is going to help pull him along. This might be a 0.3 burn on the gap if they're not careful up front, and you can see Mario Barrios realizing that has pulled the trigger to go to the lead and take back over command of this KA Master Pre-Final.
I was going to say, if Presto could get a little battle up front, a little pass, it's going to bring him right back into it, and there he is, only a couple of kart lengths. Now behind Mike Rawlson. Rawlson opened the door into the scoreboard corner. Barrios stuck the 426 inside to take the spot, and the white flag will fly this time by. 1 more to go. A little wide there on the exit for Presto.
And not just Presto, Raleigh and Barrios. All 3 of them followed Mario off the cliff and just barely hung the tire onto the grass, going out of the kink.
That can get ugly if you drop like there in kind of high center. Otherwise, we're stacking everybody up here in the last lap.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen it, I think, on this layout in quite some time, but it's a pretty deep slope down to the Newcastle Pond on the side. Nonetheless, a half lap remains. This lap not as good. Presto defending a bit. Back from Mingnan Zhu, starting to feel the pressure beginning to build.
Again, for Presto to be able to move up the order into the inside of row number 2, he's going to hold that spot. He'll definitely go defensive here, running the inside line, coming down into green corner there to try to hold back Zhu. Through 12, now 13. Yeah, he's running the inside for sure. Big defense here for Tyler Presto.
And that'll, again, like you said, it'll seal him to the inside of the second row. He obviously wants that prime starting spot much better than the outside of that second row or even inside of row number 3. And up front, Mario Barrios, looks like Raleigh's going to let him cruise on through. He won't be able to have much of an answer. Couple car lengths back. And the points leader will snag a perfect 100 in the opening pre-final of the Summer Nationals. Mario Barrios delivers here in Mint Motorsports KA 100 Master over Raleigh, Presto, Zhu, Smith, and Elizondo.
Pole and pre-final. Barrios able to lock the championship down essentially here today. Good job for him. Leads over Mike Rawlson. Presto with the fast lap, still a 1:12.733. He'll take that back to the paddock, man. Fastest driver. Going to start on the inside of row number 2. Presto could be in the fight for the race win.
It's a good start to the day. A clean green to checker session with no incidents really on track besides a little bit of dust kicked in the air. But of course, it's a bit easier with 6. We'll see how the rest of the classes fare, including the next one coming up. KA 100 Junior here is going to be healthy. We talked about the points. They are close in that one as well. Lots to talk about here on championship finale weekend when it comes to that division, among others. But a final look here at the pre-final results. Here, Mario Barrios on top over Mike Rawlson and Tyler Presto. We'll send it down to Caleb, though, as we get set to go green.
Thank you, Xander. I'm working my way around the paddock. Massimino, I would say an up and down day, right? 7th in Pro X30. And again, you were in the slow group in K100 Senior. Just kind of talk to me about the struggles on the 100cc package.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think we're struggling. Yesterday wasn't a true reference of our speed, I think. We made a few mistakes over here that kind of led us in the wrong direction. So we're working our way back. It's just hard once you're in the slow group. It's hard to find someone that you can, set up a good lap off of. Me and Austin tried something, but ultimately it's just not enough as what the people in the fast group could do. So I think we have a strong, fast package. We'll see. Have to start a little farther back, but not too worried about it yet.
I think, if anything, this is one of the places, or one of the tracks, I should say, that you can pass with in a lot of different places. How is it going to be trying to work your way through this field today, Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to pick them off one by one, and, hopefully some things go my way. But we'll see. I don't know. There's a lot of people in front of me. So I just have to put my head down and try and pick them off one by one, and hopefully it's not too much of a struggle, but we'll find out shortly.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Caleb, thank you so much. And hey, no doubt about it, the fact that Paulie Massimino is going to be able to find his way back forward. Let's be real. We know that once the battling gets started here, everybody gets back into the fight. He's got to get a good start, get forward, get himself into the battle, and hope for that scrap up front. Let's have a look at the drivers rolling out here right now for KA100 Junior, their pre-final. We'll see Tristan Murphy on the pole alongside Marco Sam at row 2. Colton Schniegenberg and Travis Pettit. Row 3 will have Alex Chandler on the inside, Nicolas Orbezo on the outside, Christopher Utsi and Ashton Woon on row number 4, Braden Wagner and Darren Kidd rounding up the top 10. Perriman and Johnson, row number 6, Haight and Santillan, row number 7, Payne and Stiles, row 8, Carney and Gleiberman, row 9, Britannia and Spears on row 10. Field set, let's get rolling here now as the driver's gonna fire things up for KA100 Junior, brought to you by TKG Viral Art USA. Underway! Green light out, and we're racing through turn number 1 and 2. Front 6 or 7 carts gets in line, a little 2x2 further back through 3. They'll line it up through turn number 4. Then the big run down. Good stuff here for the drivers in the KA Junior category. Good jump as well. Tristan Murphy out to the early lead. Right there with him is Schniegenberg, so that's going to shake up quickly, not surprising. Big move to the inside for Marco Salmon. A lot of momentum here on the season for Marco Salmon. It's got some big wins, Xander, and looking good here to try to keep it rolling through the Summer Nationals.
And he and Travis Pettit on their first weekend working together here, Rob, had teamwork to perfection. And then, of course, when we think back to the Spring Nationals, I don't know if a team has had that good of a weekend in quite some time. And right now, unfortunately, one of their teammates and one of the GFC's, Braden Wagner and Lawrence Perriman in front of the field. And they tagged one more as they get stuck together at the exit of the scoreboard hairpin. That is the 848 Arcane Motorsports entry. Started a little bit further back. We try to Jackson Baldus, I believe.
Samet's going to go to the lead here, moves to the inside, get a little bit of help as well for Travis Pettit. So the two BJR teammates go to the inside of the RPM squad, and they will go out front. So put the Lando Norris machines for BJR up front. Great job here early for Marco Samet and Travis Pettit.
And one, sorry, I thought that was a little bigger. It was right at the corner of the screen. I heard the lockup, and you kind of saw it stack back into the front bumper of Colton Schniegenberg. It's held okay, but Travis Pettit now going back on by Marco Samet to take over the top spot here in the cell tower hairpin. So Pettit, with that pass and the little stack up they had in turn 5, is going to make it officially 5 deep up front, almost 6. Here come the Iron Rock boys. Nico Orbezo, Alex Chandler to the back of the pack. Schniegenberg feeling the pressure. You saw him kind of fade low there, and Ashton Woon on the way, driving forward there. Remember, he went by himself in qualifying. We know the speed is good because it still put him in the top 10 overall on times. He's up 1 already, and now he's about to latch onto the back of the main group as Schniegenberg moves to 3rd.
Yeah, he wanted to get by Murphy to get himself back up there. Murphy not able to go on the attack on Samet, so he says, listen, let me have a shot at it here. Everybody else is closing back up, and indeed, as you said, Ashton Moon finally up to the tail of that group. Top 7 drivers, essentially nose to tail.
Oh, big move there. Marco Samet catching Orbezo out off guard there, and he's going to bring 1, 2, 3. Woon will get by. Here comes 2 more latching on. Christopher Yautzi there in the 867 and Cameron Johnson. And up front, Schniegenberg wants the lead. Colton Schniegenberg with a big decisive lap here in the works, moving from 3rd to 1st. Tristan Murphy helping him by. And the RPM duo versus the BJR duo. They're now going to be joined by Ashton Woon as there's contact at the end of the green corner there, turn 11. Wild ride there as Orbezo continues a backward slide.
Yeah, Orbezo got shoved to the outside there. Not that hard for that to happen. But I'll tell you, great stuff there for Colton Schniegenberg. Saw that the two Jarsekrak drivers up front there with Pettit and Samet trying to work together. Went, nope, we're coming back to the front here. So they led early, then got past and go right back to the front. This has actually helped out that driver there, the 895 of Ashton Woon. Loving all the battling in front of him. He's been able to get himself up now into the 3rd position.
Here's Orbezo trying to make up for lost ground. Nathan Golseth the same, trying to drive up the leaderboard from a horrific qualifying. The 823 buried down all the way in 21st. He's up 9 spots and moving the chains towards the top 10 to try and get up to where his teammate is, who has now found his way up to 3rd. phenomenal opening stint here from Ashton Woon, up in the first 3 laps now, a net total of 4 spots, and the hardest 4 to get, minus the 2 in front of him. Third on the road for the 895 as he tries to track down Ryan Perry Motorsports, Murphy, and Schniegenberg.
Without the drop, it is Murphy, Woon, and Pettit 1, 2, 3 in the championship standings, and the lead about 17 points with no drops for Tristan Murphy over Ashton Woon. So that'll be in the back of their mind for sure to see if they can't maybe make that pass to get it done, get a little more point here. The last thing that Woon wants is to see Tristan Murphy stack some points up on him.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give up any more points this early in the weekend that you can, or that would happen again with the drops factored in too, assuming that they would count today. They are mighty close right now in the top 5, Rob, and that is incredible stuff because Ashton Woon is going to start to lengthen that gap out a little bit off the back of giving up 10 points in qualifying to Murphy. That pass there for second is worthy of a good bit in the margin to close back here. So the top 5 with drops in KA Junior, I think, might be the closest of any division at the moment. Colton Schniegenberg, 5th on the standings, 1st on the road at the moment, is only 60 away from the leader. So it is super close there, but this will make that change. Colton Schniegenberg now back to 2nd, Woon up to the point.
Great job for Ashton Woon marching his way forward here. We're just at the halfway point as well. Got to the tail of that lead group in 8th and just slowly started working his way forward. Corner after corner, making overtakes. He finds that Speed Concepts machine now up to P1. The 2 RPM drivers still give chase. They got a little bit of a gap right now as Pettit and Samet now running in the 4th and 5th spots. Right behind them as well is Alex Chandler in the 860 for Iron Rock Motorsports. Here come the RPM drivers back to the inside. Book it.
Yeah, could have saw that one coming. They have wanted to control this race since they were able to get the lead away from Travis Pettit, and they have done so and will continue, it looks like here. 2.5 laps underway, or 2.5 laps to go, essentially, for the 6-pack up front. Alex Chandler riding at the tail of it, a little ways back to Cameron Johnson, who has separated himself from the fray. Christopher Yaltzi then the next one, as Woon now splits him up again. Back up to 2nd he goes. Pettit back into the 4th spot.
Gives the opportunity for Pettit and Samet to close right back up with Chandler. A little bit of a gap there now for Schniegenberg, but indeed, Woon stopping the bleeding here, gets himself back up into 2nd. Away we go. Here comes Samet to the inside as well. He'll put Murphy back another spot. So rather Pettit, not Samet. Pettit now goes into 3rd. I like that move to the inside of the scoreboard.
And then right there in the shark fin, picking up the pieces as the pack stacked up. Cameron Johnson continues to march forward. That was 6th. His 6th pass forward on the day. Started back outside the top 10, up to P6 now past Alex Chandler. 2 to go here at the line.
Both those drivers communicating. Chandler saying, just go, look forward. Same goes with Cameron saying, hey, listen, just work with me here. Johnson now leading that next group, currently sitting in the 6th position, 6th and 7th for Johnson and Chandler. Let's see if Johnson's got the pace to come up, because we're not done with the battling yet at all. Schniegenberg covers to the inside of turn number 6. So away we go. Here comes 3rd, 4th, and 5th right back in it.
And again, he'll be a little bit narrow, not super narrow in the cell tower. That was a good exit for him, but like you said, it will only take 1 or 2 more corners just like that one to cover the inside off, that the rest of the pack's going to get close. He left the door too wide open. No. Woon back to the lead. Pettit able to cross over and get a nose down low going into scoreboard. No. Schniegenberg with momentum holds on to 2nd. And now Marco Samet teeing up a crossover. It won't be there yet, but here comes the 2 behind him to make things even more interesting. 7 deep up front, running towards I-70. The white flag will wave this time by. Great racing here in the early going of KA Junior, Rob.
Well, an opportunity here for Cameron Johnson to potentially take advantage of some of the action here up front. They're still stacking things down. Middle of the road run for Woon coming down the straightaway. Right there with them is Schniegenberg. White flag flying. Both drivers, all 7 clean and green through turn number 1, now 2. Let's see where it comes. You know that Woon is going to cover down to the inside at turn number 5. Let's get things underway here.
As they roll out of turn number 4, now down to 5, hugging the grass for the whole 7-pack of them. Here comes 8th and 9th. Back into the mix is Yaltzi and Orbezo. Orbezo's gotten already up to 8th past Yaltzi. A lot of bumper cars there in the cell tower corner. They've all got to be mindful of the pushback bumper systems So that's why you saw the accordion effect by exit as they were trying to give ample space in here in the run to the green corner. Big wide run for Murphy. Let's see if he can capitalize. Not quite. I think he got tripped up and it hurt Samet. That's put him 2 by 2 behind. 4 separated up front. Murphy once again trying to get a run on Pettit. He can't do it into the shark fin.
That is what this racetrack is all about. We talked about it at the top of the broadcast. You can cover here, you can low line, but you're going to bring everybody back into the fight. It's worked out well so far for Ashton Woon. A minor cover down into turn number 17 through 18. He's going to get a good run. I don't know if Schniegenberg's got anything. No, he doesn't. In fact, he's going to get challenged into the line by Travis Pettit.
This will be big in the points. 3 wide to the line. Checkers, K, Junior, Woon to Pettit to Schniegenberg. 200's the way of Pettit, off help from Schniegenberg's teammate Tristan Murphy, who crosses the line in 4th. Samet 5th, Johnson, Orbezo, Yautsy, Chandler, and Nathan Golseth's hard charge up the field. Picks up a net of 11 to get to 10th at the drop of the checkers. And as we take you through the rest of the results here, Kidd, Stiles, Berghofer, Isaac Payne, William Vitor, your top 15. 2 races in the books, lots more to go from Newcastle. We'll be right back with more here from Indiana.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park, day 1 of this year's Summer Nationals, round number 5 of the program. Micro Swift rolling on track for their pre-final. Formation lap as the drivers work their way out here. Trace Anders at the start of the pole position alongside Liam Capatiello. Bo Wyatt in that 3rd spot. Drivers working their way around here. Ready to get things underway. Great day so far here, 73 degrees. This is not the kind of weather that we are normally used to here at the SKUSA Summer Nationals, Newcastle Motorsports Park. Normally somewhere in the mid-80s, high 80s, high humidity, sweltering heat normally here for this event. Of course, here at the latter half of July. Gorgeous weekend though for us. Everybody enjoying that thus far. Getting things rolling here. Time to go green flag as the Micro Swift drivers will get themselves into the tram lines to get things underway. Field looks good. A couple drivers have some trouble on the left side of the screen. And away we go. Green flag. We're underway. Contact there right in the apex. Bo Wyatt get up on the curbing coming through, launch that kart in the air a little bit, able to control it on the exit. He'll lose at least one spot though. It's Trey Sanders trying to stretch away with Liam Compatiello. He's getting things underway. Opening lap settling in. The rest of the field looks good. .213 of Compatiello leading the way. He and Sanders stretching out. Sanders goes to the inside over in turn number 11, green corner, that two-driver breakaway. Great opening lap for both these drivers trying to pull away from the group.
So as we watch them work their way to the infield section here, once again, Trey Sanders and Liam Compatiello, the gap last time by to this time, it should rinse out to about 4/10 of a great second lap in the works to back up that first lap to start this one. And
is that Francisco into the lead now, actually? I said that it was Trey Sanders. I think it might be Tristan Francisco into the lead now.
Let's see, yeah Francisco, you're right. Yeah, picking them all up. Francisco, Compatiello, Sanders back to third in the way it all shook out here on lap 2. Wyatt, Knaus, and then the gap back form into Marcelo Pena. Dusty Strayer trying to charge up the board after the spin in qualifying that had him by himself. Got into the top 10. He's now up at least one, up 3, a little further back. Finds Cohen Scott, but not too many movers here in the opening stages. And Liam Compatiello happy to follow Tristan Francisco as his Nitro Kart teammate. Both out in front, and then his teammate back in third is starting to close the distance from third up to second with the help from Wyatt on the 251 Team Bennett machine. They'll work their way through turn to number 11 here this time. All good so far as things get rolling here in Micro Swift. Working lap number 3 as we approach halfway in their pre-final, and we head down to pit lane. Caleb Vieska, take it away.
Thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here with Diego, obviously been excluded from the day of action. Diego, just kind of talk to me about the warm-up session.
I mean, first, sorry for the team and everyone that supports me. That unfortunately we got DQ for the day. We were fighting for the championship in KA, and we were really strong in X30 as well. But in my opinion, it's a bit too strong, this penalty. You know, the DQ for both classes in the day. Okay, it was a little swerve, but in my point of view, I not even touched the guy. Like, I just want to warn him a bit because we had a contact before in the session. In my opinion, it was a bit too much, you know, like DQ for the day, but rules is a rules, and just unfortunate for the team.
And again, on the bright side, Paulie Massimino is stuck further back on the field. He's starting 13th in K100 Senior. Rough day for you tomorrow. What do you need to do to try and go back-to-back this year in K100 Senior and even in X30 Pro, looking for to even give a fight to Joe Turney, who has a big championship points lead?
No, I mean, for the championship is already done because I already have one job, but unfortunately that. But we go for the win tomorrow. Try to win both class, and for the championship is already over.
Thank you for the time, Diego.
Bye.
There you go.
Exactly. You know, he didn't like the severity of the penalty. I can understand that for sure. He did admit to the swerve. He talked about the fact that he was kind of warned the driver who had got into him before. Again, Superkarts USA, we said when we heard about it, just kind of dropping the hammer on it, right? And it's a very strict penalty. I don't know that I fully agree with it, but it's, again, if that's what you're doing. We saw it before with contact for Ruben Moya in Tucson. He was excluded the same thing for the entire day. So.
Yeah, there's been some harsh penalties. There's some drivers we don't have here with us this weekend that are serving suspensions as well. So, I mean, it's not like the precedent here is an outlier in Diego's case, and I think that probably explains a bit of his demeanor in that, on the fact that while he may or may not agree with the harshness of it, that the rules are the rules and that this is kind of, set in stone. It is what it is. We have to move on. But they have been certainly across the board, the series here, trying to get harsher and harsher with some of the punishments for even some of the infractions that would be considered minor, like in that case there, saying, hey, we want you guys to play, we want you to color inside the lines. We don't want to have to get involved in the main events as well. We're going to set a really harsh standard and hopefully clean things up.
Well, and Xander, I've talked about this time and time again, right? When you are race control, if you want to change your behavior, you have to penalize. And dropping the hammer gets the job done. There's your message sent to the entire paddock. You Euro swerve, we see it, you're going to sit for the day, right? So again, like I said, if you're going to have a penalty, you want to change behavior, you have to do the penalizing. And that's although I think maybe that was a little harsh, they're doing it, they're making it happen. They've done it before, they set precedents. So I'll stand behind SKUSA on that. They're trying to get rid of some behavior, and this is the way to do it.
And I certainly don't want to, jinx anything or speak too soon, but there's no question that the proof in what we've seen already in a packed house in K Junior that has had some pretty wild races. Micro Swift here that has a pack forming, of course, over the last few laps of these four up front. Have all been really, really clean, really, really minimal contact across the board in the 2.5 races we've seen to this point in the day. So proof is in the pudding that really coming down harshly on some of these penalties, even some of them, again, more minor infractions, right? Bo Wyatt lost a win earlier this year in Tucson on a start violation, a 5-second penalty. He had dominated that race. Again, he was the car to beat, he was the driver to beat. He had pulled away all on his own. He still obviously is well within the championship fight. In fact, he leads the point standings in it right now. And in the way that things are tracking, him ahead of Trey Sanders, that lead will improve, assuming they both will take today's points and continue. So coming to the line with 2 laps to go, a clean run so far. The action has been relatively quiet. 4-pack up front, still no changes through one, even though Bo had a bit of a look on Competiello.
Yeah, great start to the race, as we know, for Tristan Francisco, able to go out from the lead quickly from the second row. Did a great job to get out front. Competiello's been very calm there, running in that second spot. Wyatt's right there as well. Trey Sanders has turned the fast lap of the race, so he's right there as well. We're going to see some racing before it's all said and done. But for the most part, these drivers, like you said, number 1 have been clean, and number 2 have been patient, realizing that if they don't race, they're going to be able to pull away.
Really 4 full seconds probably by the time they get back to the finish line without too much battling. We'll see a little bit of it here. Bo Wyatt to the inside of Competiello gets the job done for second, but 4 seconds to Dusty Strayer. That's as high as he'll fly, it looks like, here in the pre-final. He's picked up 3, getting by Kip Knaus the previous time around the circuit. And it'll be the focus, the spotlight of who slots where in the first 2 rows provisionally based on the outcome of this final lap. Bo Wyatt surrounded by 3 RPM Nitro karts. He's going to try and get to the front of all of them as Francisco throws the move down to the inside to cover for the final lap.
Let's see what happens here. That was a bit of a move there to come across from right to left.
Yeah, you have to be very careful about it, right? There's 2 different things you can get penalized on when it comes to protecting your position from an attacking driver behind. That could be classified as blocking. The reactionary part where the driver got to your inside before you could get there. As we see Wyatt teeing up a crossover here. Out of the, just barely got tripped up by the bumper there coming out of Cell Tower. That was going to be 3 corners in the making. But the other is moving back out to the outside lane after covering the inside off and entering a corner. So certainly the racing's still on. It's still to play for as you race to the checkers right now. Competiello now sliding to 4th, back and forth with a nose to the inside to retake 3rd. Not quite.
Let's see what Bo Wyatt's got here in the final circuit. Good job so far for Francisco, but again, Wyatt, nice little over-under coming out of the shark fin. He'll set up to the outside. See if we get an over and a little contact in the corner. They're going to go side by side again. Here comes a big run for Trey Sanders in the 231.
Oh, he's got a huge run, but he's got no help. Competiello going to try and make one as well. Francisco drives him right to the edge of the racetrack, and barely. Tristan Francisco, in a game of inches, hangs on 17 thousandths of a second there over Competiello. A close run to the line here in Micro Swift as the back half of the field cycles on by. Tristan Francisco, Liam Compatiello, Trey Sanders, and Wyatt again. Francisco knew he was teeing up for an over-under. He parked the bus as tight as he could on the corner. Bo was a little frustrated, understandably so. But Tristan hangs on for the provisional win here in the Micro Slip Pre-Final. Compatiello, Sanders, and Bo Wyatt.
Yeah, good runs for Dusty Strayer, James Fox, and Carson Bishop. 6th, 7th, and 8th. +2 for Strayer, +4 for Fox, +6 for Carson Bishop. Started 14th, ends up 8th. So row 7 to row 4. Great stuff there for Carson Bishop to move himself forward for the main event this afternoon.
Consecutive years here at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the SKUSA Pro Tour Summer Nationals. Just about an hour outside of downtown Indianapolis. Here, a mecca, a center for motorsports known all around the world. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway's got a couple of events on tap this weekend. We've got a big one here in America's heartland in Newcastle, Indiana. It is a beautiful facility, beautiful weather, and great racing on tap once again here for the SKUSA Pro Tour and the SKUSA Summer Nationals. Pro Shifter getting set to go green. Let's take a look here with our Kart Class official track map preview for this 18-turn, 1.05-mile layout at Newcastle, Rob.
Yeah, fantastic track. As we all know, the opening corners all 90 degrees, 1, 2, 3, and 4, leading up to the run to the back part of the racetrack. Turn 5 into the double right-hand bus stop corner through the cell tower, turn 8. 9 is crucial as well. Gets through 10. Lots overtaking Xander in turn number 11 for sure.
And then the overtaking continues. Turn 13, a good passing zone. We've seen some into 14, a lot into 15. That shark fin section breaks up that second to last major straightaway. The I-70 corner, the final big break zone, turn 17. And then a drag race down to the line with the finish line for this year moved up on the end of that very long main straight into turn number 1. That's where they'll line up for the start here with our one and only standing start on the day, Pro Shifter. Caleb Vieska, what do you have for us as the boys and girls get ready to bang some gears?
Thank you, Xander. A little bit here on the number 12 car for Carlos Racing Engines on the Sodi. Adrian Rennan, the first Super Bowl that he's missed this year. The last time he was in SKUSA competition was over in Tucson, but this weekend, a delaminated right rear tire. It was the issue for him in qualifying. He's getting ready to kick off from 14th.
Big news there for the Velocity Sodi, Carblo Sodi Alliance. Adrian Rennan trying to get up and join the likes of Vincenzo Saraceno, who made it into the Super Pole contingent. His teammate Mateus Morgado from Tucson, his teammate for this weekend. Marin Kremers from the Carblos Maranello tent starting second and third respectively. But they are all behind the number 2 plate. The magic man himself, AJ Myers, with some hot lap magic in Super Pole quali, Rob.
I'll tell you, so impressive. He's got a lot of success at this racetrack. He knows this place like the back of his hand. He's won tons of races here. And again, like he said in his interview, just really no care. He's not in the championship fight. He's going to send it, as he said, just to try to go for the race win. As said, a driver like AJ Myers with no care in the world rolling out here for a pre-final and a final. Rather the heat races then through to the final tomorrow. He's going to be really tough to beat. Everybody else is going to be thinking about the championship battle.
And we know, of course, that championship battle, oh so close once again as it was a year ago. Pro Shifter here going to come down to the absolute wire in the final point standings, and it'll be something to keep tabs on for us for the entirety of the weekend. With Myers scoring that 10-point bonus in qualifying, it's going to make things very interesting as the day rolls on. We'll keep tabs on how those points are going to shake out right now. Just a little over 50 markers for the top 3. An outside shot here, a little over 100 back will be Jay Irwin, and then a little further away will find the likes of Billy Musgrave. And then, of course, that Circle of Champions fund around the top 10 equally something to keep note of. Vincenzo Saraceno looking for his first top 10 plate. He enters 6th, well above that cut line as well. But first heat race sets the tone for the weekend.
I think so, yeah. A lot of storylines you talked about. Number one, the opportunity here for Myers to kind of turn his season around with a big victory here come Sunday. The championship battle, and I like the fact you keep bringing up that battle for the top 10, man. You want to be in that circle of champions. It really does take care of your program rolling into 2027, and the driver's right there on the cut line. It's just going to totally change your 2027 season. So lots of storylines will follow, but I think you're right. The way you run here in the opening heat race is going to set the stage for how things and the momentum roll through to Sunday.
And it all comes down to how good you can get off the line. We've seen so many times anyone having a bad start or bad opening couple of laps. That qualifying order is certainly important as it sets the stage here for heats 1 and 2, and then how you fare in these heats sets the stage for the pre-final, all blended together for the main. But the more that we watch these races across the board, whether it's shifter or single speed, it's really that running order of lap 2 or lap 3 when the field's spread apart that is more important. It's why you hear from all these drivers when we talk to them pre-session saying, I just want to get through the start and we'll go from there, because how they line up right here could be vastly different than what we see on the leaderboard at the end of the first circuit. But the SKUSA officials working hard to get them into the boxes. That's one of the greatest spectacles karting has to offer. 45 plus horsepower, a 6-speed gearbox, and a launch that is like almost none other in the world of motorsports. We've got 37 of them. Pro shifter for the first time this weekend. AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado. Heat 1 is green.
Check the first box for AJ Myers. Lead through turn 1, 2, and 3. Gets the whole shot. Morgado sliding into second. Very aggressive on the opening lap here for Billy Musgrave as he tries to get around the outside. Big defense down to the bottom for Formal. Musgrave's going to go to the inside. He's going to get him through. Great job for Musgrave. He'll go to P3.
Again, Billy Musgrave 5th in the points, trying to make up for lost time and get right to work. Equally here, just like AJ said, no extra practice needed. Rocking up Friday morning for both of the drivers in 1st and 3rd on the running order as they rock it, and Musgrave's all out of shape there in the bend at 10, and that'll put him right on defense mode now. Formal looking to take that spot right back. He'll force him to cover low as Irwin does the same for Marin Kremers for the 5th spot, and Kremers has picked his pocket. Great crossover. Marin back up to 5th.
Just that little minor miscue for Billy Musgrave. Cold tires here. It is only about 73 degrees here trackside, so rolling the corner speed through turn number 10. Got a little wide coming out of that corner and slid back a bit. So the bottom line is he'll settle back in. In fact, he'll go to work right now. He's thinking about the inside. Here comes Morgado as well. Morgado's moved to the inside of Myers. May have stopped Musgrave going to the inside as well. Look at this battle here further back. Kremers is going to look to the inside now. Turn number 3, book it. He's to the inside of Formal.
Oh, this is just incredible. Everybody up front is stacked up right now. Formal now on defense mode from Jay Irwin and Kyle Wick. Gavin Bailiff is there. Saraceno is there as well. A wild opening lap and a half underway. Morgado, the leader, trying to maximize the points haul and chase an unprecedented streak of history, sweeping the rounds of the Pro Tour. It has never been done, and Myers is going to try to prevent him from that there with that move.
Great pass to get back by. Musgrave back up on the wheel as well. He was thinking about, I think, going for second when they came down into turn number 1 last time by, but Morgado's move to get to the inside of Myers thwarted that. This time, though, look at Musgrave. He is all up on him as well. Kremers has been the driver on the move here as well, so everybody anxious on the opening couple of laps. Morgado has a look to the inside. Let's see if we get a big run here from Musgrave. Does he get the run? Big move to get to the lead there for Morgado.
Oh,
Musgrave
Danny Formal around in front of them all.
With Kyle Wick, he collects his teammate Kyle Wick coming through turn number 1.
Gavin Bailiff had to make evasive action to the dirt. That just blew up the entire top 10. Morgado now under fire. Musgrave to the lead in turn 5 with a slider. Mateus will answer. They are all over the place. It looks like a slick track out there here with the cooler temperatures and the lower air pressure for this 10-lap heat race. A dogfight up front, and 4 of them remain now with Kremers at the back of it. Danny Formal making a move for 4th, and the championship hopes for the Costa Rican just got a whole lot harder with that destroyed front bumper.
Around he went on the exit turn number 1. Kyle Wick with nowhere to go, collected by that incident as well. Both those GFCs out of this race, or at least off to the side of the racetrack. There's still racing to do, though. Up front, Morgado's gone back to the P1. Musgrave, though, looks really aggressive. He wants this race win. He knows what he's got to do. He cannot let Morgado take it. Does Morgado make the move to the inside to block? No, I think Musgrave potentially wanting to stretch away with him a little bit here. We'll see how this plays out to the midway laps of heat race number 1.
Yeah, I think both of them must have heard the tires screeching from behind and realized how close the field was. Let's look at this again. Like you said, Morgado taking the momentum with Billy. Myers is checking up, and Formal sending it on Kremers, just in a bit too deep. Nowhere to go for Irwin.
Yeah, it looks like he gets into the side of Myers and loops it around. The car was obviously committed to the corner, just got through a little bit.
And challenging for the lead right as we cut away as well. Musgrave again back with a look on Morgado. Morgado back on defense, but sorry to interrupt you there, Rob. No, good breakdown.
Listen, there's a lot going on right now. We want to, of course, look at that replay, but there's so much action on track right now, you want to dive right back at it. As I said, Musgrave looks very intent on taking the lead here sooner than later. AJ Myers still holding on to third, and Kremers right there in fourth. Jay Irwin, who runs P5 right now, luckily the contact was pretty significant for him, and Musgrave went to the, Bailiff went to the right. Irwin got some pretty big contact coming through. Luckily for him, was able to come out clean and get through turn 3 with the position.
And it is really aggressive right back here at the edge of the top 10. Saraceno, Gage Korn, Adrian Renadin, Hunter Pickett. These are all drivers that are in and out of the top 10 in the points as they run, and they're in and out of the top 10 on the running order. A lot of aggression here in the middle of the front pack. Gavin Bailiff now trying to make up for time. He went purple last time by the way. The man in 12th aboard the TKG number 7.
Yeah, he was way off in the grass right side when Wick and Formal got together. Biggest movers right now, +7 for Josh Conkers, 20th up into 13th. And it looks to me like Jacob Gulick +5 as well. He started 11th. He's now up into the 6th spot. So good job for Jacob Gulick. Got a couple of spots from his GFC teammates having issues, but Gulick right there as well, trying to close up here on the back of Jay Irwin.
Let's go down to pit lane here as we approach halfway. 4-pack up front. Caleb Viesca, on to you.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Standing by here with Danny Formal. Incident there in turn 1. Just walk me through it, Danny.
Yeah, my mistake. Nothing to blame but myself. Fighting for a championship. Couple mistakes in the beginning and just put myself in the wrong position. I got a nice run on Marin on the straightaway. I went for the pass. AJ had a lock up in corner, well, turn 1, let's say. I think he got past that lap. So he overslowed the apex of the corner. And when I went to pass Marin, AJ was just, standing there in the middle. Nothing AJ did wrong. He was racing the guys in front, and I just misjudged that. So I'm sorry to Gary. I'm sorry to Sweet Tech. We had a really fast go-kart. Just too many mistakes for me there. Trying to fight for a championship, we can't make these mistakes. Just kind of humbles you a bit, but nothing we can really do, right? We saw everyone had a bad heat in Ohio, and people are still starting up towards the front. So hopefully, we got one more heat and a pre-final. Hopefully we could do really well in the next heat, at least fight for the win, or hopefully get the win. And we'll see what happens.
Thank you for the time, Dan.
And of course, you saw it there in the bottom box while we were alongside Danny Formal that Billy Musgrave has been shuffled back to 4th, and Myers and Kremers are going at it. Marin Kremers has been cutting AJ a lot of breaks here. It has allowed Mateus Morgado to eke away quite a healthy lead here in just a lap and a half with the battling for 2nd.
Brutal honesty there from Danny Formal, just making that little bit of an error. You saw, we watched the replay as he kind of rolled the center of turn 1, got that right front up into the left rear of AJ Myers and just looped the car around. So tough one for him. We'll watch him coming from deeper in the field throughout the weekend. But if anybody can do it, it's going to be Danny Formal to work his way back forward. This battle continuing, though, and listen, if you're trying to win a championship, my goodness, to be able to have the battle behind you there and to see Morgado stretch away, thrilled with that, no doubt.
And how about Jay Irwin? I mean, he enters this weekend with a much-needed type of performance to what he's putting on here in this opening heat race. This is up a few. You can see how many spots Josh Conker continues to roll. He has now gotten up 11. Move him to the 9th position, now trailing. Look at all the Carbolos teammates there. 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th for that grouping as Irwin closes towards Billy Musgrave here with 2.5 laps to go.
Got a little note in here from David Coles out on the racetrack. He said that A.J. Myers, he thinks, has lost his camera.
Uh-oh.
And that's, I believe in Superkarts USA, that's a potential DQ, is it not?
Yeah, we'll see if we could see that. And I wonder, too, if there could be a case to be made for the contact from Formal, because that was on the left rear side, right above the radiator off the seat rail. So A.J. Myers, camera or not, he is starting to find a bit of speed. Last time by, he was quickest, 65.47. This time he looks like he's starting to eat into the gap a little bit to Morgado, but time is of the essence, and Kremers still has the upper hand and finally is able to get the job done on AJ, only to lose it. No, he's going to hang on just barely through turn number 2.
Billy Myers with the best view of that right there, P4. Irwin still trying to close up on the both of them right now. Myers is going to have to cover a bit to the inside to hold off Musgrave. This is going to give Kremers a chance to get at least a kart length worth of cushion coming through over to the cell tower corner. Turn number 8 in this particular layout. Good stuff here up front for Morgado. Man, he's taken full advantage of the chaos behind him to stretch away. It looked to me like Musgrave was going to be able to go to the lead, but as we talked about during the replays there, he and then the interview with Formal, he was just getting pushed backwards. So trying to stop the bleeding here, still P4, but here comes Irwin arriving on the scene from P5.
Kremers already pulling away enough. He'll be able to put a good lap in, but I think time is too far gone. If AJ might have been able to pull away from him in this section right here, he might have had a shot to go run down Morgado, but the last lap underway and now up to a 1.5 seconds, and there you can see the difference of Morgado on top versus Myers. He had just knocked off 2/10, and then of course that one lap there of Kremers getting by and then trying to fight the pass in turn 2 just cost him all 0.9 seconds, and AJ's kind of rolling back up to him. He looks a little better in the first part of the racetrack, doesn't look as strong in some of the hairpin corners and leading onto the major straightaways, but in the rolling speed sections and in the mid-90s, AJ looks as good as anyone, and he's again mounting a counterattack towards Marin on this final half a lap per second, but all the while, Mateus Morgado will continue to add to the points lead.
Wow.
It'll push it. Oh, big puff of smoke there out of the back of one of them. I don't know if that was off of Kremers or AJ. It looked like it was off the back of Myers. Might have been a bit of brake lockup, or again, who knows what damage there may have been, if at all, to the left rear side as we head to I-70 for the last time.
That's it. Final lap here for Mateus Morgado. Comes in as the point leader. Going to get the victory here in heat race number 1. Big run to the line, though. I think Myers, did he pip Kremers at the line?
He got him.
He did. Yeah, by what?
And Kremers sent it off trying to hold on. It was, look at that, 13 thousandths of a second.
Wow.
AJ Myers wins the drag race and helps Morgado out with an extra 5 points taken off the board from Marin. So a lot has gone down already. We're 1 race, 10 laps into this Pro Shifter Championship finale. And the dominant driver, round 1 winner, round 2 winner, heat 1 winner here at round number 3, Mateus Morgado improves that points lead to 61 markers over Kremers, and Formal slides to 3rd, 88 back now off a DNF and a crash here in heat 1. And on the flip side, big drives up the field here for the likes of Reneden, Conker and company. Gavin Bailiff was digging and then ultimately slid back to the 12th spot. Still a decent opening heat race when you look at how big the field is, and then we get to the final page here in a moment too. The number of major drivers taken out. GFC had almost every one of their big guns in Super Pole, Rob, starting in the top 12. They end heat 1 with 2 of them on the sidelines. Kyle Wick and Danny Formal.
Yeah, well down the order in 35th and 36th after that contact in turn number 1. Both those drivers with a ton of work to do to see if they can't find themselves on top of the box on Sunday.
Let's go down to Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Mateus, the dominance continues here to start off the weekend on the Velocity Racing Sodi Sani powered machine. Just kind of talk to me. What's clicking for you guys here on championship weekend?
Yeah, I think everyone want to win, and especially when you're there in the championship contention, you want to do your best. So I think everyone is working as hard as possible. Me, every time I go on track, giving my 110%, and then everything seems to be flowing good. So let's keep working because it's just the beginning of a long week.
And again, you're going out there giving it 110%, but you're still being conservative, trying to close out a championship. How is that with Heat 2, the pre-final tomorrow, and then the main event?
Yeah, I just got to race with the head, thinking about a championship, which I think is more important than a race win at the moment. So yeah, we'll keep working on that and being myself every time I go to the track.
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
And so here's a look at what the points now potentially could be going on and into the very next session that we have on tap. This was what they were coming in, and this, as an update, should be what we had coming out for Pro Shifter with Heat 1 in the books. But coming into today, Morgado looked really, really good. Now he looks a whole lot better. And we've still got another heat race to go. We'll be back with more here from Newcastle.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here following the lunch break. It is non-stop action from here on out to the end of the day. KA 100 Senior action presented by Kart CRG USA. Pre-final about to get underway, and it looks like we've got problems before we've even begun, Rob.
Yeah, a couple drivers together coming out from the grid, just getting through the opening corner, having left the grid. So not the way to start things off for sure. For Eli Warren, they made some changes to that go-kart, put a new seat in it, changed everything for him. He'll start alongside Donovan Medina on row one, Ruben Moya starting in the third spot.
As we take a look back here, look at the big names buried in the field. Paulie Massimino, points leader, down in 13th, has work to do today alongside Austin Garrison. And you'll see as we go back beyond this page here, rows 11 through 15, where you can spot where your favorite driver is going to roll from. There is one that will not be on track, albeit listed for today. Diego Ramos excluded after an incident in warm-up for swerving. It'll be a 31st on the graphic. It'll be a 0 points haul for the entirety of round number 5. That means this championship is going to change quite a bit today. And it starts now with the pre-final and 100 points up for grabs. 10 points already on the board. Eli Warren took those. He's got a stone's throw of the championship, but this is more about a homecoming weekend and potentially that elusive first career KA 100 Senior national victory as he leads Donovan Bonilla and company down the main straight to kick off the afternoon activities. Your KA 100 Senior Pre-Final 8 laps is underway down at turn number 1.
Great start for Warren. A little bit of side-by-side action further back. Everybody trying to keep themselves on the racetrack through 2, 3. There's the driver dropping a wheel. Out of 3, through 4. Here's the run down to turn number 5. Now primarily single file, but a couple drivers defending to the inside at turn number 5. Through the double apex, right-hander 6 and 7. Back over to cell tower. And we are underway. Quick move there for Ruben Moya to go to the lead. That puts Warren down into the second spot. The lead trio trying to stretch away a little bit here. Actually, it looks like about maybe 6 karts in the lead group, back to potentially Chase Hand. But otherwise, drivers finally settling in. An opening lap underway for KA Senior.
Bonilla with a big send down to the inside of Landon Boer. That was the surprise for us. It shouldn't be. He has run exceptionally well here with all of his laps over the years up in the Midwest and moving from the MPG Motorsports camp to the ride with Prolium Competition and GFC here in 2026, but he has survived the first lap. His teammate a little bit worse for wear. Chase Hand was the driver that had that dirt kicked up at the exit of turn 3 on the opening lap. He's going to try and get one back to the inside and through with help on Edgar Rodriguez. Cagle and Malkin going to go by as well.
Yeah, Rodriguez was looking over the left shoulder as they came down into the braking zone for turn number 1, trying to see if he could do a little bit of a defense. Didn't really work. He got shuffled back a couple of spots. Here's your trio leading up front right now with Moya, Warren, and Mick Gabriel. See the kind of gap they've developed, maybe 2 or 3 kart lengths back to Donovan Bonilla. Right behind him, I believe, this driver's worked his way up. That's Isaac Malkit. Yeah, Malkit's solid on that lap. 9th across the line. He's going to come here through the middle part of the lap. Xander sitting P5.
Yeah, Isaac Malkit with a great run through the middle section. The momentum continuing to the bumper at Chase Hand now. He'll have a shot to even get one more if he wants it. Great lap underway for Malquit as they roll through the shark fin.
Yeah, I said 5. That's P6. There's the front running, or actually P7, I think. You see that it'll be Hand in 6 and then Malkit in 7th. So drivers will work their way out onto the front straightaway here momentarily. There we go, coming through turn number 18, running the shark fin counterclockwise rotation. Warren goes back to the lead. He'll take Mick Gabriel with him down to the inside. This is going to bring the 4th place driver up into the fight as well. So stack them and pack them up front here again. Good stuff for Warren back out front.
Rolling towards the bus stop. Mick Gabriel now going to look for the lead. Ruben Moya right back, and Eli Warren has gotten all of about maybe a quarter lap total, I think, out in front of this field after qualifying on the pole here, Rob. The field is vicious at this point here early in the run.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those KA races where it's just non-stop action, pass or be passed. No one seems content at all to work together. Warren got shuffled out there a little bit. Bonilla gave him a bit of a side shot coming through turn number, that's turn number 8, working their way through the cell tower corner there. And Warren thankfully able to keep the car on the racetrack. This all has allowed a bit of a two-car breakaway up front right now as Moya right there behind Mick Gabriel. Gabriel to the front for the first time in the 974.
Yeah, pretty good performance for Mick Gabriel on a year that hasn't seen maybe any spotlight moments. You think back to his first KA Senior win, U.S. Pro Kart Series in Wisconsin nearly 2 years ago. Since then, he's been a top 10 guy, a top 5 guy on a good day, leading laps here. I think it might have been his first laps led of the new year, and even then, Moya pipped him by the timing loop, so it didn't quite count, and that has brought more into the fray. How about the points leader himself? Massimino has clawed to 8th in a very quiet and methodical charge, very Pauly-esque, and now he's made it 8 deep up front.
Yeah, I saw Pauly during the lunch break, and I said, hey, you gonna put a show on for us? Because, yeah, I'll see what I can do. And I said, yeah, 100% you're going to put a show on for us. No doubt he's coming forward. +5 already. Put him up into the 8th position now. Good stuff here for Pauly Massimino. Malkin makes a move as well. He'll get past and get another spot as well.
And Pauly even got one more in the cell tower this lap, too, on Chase Hand. This will be another one. 2 more on this lap alone for Massimino as the charge now puts him on the bumper. The driver who led up until the last 200 feet of last lap, Mick Gabriel, who has slid back down the board to 5th. Landon Boer, Eli Warren, couple of young bucks there, 3rd and 4th. And now a couple of wily veterans there in the Spaniard and the Mexican up front. Donovan Bonilla 2nd, and Ruben Moya leading the way as Warren takes over 3rd.
So much forward and rearward movement. I just talked about Malkin being up a couple spots in the scoreboard he loses to. With both Massimino and Hand going by. Just so much action here right now, but as Xander said, Landon Boer having a good job running well here in P4 right now. He's going to try to hook up here with Eli Warren to try to catch these leaders again as both Moya and Bonilla now hooking up. We'll see if Bonilla may be more content to stay on the rear bumper and try to push away.
Look further back here. Who else is joining the party? How about 2 more veterans? Caden McQueen, Austin Garrison on the hunt there. McQueen was looking to go on Malkin in the kink going into turn number 11. He did not end up pulling that one off, I don't think, and it cost him a little as Massimino will pick up another one. And the difference, really, I don't think Pauly is all too much quicker than Austin Garrison, but you think about those two starting side by side. And Pauly's already now up and into the top 5. Garrison and McQueen just picked off Malkin there. They're about to go on Rodriguez right here.
4 drivers got by on Malkin on that lap, getting shoveled to the outside of the shark fin. That left-hander in there, Xander, he got pushed way back, held the car on the racetrack, but 4 drivers able to slip through.
Here comes Garrison now. Use McQueen to get to the front of the pack, leaves him there. And that right there goes back to what I was, oh no! McQueen contact with 1. And he fell out of frame, and it looked like it could have went a whole lot worse there, Rob. I thought that was about to be the end of a championship campaign.
I was with you on that. I thought he was going off the racetrack. Driver's right, but instead able to keep it on the track, so solid job there for him.
You can see here as Pauly Massimino is continuing to march up the leaderboard. Ruben Moya, the 909 machine, out in front. That is Gabriel getting ahead of Boer with help from Hand, with help from Kegel. Flurry of GFCs. They need to lock arms and go back in the right direction, but they are still fighting amongst themselves here into the infield.
Yeah, big move to the inside there for, I believe, which one of the GFCs was that? Couldn't pick the number. That's Kegel in the 948. So, yeah, Kegel able to get the move done to the inside there. But, yeah, you're right. All these GFCs need to line up and see if they can't work their way forward.
Continuing to watch them all here as another lap ticks on by. This will be 2 laps to go. Ruben Moya and Donovan Bonilla continue to show the way. Massimino that time by, able to take about 2/10 out of the gap with help from Eli Warren. So the pole sitter and the fastest car on the racetrack clicking off some heaters here still late in the going with time to spare. At that rate, they'll get there. And here's a great look with our GoPro ground cam. This is the exit of turn number 4. K100 seniors will be in the upper 50s. Your pro shifters will be nearly 70 miles an hour in that middle short chute on the layout.
If Massimino ends up finishing here, job well done. +10 already, started 13th, already up into 3rd. He and Warren hooking up here right now, and as Xander had mentioned, was quicker by almost 0.2 of a second over Moya and Bonilla on that last lap. They will see white flag next time by, though. 8-lap run here for KA Senior in their pre-final, so they'll have to get up on it here. And yeah, Bonilla's still pointing to Moya. He knows then Massimino's coming. The last thing he wants right now is to have to go for a last lap battle and see Massimino be right there. You know that he's going to make a move sooner or later, but here comes Massimino. Head down, trying to push up, see if he can be in position to try and overtake if the opportunity arises.
And that lap was another big one for Paulie. 1:11.2. The leader's a 1:11.7. Half a second faster. He'll get there before this lap is even done to be able to really mess with them. So as we watch them now, Bonilla, Moya, door to door in turn number 5, and it's Ruben Moya now going back out in front. Just like that, and defending low here in the cell tower. Massimino will cross up Dono. That'll put him side by side to make it another double-digit gain. 11 spots up the board.
Oh, how slick was that? The over-under in the cell tower corner, and then he even brings Warren with him as well, so that's going to gap him up a little bit. Now he's going to go to work here. Big run to the outside. Going to watch out. Thinking about the over-unders. Does he get the run coming down? No, not quite. This would be huge for him right now. He can literally bring it home here, P2, and it'd be a successful run. But he wants that drag race. Look at Warren. He's saying, let's go.
Oh, yeah, there's about to be some shake and bake action, I think, right here for Massimino. But he didn't really get out of the shark fin. I don't know if he'll get there in time. He'll need a monster run to the line for the KA Senior Pre-Final. Warren's going to have to bail to make sure he protects from Bonilla. It'll go the way of Ruben Moya. A phenomenal Saturday for the Spaniard. That is pole in Pro X30 and the pre-final win in his first racing opportunity of the day in KA Senior. And much needed. The fact he suffered Ramos's fate at round 1 of the championship, he still has to be picture perfect to close the deal out in either division. This one, 100 points, put it the way of the 909.
Yeah, fantastic run for Moya there. Massimino putting a show on coming in the end. Up 11 spots, 13th to 2nd. Fantastic drive for Paulie Massimino. Great run as well for Eli Warren, showing that he's got the pace to be able to stay up there. Bonilla and Gabriel as well, capping off your top 5.
Great run indeed here for Mick Gabriel to stay up there. You look at Garrison getting into the top 10, and ultimately Caden McQueen, after going up and down and hanging on, still maintains his place on the front page, the back page a little further back. And Ruben Moya, victorious here in our first race of the afternoon. We'll head on down, of course, to Caleb Biesca for more of the intel on the course of the day. The temperatures continuing to slowly creep up, the racing tempo as well. Caleb.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino finishing his debriefs, but just like that, Paulie, 11 spots gained. You're back in it. Tell me about the race.
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, I knew our kart was fast. I just, being stuck in the slow group always makes it difficult. But yeah, picked them off one by one and eventually made my way to the front.
There you go. Congrats on the second place finish there, Paulie. Thank you.
Thank you.
KA Senior done and dusted now and provisionally set for the main. Still a lot more classes to go on the other side of the break. X30 Junior gets underway. Stick with us. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Superkarts USA Summer Nationals.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park, continuing to roll through round 5 pre-finals here, the Superkarts USA Pro Tour Summer Nationals. Rob Howden here alongside Xander Clements, and we get set to roll here with the drivers in X30 Junior, brought to you by our Rollison Performance Group. Travis Pettit set to roll out here, starting on the pole position alongside Enzo Di Gennaro. Row 2 will have Ashton Woon alongside Tristan Murphy. Row 3, Colton Schniegenberg and William Vitor. Row 4 will be Maxwell Macha and Nathan Goldseth. Row 5, Grayson Walcott and Marco Samet. Outside the top 10, starting 11th place, Braden Wagner and Diesel Bazonsky. Row 7, Royce Vega and Mateo Calderon. On row 8, it'll be Aston Wyatt alongside Asher Pavan. Row 9, Clayton Stiles and Paxton Romero. Row 10, Sebastian Racino Arce and Jesus Leon. Row number 11, Nicholas Martin and Cole Anderson. Row 12, Brandon Ing and Connor Lipka. Emilio Chait set to take the grid at the tail of the field in 25th. Field set, looking to go green here. And we've got it underway. Green flag running through turn number 1.
Looks like they're going to barely survive. Certainly some pushing and shoving there at turn number 3 as they'll rocket up and over the crest here to turn number 5. Grayson Walcott all on the inside defending for Marco Samet and Golseth. But so far, so good through the bus stop chicane. The entire 25 driver X30 Junior field still pointed in the right direction and at full speed. Travis Pettit commands them over Woon. And then it's a gap a little ways back here to this middle contingent.
Drivers taking their time here, the opening circuit. Obviously the best opportunity to get overtakes done is on that opening lap, but you also need to weigh the risk and reward. Don't make the mistake to shuffle yourself back, because then in a pre-final here, which then of course you'll get the bad result from here and the tough starting position in the main event this afternoon. So indeed, opening lap, very attractive for making aggressive overtakes, but better to lock yourself into a position and then go to work from there. 2 drivers doing just that right now, leading out here as your leaders. Pettit and Woon, 2 drivers involved in the championship chases in both of the junior categories here this weekend. 2 of the top junior drivers in the country, no doubt about that. Pettit and Woon across the line, P1 and P2. Lap 1 in the books.
Murphy down on the inside on Enzo Di Gennaro. Maxwell Macha will bring William Vitor by on Colton Schniegenberg. And again, all the while, out front, the lead will just continue to get a little bit bigger for these two that are neck and neck. And this is a mirror image already, Rob, of what we witnessed over in Tucson for Ashton Woon and Travis Pettit, driving away head and shoulders above the field. And on that weekend there, albeit official intervention changed a couple of the overall main events in the junior categories, it was just pretty obvious. Either way, whoever stood on the top step, those two kids were a step above. It's why, of course, they find themselves as the two primary combatants in the championship. We got one off, Aston Wyatt, in the 721.
Able to control that kart on re-entry. Well done for Aston there. But I was just going to say, is Woon going to stay there in second spot for the whole race? No. Big move to the inside. That's the one place you can probably get a pass done at this racetrack, and you don't hurt yourself that much. That run down into the inside, through turn 1. Driver just tucks back in behind you. It's not a pass where you really lose a ton of time. So if you're going to overtake, if you're going to swap top spots, best to do it at the end of the straightaway.
And again, there's still, at this point, compared to some of the other pre-finals, a lot of life left. I mean, some of these 8-lappers have flown by. This one still feels so early. Like there's so much racing left, and that's how those races end up feeling from the driver's seat too. If you're Ashton Woon or Travis Pettit, right now for Maxwell Macha and everyone third on back, this race is going to go by in a hurry. Woon and Pettit, this is much more tactical. This is chess versus checkers in the experience comparison of what you have feeling out there, right? When you're out by yourself or with one other driver for the entirety of the run, you're thinking about every little detail because you have the time to think about it. You're not necessarily worried about survival and not going backwards 5 positions or trying to make up 5. You're going right here. If you're Travis Pettit, 3 looks over the shoulder is not going to rattle you. You're more so playing to the drum of where Woon is. And again, Woon's able to take his time and pick his pocket in turn 2.
Yeah, look how close Maxwell Macha is now, along with Tristan Murphy. These guys had a fairly decent lead, but now that goes away very quickly. Macha's going to push Woon through, and Pettit, instead of those two drivers working together, he's going to go back to P4. I just shake my head sometimes, wondering why these guys don't work together for 7 laps, then battle it out on lap number 8. Nope, they went at it early in the run. We're not even at the halfway point yet, and that little 2-driver breakaway that looked like it could have been easily the end of the race for those behind has now set itself up to bring the rest of the field into the mix as well.
Yeah, it didn't take long. The race that I thought was going to be a mano-a-mano, slow, drawn-out fight there. Travis Pettit really kind of kicked things off on the main straightaway just a lap ago, and you look at, again, it was a 7/10 gap just to Macha, and instantly, we're 11 karts deep here, Rob. This is going to encapsulate at least 11, potentially 12. And when it's that big, this is where you start to pucker a little bit when you watch them all fan out down low, then high, then low, then into the side of each other. Pettit and Murphy, and for the lead, Macha around the outside. Can he stick it? Almost.
Thought about it, trying to hold the outside at turn 2. That is very tough. Woon very lucky to get away with the lead here. I'm surprised he didn't get overtaken. It was that contact behind. And we're kind of lucky, I think, that Pettit and Murphy didn't end up spinning around sideways. There was some pretty good contact into the braking zone there, and that could have messed things up in a big way. A couple drivers off. William Vitor potentially won.
Vitor and Colton Schniegenberg. Schniegenberg stuck facing the wrong way there in the grass. The thick grass here, it's certainly had some rain showers over the last few days. There was a tornado coming through the Midwest, nearly clipped the MCC kartplex down the road. Heavy weather over here as well. Thankfully, the tornado watch was about 2 months prior when the Route 66 series was here, and the paddock was full, still pretty full off of last weekend with the marquee event of the summer. And the on-track activity showing why it is that way. We're coming to 3 to go, Rob. This could be sudden death kind of racing. If you didn't tell anyone what lap it was, you'd have no idea. 3 to go, 5 complete. We're a lap past halfway. We are digging like it's the last corner.
4 drivers locked and loaded, nose to tail on the inside line into turn number 1. That's not the fast way around, as we know. Going to keep bringing those behind right back into it here. There's got to be a dozen drivers in this lead group right now. You see the ground cam working their way down from 4 to 5.
Yeah, great speed shot. And again, pushing 65 miles an hour right there for the X30 juniors. Rolling into the cell tower hairpin. Macha now is starting to probably frustrate Travis Pettit. Ashton Woon has gotten now about another car length and a half off that single hairpin of defending. And let's see what Macha does here. He'll leave the door cracked. Pettit didn't go. Maybe he's trying to buy a little more time, get him to open up more. He's actually even more concerned, it looks like, about Tristan Murphy behind him. And look at this huge shove. And I don't want to just, I mean, we're getting bits and pieces of context there, Rob, but that 737 Iron Rock machine of Clayton Stiles looked like he just about moved and cleared his own path with a snowplow.
Wondering whether or not Woon's going to be able to potentially use this to pull away. Yeah, indeed, this battle going on right now for second spot with Pettit and Macha, and now right behind them as well, Tristan Murphy. In fact, there's Macha dropping a wheel. This may potentially let Woon pull away. Only 2 laps to go.
And for those watching along at home, you may have noticed that radar, bottom corner of your screen. We've had rain before here at Newcastle over the years, but the threat that we have coming is very hard to predict. Some small showers working their way east here from Indianapolis, and you can see that the picture is slightly darkened on the circuit. We still have classes that have yet to race today, of course. This is X30 Junior's Pre-Final. So there is a lot in flux if you're in the pit area and as a mechanic when you're checking the weather apps here. We knew it was going to be a factor. It looked like it might have cleared out today. I don't know if we'll get that lucky. It doesn't matter right now for X30 Junior's sake, though. They're coming to the white flag, and this is still just an all-out brawl. Grayson Walcott there. He's on the RPG 744. He'll pick up 1 on Enzo Di Gennaro, and then ahead of him, Nathan Golseth in the number 723. Mark him to the 5th spot with a huge gap now that has formed in front of him at the final lap.
Half a second across the line last time for Woon. Wasn't it this time here? It'll be back to Pettit as they come across the line. The gap is going to be, waiting for live timing to pop up here for us. It's locked down. We'll figure that out. But there's the battle you got going there now for second spot. This is good. The best thing right now for Woon is the fact that Pettit's got to go defensive on Tristan Murphy. That's the key now. Woon's going to be able to cruise to this one here as Murphy now thinking about nothing more than finding a way by Travis Pettit.
Yeah, I mean, these two are going to duke it out pretty hard in the probably the last 2 corners. I think they'll hold on to a little sliver of hope, but it's not really founded in anything. Woon was able to put a 1/10 of a second on Pettit last time by, brought the gap from half a second to 6/10. And again, with just a couple corners to go, you'll see Travis on cue start to protect for second. Murphy, he's got a gap back to Macha. He could really try to set up a heavy-handed crossover. You already see him teeing up on the shark fin run. Let's see how the I-70 hairpin plays out, Rob.
Big run to the outside. There's the over-under. It's so hard to make the over-under if a driver parks it, and he does. And that's going to hurt Murphy. He's going to lose a spot because Macha's going to come back to the inside. Can they mount anything else? We'll move to the inside there for Travis Pettit to defend on Macha. Here's the rest of the field coming across the line to cap things off. Big 6-driver battle there. I want to say that is just outside the top 10. That was, I think, likely Vega, Bazonsky, Samet, Pavan, and Vitor.
Ashton Woon, top of the heap here, 1.6 seconds and some change, but that doesn't tell you the full story there. Lots of battling early on here in X30 Junior. Fast lap of the race, Clayton Stiles working his way up 9 positions provisionally there on the Iron Rock entry to the 8th spot. Vega, Diesel Bazonsky, and again, a few DNFs here. Heartbreaker for Colton Schniegenberg and Aston Wyatt, a pair of RPM machines that did not get it past halfway, 4 laps in and done. Schniegenberg at the bus stop, and I'm not sure what the issue was for Aston Wyatt. He went out on that final lap. I should correct myself. Last time around, did not see the 7-2-1. The rest of the field, though, able to make it to the end, and that's 2 races in the books here post-lunch break, with more still rolling. RPG X30 Junior with a provisional grid set for the afternoon. Mini Swift currently gridding up, and Pro X30 getting set to go as well. All chasing the 703. The 3-plate could become a 1 if this thing continues to track the way that it's looking for Ashton Woon.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Well, guys, welcome back to the action here from the SKUSA Pro Tour. Round number 5 for all of our classes getting ready to go green. The mini Swifts are rolling out, and if you can't see it behind me, it is picking up here. It is now raining. Significant amount is about to cover this racetrack. What's going to happen? Who knows, but we're about to find out.
Should be fun.
I was not ready for this.
The Mini Swifts were the class that had it on Sunday afternoon in Cincinnati. In the final 5 laps, a monsoon unloaded at the MCC Kartplex to close the Spring Nats, put a wet race and wet tires for the Pro X30s. But the kids had to deal with it with slick tires at the end of their main event. And here we are again. Slick tires, track is dry, looks good, and yet the skies darken. And Caleb Vieska gives us the kiss of, unfortunately, I won't call it death, but I don't want to say it's a, well, we'll call it liquid sunshine's there.
I like the liquid sunshine. It's going to make things exciting. Everybody on slick tires right now, you know that the group after them are going to be thinking about it. Bunch of contact there. That's the last thing you want to do is activate your pushback when you're coming to the line.
Well, we've seen a lot of pushing and shoving down at turn number 1. Hopefully they get it out of their system at a little slower speed. Dutch Westbrook's got the field at command here. You can see as the grid populates across the bottom. All drivers involved, 20 deep in total. No sign of, unfortunately, a Samaya Chait Sanchez this weekend. Hudson Howard, though, on the outside of the front row, and then you've got a pair of nitro karts. Speed Concepts Racing's made Mason Brody on the inside. Brody Stoffel on the outside. Aiden Go, Jake Manalio. And the rest of the field, 2x2, perfectly gridded, making their way down the main straight here to get our 7th of 8 prelim races in the first portion of round 5 underway. The blue and orange there, Westbrook on the right, the white and blue, Hudson Howard on your left. It is a long wait till they get to these blue cones. That line there is the beginning of the start box. Anywhere there, Dutch can accelerate. He'll take them to green now, and we're underway.
You saw Hudson Howard try to come across from the outside of the front row to see if he can't pinch that position in. He will slide into third, so there's contact there, though. 2 off. 2 drivers off. One of them being the 129 of Brody Stoffel.
With his teammate Jake Manolio. It looked like Samuel Chavery got tagged there, I believe, as well, if not Axel Gomez, either 105 or 106 PSL machine. So it's a great start, by the way, for Mason Brody. I don't know how he exactly evaded with the lead, but from third to the point here, by the time they got to turn number 5, Howard is all the way back under pressure from Marcelo Flores. Mark him in the 4th or 5th position for the 149. And you can see behind him, it's still a scrum, but it is Mason Brody instantly going on defense here as Dutch Westbrook tries to get back that top spot. He had a great look for the crossover. Did he get it? Not quite into the shark fin, and here comes Aiden Go.
Still just running here the opening lap. We'll have a look at that replay there in the big screen. Look a little further back at the contact there. It's to me like
that is
Stofel's potentially just coming across, Sander?
I don't know. That is right there. Trouble in paradise, I think, for the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp. Because yeah, Jake Manolio, they were 3 wide behind him. I think that might have been the first row attempting to go 3 wide as again the line moves from right to left, back to the right from turn 2 to turn number 3. And I think, yeah, Brody Stoffel had no idea he had a Kart at his right rear tire.
Yeah, it's a quick transition as well. Opening lap, we talk about guys being 3 wide. I think Stoffel just expected he was going to be able to kind of come into the line, the second racing line, and the driver was already there. So issue there, probably just racing and a racing incident, but nonetheless, the drivers that were not involved able to get through. And as you talked about this right now, here's the driver looking very good up front. Dutch Westbrook leading the way over the 198 Aiden Go.
Howard now to the inside on Mason Brody for third further back. So while they've been able to push Brody back into this group here, this group has been trying to eat him up as much as they can. He has kept them away for now. Hudson Howard sliding back to the 6th spot. And he'll even go one back up ahead of Slate Harrell in the 108 for MPG Motorsports. Then here, this is back of the top 10. You've got the Paralin, I believe, of Samuel Chavery in the 106 Paralin. So it was Axel Gomez on the PSL Bureau Art. And it is a new look here, different shade of red for Samuel Chavery. He's fighting with Liam Francisco.
So this reminds me of the race that we just called, X30 Junior. He had that 2-driver breakaway with Travis Pettit and Ashton Wood. Can Dutch Westbrook and Aiden Go actually do it correctly? Can they work together and stretch away? They got a nice little advantage right now. It was over a second, essentially right at 1 second across the line. Can they use it and can they work together? Does Aiden Go feel like being the wingman right now and just push away to try to see if they can't give themselves even more of an advantage here as we're only working lap number 3 right now?
And now, as they work their way through the green corner, Dutch Westbrook and Aiden Go, the gap last time by, 1 full second to Mason Brody. This lap a lot cleaner here between the two of them as they roll and head towards the shark fin. We'll look at what the gap is next time by the loop for Mason Brody and if he's starting to make some serious inroads.
Little look over the shoulder there for Aiden Go, so ideally setting up to understand, hey, listen, we got a chance to pull away here. We talked about it being right at 1 second. Looks like it may even be just a little bit more. I don't know. It's they still got a pretty decent gap here now as they come across the line. Lap 3 goes in the books. A little less, 0.933. They lost 67 thousandths of a second, so that's still getting the job done. But keep pushing, keep digging. Although Brody was about 0.6 quicker, did a 15.6, so he's 0.2 quicker than Go. They fight behind. Those guys can continue to pull away. Watching this next group, a little further back, starting with a 114 to Liam Francisco, then Lucas Tarango and Samuel Chavery. That's the 3 drivers there, running 7th, 8th, and 9th.
And so just packs of 4 and 3 now as they have spread out here, still with the shortened 7-lap distances here for the micros and the mini Swifts. Plenty of time for the race to unfold. The hard part is if everybody's going to be frantic in those first few laps like we saw, you have to be as well. When you look at the likes there, Hudson Howard back in that middle group, he's getting lucky now that his drivers around have also lined up and realized Dutch Westbrook and Aiden Go have an opportunity to break away, so they are not fighting all too much. But if Aiden Go and Westbrook had just gotten about another 2/10 further out in front, this would be a different story. However, from 1 second to 9/10, holding at 9/10 there. So still holding the faith, keeping it, if you will, for Mason Brody and his crew that they can close on in. Howard, fast lap of the session that time by with Slate Harrell in tow as well.
Yeah, it's just going to take someone battling with Brody here to give an opportunity for these guys to stretch away. I'll give it to Aiden Go. He has not tried anything yet. He's been true to his wingman, holding on to that second spot, trying to pull away. The guy that's going to be the disruptor is going to be Hudson Howard. You know how much he loves to be up front in every group he's in. There's the 149 of Hudson Howard on the Kart Republic, pushing hard. Let's see if he closes up. If he's the one that gets to Brody and is able to get by Brody, this is going to give Westbrook and Go a full lap for them to just battle it out.
And not even that, right? The pass in the cell tower, now Marcelo going back in on him. Brody needed a dancing partner. He needed a wingman this lap. He has not gotten it, and that is going to hurt in the delta to the two up front because 9/10 is holding on to the draft by the skin of your teeth. It is just about the threshold where you start to lose the feel for it, and without a pusher down this big, long, 1,000-foot-plus main straightaway, your top two might be able to put this one to a mano-a-mano fight in the last lap or so. 2 to go. The gap now will go from 9/10 to 1.1 as the fighting continues behind Mason Brody for 4th. Howard back out in front of the trio with Slate Harrell just kind of watching it all unfold in front of him. Beyond them, here's Lucas Tarango, Liam Francisco, Samuel Chavery, Caden Cladera around your top 10. And, well, there's not much action back there in the 20-kart field. The action's right here. You saw Howard covering low. Little love tap broke the momentum of Marcelo. And now he's going to give one right back to Slate Harrell. A full-on boot scoot and get out of my way moment there in the cell tower, Rob.
Let's see what Howard's got, though. He's got some open racetrack. Now, he's got no one pushing him. This is going to allow him to focus 100% forward. Does Howard have the pace to close up on Mason Brody? Last time by, they were separated by maybe a hundredths of a second. Aiden Go in that 198, still staying right there. This is what we would have expected. Here comes that first move there to the inside of the shark fin. Book it. Aiden Go goes through to take over P1.
And that was the first one that stuck. They were duking it out as we kind of picked them back up, and Dutch had managed to evade or at least counter every one of Aiden's moves at the end of that lap up until that one. Now, coming to the white flag, new life for Mason Brody. Great stuff for Hudson Howard back and forth as well. How about Dutch trying to go to the outside? Heads up play there for Aiden Go. Most drivers down in turn 1, Rob, would have just let off the brake when they saw some color around the outside. He throttled up. That's the only way I can think that Westbrook didn't get alongside enough to stay there by the end of the corner.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt by Dutch Westbrook to hold the outside, and also even wiser to kind of check out of it, not wanting to hang on the outside. Very likely would have went 4 wheels off. Instead, checked up and got back inside to battle once again. You can see Brody most definitely closing up again. How many times? There's still lots of racing to go. You're going to defend down here as well. Westbrook still looking for it. Brody trying to close. Here comes the over-under out of the green corner. I think Westbrook's got him around the outside this time. He'll throw it to the bottom of the racetrack. Coming through scoreboard. And here comes both Brody and Howard.
Oh, that was beautiful. Dutch Westbrook couldn't have gotten that one done any better. Best over-under out of 11 so far today. However, job not finished. Here comes Mason Brody with a huge head of steam from Aiden Go. He'll pressure Dutch to the inside. Howard trying to send it late. That'll break his momentum, but Aiden Go is going to be the decider right here as they come to the line. Who does he go? He'll go to the inside to get a run for himself for second. Westbrook gets the pre-final win, and Go will steal P2 away from Mason Brody by a half-tenth.
That was a heck of a battle there. Great stuff in the final laps. I don't know that if Go went a bit early. Could he have waited a little more and it wouldn't have brought Brody back in? And bottom line was, as Westbrook and Go went at it, that allowed those guys to get back close. Great over-under for Westbrook. You talked about that coming out of the green corner. Very nice move there to get back over and have the inside line as they work their way up to scoreboard. Just a really nice run there for Dutch Westbrook. But Aiden Go and Mason Brody, Hudson Howard as well, showing great speed.
That brings the pre-final for the Mini Swifts to a close here as we take a look at the full running order with your top 15 and on from there. Overall, though, a fun one to call at the very end. Like you said, I think also I got to give Aiden Go some credit on the run to the line. Well, yeah, I think it might have been a little early to pick the pocket and try to go forward on Dutch Westbrook. He was smart. That's the first time I think we've seen today where the driver behind two that go side by side goes for himself but doesn't pull out of line too early. We've seen often they either push the driver with momentum trying to make the pass, but they normally don't end up getting themselves also by the original leader. They may still end up netting out to third. Instead, Aiden tucked behind the closest driver, the driver that was backing up to him in the case of Dutch, gets a P2 out of it and a noteworthy 5-point bonus compared to what third would have been. And that's where points are going to continue to be part of the conversation. It is championship weekend after all. And our Winter Series champion Oliver Hodgson has an uphill fight here to try and, alongside the rest of the field, keep this guy, Joe Turney, from locking it down here with a full round to go. We're going to be right back, folks. When we return, it will be Pro X30's pre-final.
Do you want to go for another weather update from Caleb?
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Hope you're ready for some more action here, folks. We've got this race and then another 8 more here on tap today for the Pro X30 Pre-Final here, presented by Nash Motorsports. Ruben Moya getting ready to lead your field to green. Alongside him will be Gus Lawrence on row number 1, Jake Drew and James Overbeck on row number 2.
Oliver Hodgson going to line up there, P5, alongside Joe Turney. And then as we talked about, Paulie Massimino looking to have another great recovery run. He'll start 7th in this one here alongside Blake Nash.
Row number 6 and onward here has a number of other drivers that should be of note. Eric Doan was really good in the practice sessions, a little further off in qualifying. Caleb Gaffaro returning. How about 45 years young Andre Nicastro rolling back from 22nd on the grid as well. Keep an eye on the Brazilian from the outside of row 11.
Xander, we haven't had a chance to chat about Hannah Greenmeyer yet. Great to have her back here this weekend, of course, running in the IMSA GT program, Michelin Pilot Challenge, doing a fantastic job with the Art of Racing program and a Heart of Racing rather program on the pole at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park just a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic stuff, and great to have them kind of back to the roots as the parents are here as well. Gunnar and Lynette here trackside as well.
They're going to make their way down the front stretch. Ruben Moya, Gus Lawrence alongside for the front row. Jake Drew right behind. Lawrence, we touched on it in the morning, close, relatively speaking, in the points. He still needs a picture-perfect Indiana afternoon and another full day tomorrow to bring the fight for the championship down to the wire. We have a crawl here with the Spanish Salmon leading the field to green for the very first time. He's got to wait all the way till the blue cones. He'll pick the speed up now, and we go racing in Pro X30.
Big opening lap, just dive bomber on the inside there, great stuff. Again, Hodgson lost a couple of positions there, I believe. He's going to defend coming down into turn number 4. Not a bad idea there.
Oh,
big move to the outside there for the 326.
Yeah,
that's Hannah.
Yeah, that was welcome back, HG, from Hodgson and the whole field. She tried to hang it tough there, knowing Ollie had more behind him, and ended up kind of rim riding off the curb and down into the grass. Meanwhile, it's Moya to Drew to Lawrence, and now to Paulie versus Overbeck. Side by side for 4th here as they go into the infield. The teammates duking it out with Turney looking on.
Joe Turney right there. Massimino thought about it over-under, didn't quite work. Here comes a big move for Jake Drew. He's going to take the lead away. Drew's got the spot, but look on the outside. That is still Moya holding on to it, coming out of the shark fin. Drew took the lead for a second. He'll go back to P3 as both Moya and Lawrence able to slip through.
That was a move there for Jake Drew. I think of wanting to prove something here a little bit. His second weekend with Rollins Performance Group. He's hoping to find this as a new permanent home. But of course, Gus Lawrence has been their guy here at the SKUSA Pro Tour this year. He is well in the points fight. Drew is a little further back, and both of them now have the team up front, first and second, as they roll to the bus stop chicane. Massimino and Turney closing in because of those couple of passes at the end of the opening lap. That initial gap for the top three has gone.
Yeah, the battle right there outside that top six behind Overbeck is pretty aggressive right now with Nash and Vasquez and Greenmeyer right there as well. Donovan Bonilla up in it too. So just outside the top six, there were some elbows up there coming through the double rights. Big stuff here in Pro X30.
Overbeck now back on Turney, fighting with the points leader here for fifth. Here comes Oliver Hodgson as Turney sends it up and on two wheels to complete that pass back, and here comes Oliver Hodgson to take over six. James Overbeck's done everything he can to hold on to that second row starting spot, and Hannah Greenemeyer is off with a broken front bumper. There is something that just went down in the scoreboard, and we'll get certainly some more information as we can on it all. 2 complete, 6 to go. Lawrence, your leader.
Yeah, last time through the shark fin there, you can see Turney was side by side with Overbeck. Overbeck was going to try to hold the outside to give him the, obviously give him the inside to the left-hander, but Turney up and over the curb and got into the side of him, shook both of them up, and that's why you saw Overbeck fall back and lose another spot. Hodgson able to slide through there on the exit of that corner as well. There goes Moya. He's going to make a big move to the inside of Drew. That's going to bring Massimino right up there as well. Lawrence will get a little bit of cushion here because of that pass to the inside of the green corner. And Drew looking to try to see if he can't pass it back. Look way to the inside of turn number 11, but Moya just sent it, kind of backed it into the corner to be able to hold him off.
Look at the weather here, how much the track temp's gone up. It was 80 degrees earlier, 105 now, 56% humidity. Still beautiful in terms of the air temp. It's just starting to look a little less picture perfect with the sun starting to hide further and further behind the clouds. As we cross the line, this time it'll be 3 complete. Gus Lawrence doing everything required of him. Another lap in the books with the lead. And Oliver Hodgson now ahead of Turney. And look at Blake Nash on the move along with Donovan Bonilla at the back of the top 10. 2 drivers equally trying to march their way forward. Nash was on the cut line entering today. He was 10th in the point standings with the drops factored in. He needs 2 good rounds to secure another one of those top 10 plates and potentially into that Circle of Champions fun with a 5K plus prize package as the 2 Brit and former Brit, if you will, and Oliver Hodgson and Joe Turney continue to duke it out.
Turney made the move in 4 and right back around the corner in turn number 8. Hodgson returned the favor, diving it to the 8 to be able to get a good run through that corner. Ran the full racing line. Turney just not quite there. Now he's going to have to battle it here with Donovan Bonilla. Bonilla and Overbeck now rolling up here on Turney. He's going to go to the radiator. He's going to go to the needles right now to see if he can't fix something up. I thought Donovan would have went there.
And I'll be honest, I think Turney really looks tight right now, Rob. I mean, you watch how much that cart is kind of bucking for him. And now Bonilla trying a very aggressive look there in 3, nearly takes out Turney, and himself wisely backs out of it and hangs on.
Xander, you've driven here before. That's so attractive. When you do the crisscross over there, you feel like you got a good run through one, maybe a better run through one. You want to roll it through 2. You really want to get down to the inside. It really looks so good. Donovan having a really good look at it, but backed out to the last minute, and that's why they got a bit of a gap back now.
That, and you can try to get cute with it too, to be honest, Rob. It's not the hardest corner to go into if you're not concerned at all about just giving up a ton of time and losing time on exit. But if you're trying to still pinch towards the outside versus going all the way to the inside of the track, you see Turney was still pinching low to protect even a little. And I think Bonilla, again, that's a split-second decision, right? You're following Turney. You think he's going to go about an extra half car width. You're predicting where he's going to go, and your muscles are going one way, and then all of a sudden he goes slightly less, and then you've got to jam on the brakes. Heads-up move by both, though. No harm, no foul. Little time lost. But at the end of the day here, they're all losing time and valuable points to the race leader as things stand. Now, Jake Drew has gotten himself back to second, and he has started to make a little bit of inroads towards Gus Lawrence, but it's going to be too little too late at the rate things are going. Lawrence has been exceptional. Look at the consistency once those tires came in. And the last lap especially, finding a little bit more speed. A big, big break forward here for Lawrence.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second at the last time by, and right now the guys battling with Drew and Massimino both want to take that second spot. But again, as we've talked about this, you cannot leave any points on the table. Gus Lawrence was not there to grab the pole, but he does want to come away with the big points here in the pre-final. Scrapping his way to try to see if he can unseat Joe Turney from the top of the point standings by the end of tomorrow. See how it plays out. Moya, though, goes back by Drew, put Moya back into the position. He goes to P2.
And mind you, again, the championship standings here, that's factoring a drop round in the first 3 rounds. So that's assuming that this will be the highest score of the season, or one of the top ones here today, as Massimino gets around the outside on Drew. Ruben Moya did not make many friends here last year when he was defending harshly for third in the main event. It ended up ultimately playing a factor in the championship deciding moment when Ryan Norberg, trying to pick his pocket and get past him, collided with Zachary Clayman DeMello and others. It ripped the nose cone or front bumper off of Norberg. He had to come in, and the championship changed. And here we go again. Moya's backed them up successfully to Hodgson and Nash. Nash already going on to the back bumper now and passed on Drew, move him 3 spots down on the lap.
Yeah, Drew just got hung out to dry on the outside. Hodgson first took advantage, and then Nash followed him through. Now it's Paulie Massimino going to work. This is the last lap here, folks. Big run away for Gus Lawrence. He's got this one locked and loaded, but lots of work to be done here still for P2. Massimino going to try to see if he can't get it done here. Out of the shark fin, back to turn number 17, I-70. He'll want to get the big run out of the corner. Look at this lead that Gus Lawrence was able to take to a race win. Here's the run for second.
Oh, Massimino's going to get help. Will he get second away from Moya at the line? Yes, sir. Paulie Massimino steals P2 there by 14 thousandths of a second. Then it'll be Moya, Oliver Hodgson, Blake Nash, Jake Drew, Joe Turney here at the end of the pre-final in Pro X30 presented by Nash Motorsports. The difference, I will say, for Moya's tactics here today and versus last year, what he was able to get away with, no pushbacks. And when you're that slow, it's not too hard when you're not worried about a pushback bumper to route someone up one lane, but still in the eyes of the race directors, all okay. We've seen that on display a couple of times. This guy didn't have to do any of it though. Gus Lawrence lights out here in the Pro X30 Pre-Final, and 100 points, valuable points here towards his championship campaign.
Well, Gus, what a way to start off the weekend there in the pre-final, taking the win by a significant margin. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's a nice way to start. Obviously, it's coming off the back of qualifying, which is very high tense, and it's nice to start the first heat like that and score some good points against the opposition. And obviously, I understand looking back, it was quite a race, so it worked in my favour. So.
We'll be right back, folks. More to come from the SKUSA Summer Nationals main events. We return.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
First main event on the afternoon, getting set to go green here. Mint Motorsports, KA100 Master rolling up to the I-70 hairpin. Mario Barrios starting alongside Mike Rollison. Tyler Prestel had a lot of speed in that pre-final, Rob. It was interesting to watch him start to make some heavy inroads towards the RPG contingent. I think with a longer race here, if nothing changes, he could be a spoiler.
He had the fast lap of the race in the pre-final. We'll see what goes. He starts alongside Mingyan Zhu on row 2, Christian Smith, and Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo. Through Prestel by Rollison for second. Excellent run out of the corner. Rollison looks like he's going to work on the thing, on the needles a bit. Something's going on there. He wants to get it into the window where he's got a little more speed. Yes, continues to work on the needles. Here comes Zhu to the inside of Rollison as well.
Yeah, Mingyan Zhu on the move, and Mike Rollison maybe going with an aggressive setup attempt there. Look how much that sidewall folded in the cell tower hairpin. I mean, you saw instantly how much opposite input there he had to put to keep that go-kart from stepping out on him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Raleigh really drop the hammer in the latter 8 laps of this main event and just kind of hang on at this point, especially compared to his teammates here. This is the kind of experimenting that you can get, especially if you're someone and a team that has so much experience and so many reps across the board in these classes. I mean, they've got drivers in every full-size category, lots of experience that they can trust in each category as well, that you can do something here in this class, and he can instantly make sure that either mechanics are seeing on the fence line or he's able to let someone know, too, what's to come for his KA seniors, his KA juniors. The class is coming up. Some valuable intel that the majority of the teams in those divisions will not have. So if there's any extra motivation needed to help us fill this KA Master Grid, maybe that's a tidbit that might pick up, get some more of these team owners to come out there and have some fun. Here's Mingyan Zhu looking on Tyler Prestel. No dice there in turn 5.
Yeah, Prestel getting pressure, though. That's allowing Barrios to focus forward. Prestel would love to be able to reel him in, but instead he's going to have to go defensive. Great move there for Zhu on the inside. Prestel tried to get him, and not quite side by side. Rollison tried to get him as well, not there. Rollison looked to the inside, got up in the curbing a little bit, tried to see if he couldn't put Prestel back into that 3rd position, or 4th position rather. But he had a good battle here right now, 2, 3, and 4. Christian Smith runs 5th. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo running in that 6th position. This is the fight now, though. Mingyan Zhu leading this group in the 467 RPG Cosmic. You're going to see a massive grid of these drivers at the SKUSA Super Nationals this November. Only 6 here this weekend. Well, yeah, they'll stack and pack a full grid at the Super Nats out of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in November. 29th running of the Super Nationals this year. All got started back in 1997 out at the Race Kart City Raceway out in Sloan, Nevada. Good stuff here as Zhu putting the laps down. We'll see lap times when they come back around. Really good lap there for Barrios. He goes purple with a 13.770. Zhu's getting a lot of pressure here from Rollison, but you probably would figure that the team owner's not going to go by you here as of yet. Maybe later in the race, but knowing that just run the best laps you can. Rawlson was all over the needles there early the first couple laps. Was not happy at all with it. Low tire pressure for sure. We talked about, Xander talked about that tire wall, the tire wall kind of rolling over. Here we go here. Another look at the weather as well, as we do have some green clouds around the racetrack here. Had a little period of rain right before the start of the mini Swift class.
But we are seeing, as that radar continues to show, that there is certainly some precipitation headed our way here. And again, the cell is so small. That's probably the most frustrating thing for the mechanics, right? Again, that the fact that this could be over in an instant, or this could only affect a session or two, trying to figure out how much. I mean, you're talking just one blow of the wind, and all of a sudden we've got 4 classes going to wet tires, or 1 class with a gamble to go to wet tires. This is a huge, and that's just the tires, right?
Yeah.
There are so many changes you can do to go to essentially a hybrid intermediate setup. We were talking about it at Cincinnati of, you know, the fact that Morgado went out on just barely scuffed rain tires. Now in that case, again, he said after the race didn't really think it affected him too much. They only had a couple of laps in. But beyond that, though, as we continue to monitor the radar, let's give you a real, actual update from those down on the grid. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Yeah, I'm down here on grid. I can confirm it's definitely raining. It's constant precipitation. It's not heavy, very, very light precipitation, but it is constant and consistent. This racetrack at the moment for the Masters drivers is pretty much wet. Whether the next classes go on intermediate, scuffs, slicks, I don't really know, because if I look up at the sky, I'm not the best weatherman either, but if I look up at the sky, it looks like it's only a small cloud. What's going to happen, I don't know, but at the moment, this racetrack does seem to be in wet conditions.
And indeed, if you look at the time, you're right, Caleb. 1:13.7 fast lap for Mario Barrios, 1:20.628 the last lap. Xander, it is 7 seconds off the pace right now.
Yeah, we are tiptoeing now. You can see it all across the board there in the kink. Turn 11, Mike Rawlson went out with the slick tires. There's a look at the lens there. You can see how much already we're having to gear up ourselves for the conditions. And this
would be fun.
Yeah, this will be a blast right now. Well, again, there's a much lower, risk, if you will, for the KA Masters. Only 6 drivers, championship locked up for Barrios. This is just having a good time and playing around. And again, for Mario, I'm sure that's not exactly going to plan in the lens of the fact that he's given up 2 seconds in the last 2 laps here, but much better to be safe than sorry and just kind of back up to the field. And if someone is a little faster than you at the speed you're going to be crawling through the corners, you could pick up and probably adjust pretty quickly. And you're seeing that here. I mean, look how close Raleigh's able to get to the back of Mingnan Zhu and just kind of follow him. And I mean, this is about as good as you can draw it up here. Dry, wet, intermediate, 1, 2, 3 for the team at the moment here. Team captain playing kind of defense, if you will, or at least back of the line to make sure that the potential podium lockout holds.
Rawlson thinking about the inside there, trying to pinch coming out of turn number 8. But indeed, he is staying with his wingman as well, Mingyan Zhu. Thinking about a move. There it is there. Does he get it done coming over? Not quite. Still holds the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody kind of searching. You'll see them run that outside line a little bit. You know, the rain line is not actually on the racing line, as we all know. Oftentimes in the rain, you'll run the very outside of the racetrack, stay away from the rubber, because as we know, rubber and water do not mix well. So you'll see some drivers that'll run well outside. That's what we've seen a couple of these guys do, coming through some of the wider corners. Saw it happen through turn number 8, through the cell tower corner. Same thing does when they work their way through the double right. Here comes Prestel, though, thinking about a move to the inside of Rawlson. Doesn't work. Does go to the inside, but pushes wide, over under, and Rawlson takes the spot back.
There you can see the deltas, right? We saw basically that lap where things started to go sideways for Mario Barrios. That lap 5, 120, dropping down from the 114, and even the lap before was already a second off. And that's where Mingnan Zhu was able to pick off over a second. But since then, Barrios has kind of regathered his footing. And even with the changing conditions here on the racetrack, he has opened that lead back up just a little bit.
Coming into the weekend, we did not see anything in terms of rain, but it doesn't take much for some small cells to kind of form, and they have coming across Indianapolis and arriving on the scene here. 2:15 track time. See how it plays out. We saw that radar. Didn't seem like a massive cell. Didn't think it was going to be something that was going to be around for a while. Caleb mentioned the same thing. So, you know, is the track going to get soaked down? Does anybody in that next group, which is KA Junior, do they think about going to race?
I mean, I think you'd be silly to not put them on the kart stand when you push up. But I don't know. I mean, you would be making a pretty hefty gamble. And again, when you think about how close that championship battle is, the last thing you want to do is go different than what the rest of the field is. Kind of keep yourself in line with whatever else your rivals are going to be doing. So you don't want to go against the grain in that sense. But as we watch them now through the bus stop chicane here, Barrios, Zhu, Rollison, the gap is tightening. We were watching the lap times there, and now Barrios with a big bobble and the cell tower hairpin. Here comes Ming, almost. Couldn't quite get there. We're back to 4 deep. Real close once again.
Let's stack them up here. Differing conditions, the challenge for all. Barrios trying to get the win done here. Mingnan Zhu, though, right with him. Almost made the move coming out of the cell tower corner. He's going to go side by side coming out of the corner here on the scoreboard. He's going to take the lead going into the shark fin.
Oh, man. Big time move there for Ming Nanzhu, and now Mario Barrios is going to the needles. Let's see if he finds anything. We're going to get to the halfway mark this time by. He's obviously feeling like he's lacking on some straight line speed. Raleigh's going to drag the brake, let him back in. But Tyler Prestel is there. It is 4 karts, bumper to bumper here in KA Master, 9 down. And it is now 7 to go.
Into the second half of this one, a 16-lapper for KA Master. Zhu now the lead. Barrios, Rollison, Prestel right there. Less than a half a second, blanketed them across the line. Barrios going to look to the inside of turn 4, book it, he's back through. Barrios moves back to the lead. The Peruvian gets himself back to P1.
Here's a look at the laps here for Tyler Prestel. You're starting to see here on any of these given drivers, the lap times getting better as the race has gone on. It's already drying back up from the little bit of rain showers that we had moments ago. And again, Mike Rollison trying to give his guys as much room to stretch their legs or experiment as he can here. He keeps pulling up alongside either one of them. And that's where Tyler Prestel, if you're in his shoes.
Into the third spot. Does he have enough time? Working lap number 13 of 16. Prestel needs a big run here. Watch for Rollison to try to get back by. Zhu right there back up on Barrios. This is good stuff. I've always said this. It only takes a couple of go-karts to make it an exciting one. Only 6 drivers in this field. Christian Smith still 5th. And De La Garza Elizondo in 6th. But these 4 drivers up front are putting on a heck of a show here now as Barrios still holds off his teammate.
Hey, you got to give him credit, right? The veteran experience here in Masters is not letting the leader get away. There's a class with a pro moniker on it that just ran the race before that did let that happen and allowed the leader to really drive away with fighting for second. They have all maintained enough patience with each other to reel back in whoever is out front and keep them all in the fight and the conversation for the race win. Here's Raleigh, though, back to the inside of Tyler Prestel for 3rd. Didn't cost them a lot of time.
I'm sure Prestel is just beating himself there. He wanted to have that shot to potentially go to P2. Couldn't quite get it done. And now he's stuck back behind Rollison again. Needed to maybe to defend just a little bit there coming out of that corner.
Here's the thing. I think watching this again, if you're rooting for Tyler Prestel, you're probably a little bit frustrated. Maybe he is too. But Mike Rollison's a racer, and I think today right now, the fight Tyler Prestel is putting up, the fact that he has kept things extremely clean, as much as, again, they have been fighting for 3rd, and Raleigh's been kind of keeping him trapped in a battle with him versus maybe if there were a bunch of other, bunch of independents or different teams in the front. You would have seen the guy in 3rd give way to the faster car in 4th much easier. but I think it's safe to say he's probably earned a bit of respect here. He's driven clean, he's driven hard, he's shown that he is probably the fastest of the four of them, at bare minimum equal to the best of these three ahead of him.
Yeah, agreed.
And all it takes is one slip up. Let's see what this move is. Is it going to be good? It is Barrios back by on Ming. And Raleigh tucks right back in. Tries to shove Zhu back forward there. Doesn't go by him here. He'll give him a big shove here down the straight. 2 to go this time.
Oh, yeah. Slingshot, engage. Big push down the straightaway. Prestol's right there as well. Working 15. 2 to go. Zhu wants one more shot at him here. We're also going to try to help get him up there. Prestol looking to clean things up. Should the last lap get ugly? Man, this has been a treat to watch these drivers go at it here. Number of overtakes, some good defense.
The sun's coming back out here, adding a bit of a spotlight to what has certainly been a fun spotlight main event here for K Master.
14.8 last time by. 3 laps ago, 5 laps ago, he did it 120.
Yeah, and that's again with a pass being made too in one of the slowest corners on the circuit. The shark fin hairpin there, turn number 15 on the layout. Only a lap and a quarter to go in the first main event on the day. Mario Barrios now has Ming back on his heels again, only a car length away. He'll get a big run on him right here.
All right, here we go. White flag flying this time by. Guaranteed that Prestol's going to try on Rawlson as well. Rawlson going to defend to the inside this time. Zhu not quite there. Final lap, thinking about the inside of 2. Again, not enough for Mingyan Zhu yet. The 2 RPG Masters drivers ready to duke it out here in the final circuit.
Ming trying to point forward there for Mario, saying, hey, we've got a little bit of a cushion. You don't need to go at it just yet. I think if I'm Ming Nanzhu, I'm perfectly happy waiting till that main straight and testing my motor against his in a drag race. But obviously, Mario doesn't want to leave anything to chance. He'll close every door here so far. Half a lap to go. No changes. Raleigh still 3rd, Prestol 4th. He has faded a little bit in the final couple moments, but one good stack up's going to make this an all-out frenzy to the line. Here we go.
Into scoreboard. Only a couple opportunities before the drag race to the line. Prestol trying to close up still here on Rawlson. Not enough. RPG 1-2-3 still. Prestol's going to have to do the drag race for 3rd. Zhu didn't get through the shark fin well. It's got to be at least 4 or 5 car lengths, maybe 3. 2 coming out of the final corner, maybe 3. Here's the drag race to the line. Not going to be enough. Mario Barrios is going to come away with the race win.
And at the line, Prestol, Tyler Prestol, drag racing Mike Rawlson. Full throttle around the outside, and he collides with Ming Nanzhu as, again, that timing loop is right at the braking zone for turn number 1. He got the spot. Tough luck there at the end here for these two. They had managed to make it clean the whole way. Kudos to Tyler and Ming for having a solid race. But a little bit chaotic here to close it out. Mario Barrios.
I got to think Prestol a little bit. And actually Prestol able to just nip Rawlson at the line.
Yeah,
So
that's why he was off there. He was full throttle with Raleigh and Ming trying to do the same to hold them both back.
I love it. Good stuff. That was a fun race to watch, no doubt about it. It was Prestol versus the 3 RPG drivers. Good stuff. Mario Barrios coming away with the victory.
More to go. KA Junior, presented by TKG Barrel Art USA. Main event number 2. We return from Newcastle.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know. You sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old? 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always 2. 1 for me and clearly 1 for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
pericazo, and you are that old.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back, folks, to Newcastle Motorsports Park. Getting ready to roll here now with KA100 Junior. Caleb Biesca joining me in the booth. We'll come to him momentarily. Let's have a look at the grid. These drivers getting set to go. Ashton Woon starting on the pole position alongside his championship contender, Travis Pettit, row 2. Colton Schniegenberg and Tristan Murphy.
Marco Samet, Cameron Johnson rolling off from row number 3 with Nico Orbezo, Christopher Yeltsi on row number 4. And the end of your top 10 starters, the edge of your top 5 rows, Alex Chandler and Nathan Golseth.
Yeah, watching these guys go at it in KA already. They're going to get at it here, rather than X30 going to get at it here in KA. Outside the top 10, Clayton Stiles, Kalen Berghofer, Darren Kidd, Isaac Payne. Kidd's been up there. We've talked about him quite a bit today as well. So field working its way around to get things underway for the main event for KA100 Junior. This should be good stuff here.
And this one was tricky as well, Rob, before we got into it. The rain during the Masters race. And there was a lot of these mechanics that were running around not knowing whether to put, wet tires, intermediate tires with the scrubbed in wets, or just go out there on slicks, and the sun quickly came right back out, and I think that made everybody's mind and everybody's job a little bit easier as well.
Talk about a crazy situation for the drivers and Masters, though. About an 8-second swing on actual lap times during the middle of that session. Field trying to roll its way in here. Very quick start. I think we're actually going to racing. The guys at the tail of the field weren't quite even there yet, but Woon brought them down quite quickly, and we are racing. They got the green, and we're going right at it. Ashton Woon jumping out into the early lead. Good start as well for Travis Pettit. He'll slot into the second spot. Everybody else fighting. Look at this. 2 wide. 3 wide potentially coming down into turn number 4. Number of drivers low lining to block the inside. They'll eventually single file out as they get themselves back over to the cell tower corner right here, this left-hander, turn number 8. But a lot of action for the first half of this lap, Caleb, as they're all going at it. Woon, though, he and Pettit back out front.
And that's really been the story of this class all year long, right? It's an absolute dogfight, whether you're in the front, whether you're in the mid-pack, or whether you're in the back. We saw it in qualifying, right? What it means to these drivers to go out there, put a good lap in, get good track position, and it starts, I would say even yesterday from practice sessions, and you're seeing that at the start of the races here as Yahtzee and Nico Orbezo go side by side. And up at the front, I mean, these two kids, Ashton Woon, Travis Pettit, find themselves up at the top again. Can't count on anybody else behind them.
And that is twice that Travis Pettit signaling to Woon just to go forward. I'll be with you. Let's go. Let's try to pull away here. Once was coming, I think, out of the turn 8, out of the cell tower corner, and then again there, as you saw, coming out of the shark fin. Just get forward, focus forward. Let's see if we can't work our way away. Right now, that's not going to happen at this point here. 6 drivers in that lead group. Woon, Pettit, Schniegenberg, Murphy, Samet, and Johnson. Yahtzee did a nice overrun there to get a spot to get himself up into 7th. He and Orbezo, as Caleb had talked about. But right now, 6 drivers in the lead group. Could be 7 or 8 here momentarily if they start to fight.
And it's time to go for Colton Schniegenberg back there in the cell tower hairpin. He went there on the inside of Travis Pettit, and looks like Marco Samet cut Travis a little bit of a break there, Rob. He waited up a little bit for his teammate and let him by. Just had to check up. Everybody else as well had to check up. Cameron Johnson lost a little bit of time to Yahtzee and company. He actually just shuffled because it's Murphy now, the driver who finds himself, who actually got slotted back there since the start of this lap. So Murphy, at the moment, he got passed there by Johnson. So a little change just on the edge of the top 5. It's now or it changes again. Tristan Murphy goes right back by in the I-70 hairpin to retake 5th.
Remember, Tristan Murphy, point leader coming into the weekend here, so looking for his best result possible. Ashton Woon in the hunt, Pettit, all these guys in the championship fight right now in this category. Coming in, as I said, Murphy, Woon, and Pettit 1, 2, 3, all separated by less than 52 points, 51 points from first back into 3rd. So, indeed, this is going to be still a long run early here, early laps of this 16-lapper for KA Junior, and not surprising at all, Caleb. Elbows are already up. These guys are battling left and right. Look at this lead group right now. It was 6. One driver doing a full spin. He's going to come back onto the racetrack. That's the 838.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo out in the cell tower hairpin, and the fighting up front continues. Now, Travis Pettit is going to take the lead from Colton Schniegenberg. Woon finds himself in 3rd. Johnson making moves as well as they're side by side there. Yahtzee, Samet, Johnson. And it's just, you kind of give it to the first 5 laps here, Rob, where you're going to have all this fighting, all this shuffling, put yourself in a position. But at some point in this race, you kind of have to dial it back a little bit, right? Put yourself in position in the last 5 laps. It's a long race. 16 laps is long, especially at a track like this.
I think that's the key, Caleb. There's a 16-lap race, got a long way to go. And some of these drivers are risking it all here early on, just trying some low percentage moves, some big overtakes. Settle in, and if you got the race car to go forward, go forward. I know you want to make the big move, but goodness, a number of these drivers have made some mistakes that have already penalized them big time. Orbezo getting shuffled up. I don't think that was Orbezo's fault. I think he got roughed up and potentially sent off the racetrack on the exit of that turn 8 here, coming through the cell tower corner. But a number of drivers really up on the wheel right now. It's finally starting to settle in here. 3 laps in, working lap number 4.
And these races, it's just a matter of planning them out perfectly, right? The top 4, while they have been fighting, they, whenever they need to relax a little bit, it seems like they do that, and they push for just that little bit, which is what's allowing them to gain this little bit of a gap on Marco Samet, who's back in 5th, Johnson behind him. So for the drivers in 5th and 6th, they're thereabout, but not quite on the rear bumper of the top 4. So we'll see what they can do as one goes on, Rob.
It's interesting, Caleb. It's a reality / strategy of these races. When I race, I have to kind of really think about it. If you just run up front, the top 4, top 5, eventually things are going to shake down. The chaos is going to happen behind you. That gap you're looking for, it's just going to intrinsically develop, right? Just the way these races roll out. You're not going to have a pack of 15 guys race the entire time. Sooner or later, battles are going to happen. Things are going to stretch out. If you're in the front 4 like these drivers are, get in line, start putting some laps down, let the chaos happen behind you, and you're just going to find yourself with a gap. And that's what Woon, Murphy, Pettit, Schniegenberg have right now. They're just letting the guys battle behind them right now. A guy like Pettit, or rather like Samet, he's got to put his head down and see if he can't close back up on these leaders.
And you got other guys, right, like Golseth, who kind of find himself in really no man's land there for a little bit, not able to close in, or nobody behind him to push him up. He is about to get joined by Darren Kidd and Isaac Payne here in a couple of moments. Styles as well, as the driver's making moves on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. what do those guys need, right, to get up to these top 4? Because now you're seeing the separation. Granted, they have passed a little bit, but in the top 4, 1 guy, 2 guys might have a little bit more than you have, right? How do you stop that? How do you get in there and try and hinder their momentum forward?
I'll say this. So you see Goldseth, he's kind of by himself back there, right, in the 623 running P7. What he has to do, remember this racetrack, just don't quit. Just keep digging. You may not be gaining any ground on the guys up front, but sooner or later they're going to start white lining. They're going to start the defense. As soon as that happens, you're going to get your opportunity to come back. If you're close enough, just stay up on the wheel. Don't concede. Keep digging. This is that racetrack where they'll defend into scoreboard. They'll defend big time here into the cell tower corner, into I-70, and that's where your opportunities are going to come. You have to realize and really be patient that the opportunities will eventually come for you.
There's a couple of moves there further back. William Veeder as well with Valentino Santian and another one of the coach driver development machines going side by side there on the back and into the cell tower hairpin. Now, another pass up at the front. Tristan Murphy is going to take the lead away from Ashton Woon. And right on cue, right, it's going to close up the top 4, even 5 and 6 back to Cameron Johnson.
That's it. Watch Goldseth try to work his way back up here still. He's getting reeled in a little bit here by Clayton Stiles and Darren Kidd, but again, that's all it takes, the battling up front. 6 drivers in the lead group here, and then Goldseth will come to the screen there. He just needs to fight a little more, like right here. You just got to keep digging. He's got his head down, Goldseth does, because these guys are just going back and forth. Is that Pettit? Yeah, Pettit back to the lead now. Man, they just keep swapping the lead. I don't know if Goldseth has the pace, though, because he's not closing even though they're fighting.
Yeah, and they swapped third as well. Schniegenberg went by on Murphy. So again, Murphy led into the shark fin. Then it was Pettit. Then it was Woon. Now Schniegenberg's back in it. This is really synonymous with super speedway racing, draft pack racing. You want to talk about NASCAR being here this weekend with the Brickyard 400 taking place just an hour down the road. This is exactly, what draft racing is, especially in the 100cc package. This place, I feel like more than others, promotes that. You see a lot of shuffling. You see a lot of passes. You see a lot of guys working together, pushing each other through. These teammates, not so much at the moment. They want to be the first ones up to split up Ashton Woon and Travis Pettit here.
One of the drivers we saw in this Superkarts USA Pro Tour actually racing this weekend was there yesterday when you guys were at Indianapolis Raceway Park, Thomas Annunziata. You guys went over to IRP. What'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really great event. The Raceway Park was packed from grass mounds to the grandstands as well. It was great experience to see. Again, other people from the paddock here out there and enjoying something different was a great experience, I think, for the whole crew. And to see the Craftsman Truck Series go on, it was something to watch.
Good stuff, right?
Lane Riggs made it boring, but besides that, it was
he did lead almost the entire race. Right?
It was great fun, and again, they were going real fast and real left.
No, I love it, man. Great racetrack. I go there once a year for the USF Pro Championships with USF 2000 and USF Pro 2000. Always great to be part of the Carbonite Classic. Battling going on here. There you have the 827 keeps digging in here. It's just a little out there. It's Colton Schniegenberg. So are we gapping up finally a little bit up front here? Tristan Murphy's been impressive, but right there, Travis Pettit, Holden Station P2, Woon right there as well. Samet there. A lot of action happening. There's Cameron Johnson, the RPG 810. He's been stepping things forward. His debut here this weekend with RPG. Right now, though, it's the point leader coming in, Tristan Murphy. Back out front.
And this race could have big implications in the championship as well. Rob Pettit looking to take the championship points lead before heading into Sunday. Ashton Woon looking to get yet another win at the Summer Nationals here. He won last year in X30 Junior, and the year before that in Mini Swift, and then a couple years before that in Micro Swift. Who knows how many years at the Summer Nationals that Ashton Woon has won here. He's looking to make it another one side by side on the inside there of Murphy. That one didn't quite work for him. Now he's falling under fire to Johnson. Samet and Schniegenberg. Woon is around. Ashton Woon turned in front of the field.
This could be big for championship consideration, folks. That is Woon around. Coming into the day here, Ashton Woon was second place in points, just 17 behind Tristan Murphy. And he gets looped around coming through turn number 5.
That was massive. That was massive. The three points was the difference in between Ashton Woon and Travis Pettit. Let's have another look at it here, Rob.
As they work their way into the corner, Woon's coming in. Where's the contact going to come from? Just a little bit there from Cameron Johnson. Just sent him in the loop. and then Johnson with nowhere to go collects him on the remainder of the lap, or remainder of the corner.
Yeah, and it just kind of unsettled the rear there of Woon. Just hit him perfectly on the left-hand side,
he just
right?
transitioned in, right? Yeah.
Rough one there for Woon, and that gap is going to be even bigger now. 3 points going to be more, but it will go the way of Travis Pettit after Saturday. It's not going to be another win at the Summer Nationals for Woon. It might be for Pettit or for Murphy, as the two of them now lead the field as we're underway with lap number 10.
I don't think Tristan Murphy's had a big national win yet. This would be big for him on the Pro Tour. I'll check it in there. Oh, there's another good driver getting used up a little bit there. That's the 826 getting help there. Good.
Berghofer. Oh, there's Chandler looking on the inside. Now on goal set. Yeah, Berghofer was
Berghofer, yep.
The one who was right there, and that was a close one. Is now Chandler and Golseth. They go side by side into the bend before the green corner.
We're just past the halfway point, working lap number 10 of 16 laps, and we're definitely seeing some of that patience we were hoping for fall by the wayside. The action's happening. Tristan Murphy, look at those lap times he's laying down here right now. Fast lap of 1:11.867 rather. Fast lap on lap 4. He's fallen off about 0.7 of a second last couple laps here. Again, remember, getting shuffled back into a group now, not running up front as he was. Still right there, though. This is good stuff. Murphy looking for that big victory. Pettit, though, who's had such a year thus far. Think back to a big breakout win. I believe it was in the Mini Swift class for Pettit here at the Summer Nationals a couple of years ago. So indeed, looking for another one, looking to keep it happening here. See if he can't grab this championship. Still, of course, with it being so close, it'll be only decided tomorrow. Round 6 here of the Pro Tour. Schneegenberg in the 827 continues to push. He's close enough to know that when they start the battle, he may be able to come in. Now, the driver's back in 4th and 5th. I don't know if I'll see that happening. Marco Samet runs 4th, Clayton Stiles 5th, Darren Kidd 6th, Alex Chandler, Kalen Berghoff, Nathan Goldseth, and Braden Wagner. Wagner up 12. Great run here for Braden Wagner. Plus 12, 22nd up into 10th. And he's still got 6 laps to go. So a great run for Braden Wagner right now.
And there's a look at Murphy in comparison to Colton Schneegenberg. There's the two differences in between the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. And you see the laps where Schneegenberg has just been that little bit better. Lap 6, lap 7, lap 9, lap 10. It's about a tenth and a half difference now. And that's another lap where Colton Schneegenberg has just been a little better than Tristan Murphy here, Rob.
Yeah, big time closing here for Colton Schneegenberg. Those 2 RPM Ryan Perry Motorsports teammates potentially going to work here on the BJR Lando Norris of Travis Pettit. Hurricane Trav trying to come away with a race win here. Lock down that lead in the championship standings going into Sunday. Murphy looking for that big breakout victory. Will it come here today in round 5 of the Summer Nationals? Working 12. Still a number of laps to get done.
And Colton Schneegenberg is another driver that we really can't count out in the championship. He, after the incident with Ashton Woon, is going to shuffle himself up into 3rd. He could potentially spoil the party this weekend here for Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy. And really, Ashton Woon, after, again, that moment in this race, Schneegenberg could really play spoiler. This driver who, again, one of the rookies in the division, really.
Yeah.
One of the younger drivers. I believe he was 10 whenever the year started. I believe just turned 11, and I'd have to be corrected if I'm wrong, but Colton, one of the younger ones, and looking to play spoiler to 2 of the seasoned junior drivers in the division.
Very likely going to be the drop race for Ashton Woon. He's 22nd, was able to get himself righted and back up at it again. Again, working a little 3-4 more laps still to go. Woon going to try to get whatever he can potentially here, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. So that drop race will come into account. Of course, tomorrow the calculations will look to drop that worst result. Still lots of points up for grabs tomorrow again. Colton Schneegenberg trying to close, but just not quite there on the bumper of Tristan Murphy. And again, Tristan Murphy has not yet scored that big victory here on the national level in the junior category, looking for that breakthrough win. As we know, so many times when a young driver gets that first big victory, often opens the floodgates. That wave of confidence and momentum a driver gets knowing they can finally score a victory. They know that they can best the competition around them. Will this be the day for Tristan Murphy as the laps winding down? 13 laps in.
We're about to find out. They've been really patient with each other about these last couple laps as they start lap number 14. 2 to go next time by. And Schniegenberg is right there, half a car length in between himself and his teammate and Tristan Murphy. Not about a full car length. But if you're Tristan Murphy, what have you learned over the last couple laps about Travis Pettit? How does he go about this place? How do you get ahead of him? And how do you stay there? And how do you keep Colton Schniegenberg behind you?
Right. He's been going to school, folks, for the last number of laps. Has Tristan Murphy. There it is, the first move to the inside, book it. And Schniegenberg comes with him. The teammates go by. So Tristan Murphy has taken over the lead here now. Pettit's gone back to third. He'll have to go to work to find a way by Schniegenberg. It's RPM 1-2.
And there's a look at the gap of the line as well to Marco Sammet, the driver who currently sits in fourth, over 2 seconds. And quite frankly, they're going to need a lot of help from these three drivers if they want to get themselves in the mix for a race win here at Newcastle Motorsports Park in K100 Junior with 2 laps to go from Aaron Likens.
Big look over the shoulder for Pettit. He knows what he's got. Lots of room. So he doesn't have to worry about anybody closing in right now. Last time by Sammet at 12 flat. He gained a couple of tenths of a second. Sammet still 2.3 seconds behind Pettit, so a long way to go there. Very likely a 3-driver battle to cap things off. Through turn number 4 and 5. 6, 7. Back over to turn number 8. The cell tower corner. And a couple of kart lengths here for Tristan Murphy. His teammate Schniegenberg, though, trying to close back up, all the while challenged aggressively by one of the top junior drivers in the country, Travis Pettit.
And this is really a really comfortable gap here for Tristan Murphy going into the last lap, right? You're giving yourself time here pretty much to your teammate in Colton Schniegenberg, who's behind Travis Pettit. If he goes, that could allow Tristan Murphy to just run away. So in Travis's case at the moment, you don't want to pass too soon, let Tristan get away, but you also need to give Colton the benefit of the doubt, let him work. What can you do? How do you get yourself in there? And right now is trusting the guy in front of you, trusting the 827, use them to your advantage, and now it's going to help out. White flag flies, Rob, this time by.
Oh, check this out. We are side by side. Schniegenberg is taking the lead. Schniegenberg to the lead. Here comes Pettit to the inside of Murphy. Murphy doesn't give it up. So Schniegenberg goes out front. As Caleb had said, just 11 years of age, we believe. And could he come away with his first junior victory as well? Schniegenberg will low line it down into turn number 4. Pettit tried to line things up. Oh, here comes Sammet. They're still coming. Sammet and Clayton Stiles. Last lap. Look how close they are. Big white liner here for Schniegenberg.
They're getting close here. Colton Schniegenberg defending with everything that he's got to get his first win stateside in the junior ranks. Murphy follows them to the bottom. He's going to open up. Pettit looking to set up a big over-under. Could he get Murphy? He's going to go side by side on the scoreboard. And here comes Marco Sammet. Here comes Clayton Stiles.
What a finish this is going to be. Pettit's going to try to get to the inside of Murphy. Not quite enough. I think Murphy may be lining it up for that drag race to the line. Maybe this best opportunity. Pettit's going to try to throw it in somewhere as well. Sammet and Stiles have got a shot at a little extra, a little bonus that they may not have got. Big run out of the corner for Tristan Murphy. He looks good for a run to the line. Here they come. Here's the drag race. Over, under, left, right. Somebody's got to make a move. Schniegenberg's got the spot. They're going to come to the line. And it is going to be Colton Schniegenberg winning by 33 thousandths of a second. Schniegenberg takes his first junior win on the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Colton Schniegenberg, what a way to get your first. He holds up Tristan Murphy. He holds up Travis Pettit. And he makes a case for himself in this championship, Rob. What a way to get it done. The 827 victorious on Saturday.
Yeah, RPM 1-2. Colton Schniegenberg over Tristan Murphy. Murphy just 33 thousandths of a second off in the drag race to the line. He was going to go right. Schniegenberg was kind of there. Didn't make it happen on the inside. What a fantastic drive as Schniegenberg, the winner, rolls in, and here comes his teammate as well. That's fantastic stuff, Caleb. That's what you want to see out of juniors. That battle at the very end. I honestly thought that Sam and Stiles may steal some positions, but nonetheless, that was a great run at the very end there.
And now the championship, 2 points is the split.
2 points. Wow, Tristan Murphy is the point leader right now with the drop. I believe, is that with the drop? Yeah, that's with the drop. 2 points. Look at this. Pettit 14 back, Woon 95 back. Where did Woon end up? That'll definitely be his drop. Trying to figure out where he ended up in the order here. Trying to scroll myself up. Woon ended up in the 18th position.
Good recovery.
Yeah, it's close though. Tristan
That could be the
Murphy,
difference.
yeah, still your point leader, 2 points tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be a battle for the race win and the championship. It's going to be fun.
And you're only going to find out here tomorrow when the K100 Juniors go green for their main event tomorrow on the Sunday. But on Saturday, Colton Schniegenberg gets it done. And coming up next, we got Micro Swift.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Here we go, right back after it. Two solid races to start the afternoon here, Rob. Micro Swift presented by Grupo Santana Vega, getting ready to roll green here as they continue to keep them going at light speed at us here. Right on time, if not even a bit ahead of schedule at points throughout the day. We've got Liam Compatiello getting ready to lead the field to green over Trey Sanders. And the 7 to 10-year-olds, well, they've got a lot to live up to off the back of that race there you just called with Caleb. What a barn burner here for K Junior. What a championship fight that is shaping up to be.
Oh, 100%. 2 points separate first and second. Hoping for a little bit of the same here for drivers in Micro. They usually put on a fantastic show. Bo Wyatt and Andres Pena will be on row 2. Dusty Strayer and James Fox on row 3. Carson Bishop alongside Brody Allegretta on row number 4. Tristan Francisco and Bryson Barnett round out your top 10. Field working its way here out of turn number 17 through the kink 18 onto the front straightaway. Outside the top 10, Hartford Ellis and Shep Sullivan on row number 6. Row 7, Dan Dukalescu and Sebastian Kim. Row 8, Wiley Lee and Chase Zolman. Row 9, Cohen Scott and Liam Lofton. Row 10 has Baron Shen and Oliver Smith. Row 11, Lucas Freitas Mello alongside Michael Dean. Garza, Dalton, and Kim Knaus round out the field. Field is going green. Time to go racing, and we're underway. Drivers here in Micro, racing here for their main event on Saturday.
Good start off the rip there for Trey Sanders as they go 2 and 3 abreast. And we got only 2 around one of the Bennick machines. That was the 268 going for a ride there in the first corner. And there was another one spun backwards over at turn number 3. That was Wiley Lee, who was spun out of 16th. Here's Tristan Francisco making quick work up the board to try and charge back. through the field here. Obviously, he was in the mix in our pre-final, and that's where, again, as much as we show you the unofficial points throughout the day, mind you, folks, Tristan Francisco crossed the line in first in the pre-final. We mentioned just briefly a little bit about the defending he was trying to do to hold on to that spot in the morning, Rob, thinking all the way back to that session before our lunch break. And no doubt about it, there was a penalty that must have come down of some kind, on track or tech related, that has put Francisco having to start back from the 10th spot. But we'll see how quickly he can get back up to the front. We know the speed's there. Looks like he's already picked up a few. We'll get a full read of the field when they come by the timing loop here. Trailing behind Trey Sanders in that bright chrome red and yellow RPM Nitro kart. Lap 1 in the books, 13 to go. Francisco to 7th here, 3 up on the opening lap.
Big into 3, that's your lead group right now. A trio trying to stretch away, and Sanders, Compatiello, and Bo Wyatt, point leader coming into the weekend. Again, do we see these 3 drivers work together throughout the entire run? Oftentimes, it's the drivers in micro and mini that show better strategy than those in junior and senior, where it's more of a pass or B-pass kind of situation. On cue to end that situation is Bo Wyatt trying to go to the inside of the 213 at Compatiello. A good over-under for Liam, takes the spot back. Just lets Sanders jet away for a couple of car lengths. Back to the inside, over in turn number 11, green corner for Bo Wyatt into second.
And Bo Wyatt, albeit outnumbered heavily, fought valiantly in the pre-final and had a really good-looking Bennett hot rod. Now he's got some other contenders. Dusty Strayer, off of a not-so-great qualifying, is on the charge up the leaderboard as well. He's moving his way to 4th and closing in here on your top 3. They'll round the final turn, head down the front straightaway. Sanders, your leader, to Wyatt, then to Compatiello. And here comes Bo for our first lead change of the main event in Micro Swift. New leader, Bo Wyatt, takes over at turn 1.
Wyatt gets himself to where he needs to be. That's it, out front. Now, whether or not this action is going to let the next group come in, because look at that pack of drivers behind him here right now. 6 lining up. Wow. Strayer, Fox, Francisco, Barnett, Pena, and Sullivan all trying to get themselves up there as well. That is 4th back to 9th. Then another second back to Carson Bishop. So that next group, more than happy to watch those leaders up front battle it out here.
Fastest lap of the race that time by here on the 2nd lap. Going all the way back to Barnett there, of course, with 7th. And when you look at the movement here, how about from way back, Kip Knaus on the charge, up 8 spots here in the opening 2 circuits with plenty of pace. He started in the top 5 in the pre-final. So we know that the progression for that young man is certainly looking bright here this weekend if he can continue to make some more moves with the pack being nice and close, because right now this is a critical point here in this main event for Tristan Francisco when you talk about both the championship and the race win, being about a second and some change back from the leader. More notably, let's see what the gap looks like to 3rd at the line. Sanders 3/10 off, Francisco essentially 8/10 back. And that is just inside the draft window, but he's pulling away from Bryson Barnett a little bit. And the leaders are nose to tail here, Rob. That's a dangerous sign if you're outside the top 3.
Agreed. And right now they're working together. Bo Wyatt, Compatiello, 1-2. Trey Sanders has fallen a little bit off there. Both he and Francisco, turning 78.1 second laps. So almost identical laps for 3rd and 4th. So that 7/10 that Francisco is back from Sanders held station on that last lap. See whether or not they can get it done here. It's the 277 of Brody Allegretta. Good racing here. The 232 getting at it as well. It's a little bit further back. That's Pena, Fox, Sullivan, Dusty Strayer in that group as well.
And so indeed it was a driving down penalty. That's what marred Francisco. That's a 10-second penalty. That is on the spectrum of the swerve that got a DQ for the day for Diego Ramos from both senior divisions. There were a couple blocking penalties handed in a single lone pushback penalty from the pre-final. That's why you've got a bit of an adjusted leaderboard. And here's the championship points as they run provisionally, although that will continue to change throughout the duration of this race here.
Xander, we did see that at the end of that race where Francisco kind of looked over the left shoulder and just kept turning in, so not surprising to see a penalty come from that.
Taking a look on the racetrack here while the midfield needs to spice things up. Let's go down to pit lane. Caleb Vieska standing by.
Yeah, thank you, Tanner. I'm standing by here with Jay Irwin before you for this second race finish. Not bad.
Yeah, the fifth was pretty good. I mean, a couple of things happened in front of me, and I got gifted some places. But no, I think it was a good heat on my half, and yeah, just really motivated, ready to go for the next one.
What are you guys looking for here in this next one? What would be the ultimate result for you as you look to get yourself a little bit further up in the field to the other 4 guys that finished in front of you?
Oh, obviously we're looking for the best result as we can, and just to try and make as many positions as we can in this race to give us the best chance for a good start in the super heat.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
And again, engines warming up behind them. They're up next.
Indeed, ready to go for heat race number 2 for Pro Shifter. Jay Irwin looking for just that consistency. Listen, when other drivers around you are having problems, all you got to do is keep stacking those great results, right? Because you don't have that DNF. You may get a couple of, 5th place finishes, but it could end up putting you in the first couple of rows, even on the front row, if those up front continue to have issues. So consistency, I think, through the heats is so crucial, especially when that first heat, you've seen some drivers like Danny Formal, like Kyle Wick, have issues to send them backwards. So for Jay Irwin, he's got to get another one done here and see where he ends up for the super final as well. Bo Wyatt leading the way here over Liam Compatiello. Tristan Francisco was able to reel in Trey Sanders and went by last time by here. So again, not bad for him to can close back up. Remember how far down he started with that penalty. He started back in the, I believe, 8th or 9th position, and then was able to work his way forward. So the penalty he got from the end of that race is he's kind of been able to get over top of that so far, although still over almost a second and a half behind the lead duo of Wyatt and Compatiello. Those 2 drivers are locked up and pulling away. Here's the 212 right now. Shep Sullivan had a good look at Shep in the middle of a good battle here. Well, those leaders we're talking about, Wyatt and Compatiello. There's the gap back to Tristan Francisco in the 217. Main event for Micro Swift. Closing up on the halfway point, working lap number 7 now. We'll cross that halfway point when they get back to start-finish. Thus far, Wyatt and Compatiello working very well together, maybe more so to Compatiello than the tip of the cap there. The fact that he has not forced the issue yet. Sticking with his wingman, trying to pull away. Again, textbook way to get races done like this. Just make it down to 2. You could have a peloton of 8 guys. Drop the guy off the back of it. Drop the guy off the back of it. Make it down to 6. Keep battling. Try to get it down to 4. If you end up in a one-on-one battle, you've done your job up front, and then you just kind of roll it to the very end. Some tracks, yeah, you could battle a little bit more. I think there's less opportunity to white line and really slow your lap times up. This particular racetrack, we talk about it all the time because it is really a character of this track. The minute the leaders start the fight and start to low line in a number of these corners here, so many of them, you think 1, you think 4, you think into the cell tower corner. Man, every time you do that in the green corner, you bring everybody back. So you got to hold on for the longest time possible. You have to show the ultimate patience, but be ready to make it happen on the final circuit. Xander, we have seen, though, we'll say this, the races we called, I'm thinking Tucson at one of them, when you and I were talking about it, where a driver didn't even try it one time. It was perfect. I'll sit in second through the very final lap, but then not able to get the job done on the final lap. It's almost like at least one time, you got to see if you can make the pass.
And again, you've got to try and rattle the driver that you're racing a little bit. You let them get in a rhythm for 15 of 16 laps or 13 of 14 laps or even 13 and a half, right? I mean, they are able to put their full focus into hitting their marks at that point. The moment that you make a pass on them, it just adds that question, that doubt in their mind. Oh, man, do I need to worry about this guy? Is he faster? Is he going to pull away from me? Right? But if you just push them the whole way, they'll kind of monitor when you're getting to their bumper, when you're not, and all that. But you're not necessarily getting into their mind as much as you're in your own head of trying to pick the driver ahead apart. And there's something to be said for sure to see in a race like this where you have a really fast driver in third in Tristan Francisco, who at any moment, if the leader, in this case Bo Wyatt, starts to fade on speed, all the pushing in the world might not keep Francisco away from catching you two. So it's worth trying to see, all right, are the lap times the same, worse, or better with me out in front, on top of the mentality of that mano-a-mano fight? Because like you said, Rob, if you put all your eggs in one basket, all your hopes for the win on one move, on the last chance with no mulligan, right? All on the last main straight. You have one little hiccup in I-70, and you don't get enough of a run, and it's game over.
Yeah,
so
how many times did we see try to do the over-under where they get checked up at the apex of turn number 17, right?
Yeah, there's something to be said for feeling out and almost throwing a few moves at the driver in front to see what their counter move would be. Are they going to pass you right back? Are they going to try and crowd you down when you show nose to the inside to pass you? Or are they going to let you have it and try to cross you up on exit? Most of the time, you know, we talk about how these kids are racing against each other week in, week out, that they kind of know each other's moves and playbooks. But you can't really hold the micro swifts in that kind of category because these kids are evolving rapidly. And you look especially at a kid like Liam Compatiello, who has not nearly had the headline levels of the drivers around him on the leaderboard. Bo Wyatt, who of course dominated on track in Tucson, was up front through a good chunk of the Winter Series events as well, and it has been a contender all summer. Trey Sanders here on screen, who had a breakout really set of 2 weeks in the desert. Tristan Francisco, who's been kind of the bar standard of the class alongside Jack Katowski at the Winter Series. When we opened the year in January, Liam Compatiello was knocking on the door of those top contenders, but now he is certainly there and established based on the drive this weekend. So, you know, Bo doesn't know exactly what he's got in store. Liam, again, doesn't know probably enough off of reps what Bo is going to do when he starts to try and battle him. So there's a point in the race where you go, all right, the gap is big enough, I can burn it a little bit. I can use up some insurance and try some things.
So look at the lap times here right now. 17.2s for Wyatt and Compatiello, 17.4 for Francisco. They're pulling away 2 to 3 tenths of a second a lap. It is 2.5 seconds. Now the gap from Compatiello back to Francisco. Another 2 seconds back to Trey Sanders. Another second back to Dusty Strayer. In fact, both Sanders and Strayer slower than Francisco. Maybe more importantly, Strayer, I think, has the pace to catch up to Trey Sanders in front of him. So we may see a fight for fourth. But as it stands now, Francisco not showing the pace he needs to reel in the two drivers up front. Working lap number 10 right now, about 4 laps to go here, and we'll see how things play out. Bo Wyatt still leading.
Talking about reeling in, though, the driver that the production crew's been trying to show us as well, Dusty Strayer, has certainly turned up the heat, and he is now inside the drafting window. This is going to be a heater here when he gets to the timing loop, right here closing in on Trey Sanders. The last couple of laps have been very consistent. That lap, consistent again. That is 3 out of the last 4 laps within 400ths. All you can ask from your young superstar, and he is now going to have a shot at another spot higher in the top 5, which again, all plays into that championship conversation we keep going back to.
Yeah, Xander, Dusty Strayer was 6 tenths faster than Trey Sanders on that last lap. He's only a half a second back. Call it maybe a kart length and a half now. So Dusty Strayer, who's been digging there in that 221, has himself now up into a position to battle for P4. The Speed Concepts Racing driver, the 221, putting on a show here now. Always great to get that rabbit, see that driver in front, keep digging, keep getting closer every corner. Now you pull the trigger, and as soon as he gets there, he does it. I love to see that. Don't slow down to the pace of the driver in front. You've got more pace, just go right on by. Excellent job there for Dusty Strayer. He goes to P4.
And now for Dusty Strayer, how much time do you have left in the race? Hopefully with battling up front to give you a chance to stand on the podium today, because there is such a huge gap. There's a look at it all the way up the road to Tristan Francisco. It's going to be a tall order for him to get there. But as they update across the line here, we'll get a look in a moment probably of what that might do to the championship, because again, factoring in drop rounds, that's where things are important. Here's a look at Francisco versus Strayer. You can see Tristan's had the leg up lap after lap. The last lap was the only one that Tristan started to fade just ever so slightly. Every other lap he's had, still a good chunk above Strayer on the pylon right there. 17 3s, 4s, 5s. The last lap was the only one that slowed, and that was, again, a great lap for Dusty with the draft to make the pass. Here's what they look like with the drop factored in. So if you take your drop into account, Bo Wyatt, 90 markers up on Trey Sanders. That's big here in terms of the Microslip Championship, because, again, you can only get a grand total of 310 points in a single day with this kind of performance, and the fact Bo Wyatt has a 209-point drop. If Trey Sanders were to finish just 1 spot worse, I believe that would mathematically lock it out off of today. I'll have to double check the math on that to be 100% sure, but again, that would only give a 300-point score boost here for Trey That would put him just 1 point to the good. So Bo Wyatt in command based on what we're seeing at the moment here in this Micro Swift Championship as they run. And again, that's of course with him out in front. This is 2 laps to go now. This is banking on a race win. That's a 20-point swing in itself.
Indeed, still a lot to play for here. See what happens with the leader. In fact, we do have a pass for the lead. Liam Compatiello's got to P1. He has gotten by Bo Wyatt. Compatiello looking for that first big race win. The RPM driver out to the lead. Good back and forth battle. Compatiello is right there for essentially 12 laps. Just a couple more to go. Working lap 13, 2 laps remaining. They'll see the white flag the next time by. Wyatt's now got to go on the defensive, lining things up. Compatiello went for it, has taken the lead. How is this going to play out? Into the shark fin. Through the Monza.
Now, Bo hasn't really had a look at Liam Compatiello's strengths in quite some time, right? He's only been able to just kind of go off the ear test and feel of when Liam's gotten to his rear bumper. How much of that knowledge has Bo already stored away? Because now we're going to see it put to good use, put to the test here. They've got 3.5 seconds to burn. How much will already defending down in turn 1 do as Wyatt sets up for our first crossover? Probably not our last. Wyatt back to the lead by 2.
Oh, a nice over-under coming out of turn number 1. We saw a bunch of that from Mike Rollison in that master race, and now you see it here out of Bo Wyatt. Over-under. He'll defend down to the bottom. How close is Francisco? Is there an opportunity for him to come up here in the final lap? Don't see him in the back of the screen as of yet. He's still quite a ways back. Compatiello side by side. He's on the outside. Here comes the over-under coming through Cell Tower. Not close enough.
Now through the run, half a lap to go, up to 10. Full speed through here for the Micros. They're easily able to defend without bogging it too much, but this corner might be the next crossover chance. Compatiello high and low, not able to get there. Bo protected well. Bo Wyatt was frustrated at how perfectly Tristan Francisco parked the bus in the pre-final. Can he take some of that and put it to good use on his side this time, leading for the final lap here through the shark fin. 1 big passing zone to go and 1,000-foot plus straightaway ahead. Here we are into the break zone for the last time.
Here's that over-under coming out of the corner. They're going to go side by side. Who's got a better run? How about this through 18? It's the drag race to the line. Compatiello looks like he's got a whole head of steam. They're going to go side by side down to the line. So close. And Compatiello will come away with a victory in Micro Swift round 5 of the Pro Tour. A 41 thousandths of a second victory over Bo Wyatt. Tristan Francisco coming home P3.
Man, what a finish there at the line. A photo finish that started all the way from the last corner. No draft needed for this head-to-head dogfight, but noted it was a 2.25 second burn on that last lap there from 3.7 seconds down to 1.3. Tristan Francisco just needed a little more slow, tight race in action. And to my knowledge, that would be, and we'll have to check, Liam Compatiello's first career SKUSA Pro Tour win.
I think so. While you check that out, let's get a shout out to Cohen Scott in 7th plus 10. And just outside the top 10, Emmett Dalton up 13 positions, started 24th, drove that number 211 up into the 11th position. Great job for Emmett Dalton and Cohen Scott.
Great stuff. Micro Swift wrapping up here from Newcastle Motorsports Park as the scale lines get set to roll. And we'll take a look here. Once again, Liam Compatiello victorious over Wyatt. And this would be what the championship picture now may look like with your drops factored in going to tomorrow. So that's best of 4 over the 5 rounds. Of course, if you go off the pre-drop standings, that changes a little bit, but not all too much. It still has Bo Wyatt on top. The important note, though, if it holds, Liam Compatiello getting the win, taking those points away, even when we switch from the championship to the pre-drop standings with Bo on top, it still will go to Sunday. It won't be it won't be a big enough delta here for Bo Wyatt at 60 markers after the drops to call himself the champ just yet. He'll have to still race for it come tomorrow and try to keep points off the board for the likes of Trey Sanders and Tristan Francisco. That puts us 3 main events in on the day, though. We've got a pre-final still to roll for Pro Shifter, and before we get there, we've got to set their grid with their second heat race after this.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Pro Shifter headed onto the racetrack now as they begin to warm the tires up for their second heat race on the day. And the first one was a barn burner as we take another look here at our kart class official track map preview. 1.05 miles in length, 18 corners. And most notably here, compared to the conditions we had earlier that had what felt like just a massive headwind on the main straightaway, over 1,000 feet there. They were pushing 90 plus miles an hour in the brake zone to turn one, and it caught out even the best. Danny Formal among many, Kyle Wick, Gavin Bailiff, Vincenzo Saraceno, and even Jay Irwin affected by carnage in turn number one. But it was because we saw something we almost never see, a 10-car lead group that had them stacked and packed with about 8 passing zones over this 18-corner course. And those are the easy ones. If you're really good, it could change and become even more than that. And these, of course, are the best in the business. Caleb Viesca has a bit of intel for us as well as they get ready to roll. Let's go back down to you, Caleb. What do you got?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, honestly, not much. One thing that did catch me by surprise on the grid, Mateus Morgado was the last one to roll onto the grid, and there was a little bit of fuel in his seat. The mechanic quickly took his shirt off, cleaned it off, and I'm not sure exactly what the change could be, where the fuel could have came from. Asked Lucas Noguera, who's a close friend to Mateus Morgado this week and a competitor, and he said it looks like they might have changed some settings in the jetting on that Sani-powered machine.
Interesting. Again, we certainly saw a big swing in the overall speed down the main straights between the different competitors. I mean, AJ Myers looked like he had a ton of mid-range, in my opinion, Rob. He looked really good. The go-kart looked like it was rolling really good in a lot of the flowing 90-degree corners and even the bus stop chicane. But down the main straight, it seemed like the leaders, any one of them didn't have a huge advantage because they were all better in different spots. Some better coming onto the main straight. Morgado had a lot of speed towards the end of it. And what adjustments have you made to keep up with the racetrack? It was cool, it was breezy, it was overcast this morning. Sun's out here today in the afternoon. Had a threat of some rain showers earlier, had a little bit of rain earlier. No rain in sight now here for heat number 2 as the last few rows fill on up. And we get closer to seeing what PSL Karting Pro Shifter will look like for their pre-final tomorrow. Heat number 2. We go to Aaron Likens. AJ Myers on the right. Mateus Morgado on your left. Green flag in the air, and Morgado with a huge hole shot down to 1. Formel trying to go with him.
I love the chaos of a Pro Shifter start. Everybody diving for spots early.
Look at this. Look at the speed down to 5. Kyle Wick knows he needs to make up for lost time with a crash and DNF in heat number 1, but they are all out of shape. Jay Irwin with a big over-under to get by Musgrave, who again surprises so many of us here with how good he's able to get some of these starts in that opening heat race, able to pick his way through the top 10 and get instantly up into the conversation for the lead. This one not as easily here as Formal is going right to work on the points leader. 88 points back entering heat number 2. He knows he needs a big run here in this heat to keep his hopes alive going to Sunday against the most consistent driver on the season, Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, and Caleb talked to Daniel after the race. You could hear the disappointment in his voice, letting down the team, letting down GSC, letting down Sweet Tech. And the bottom line is he wants to make some amends here, get in there and see if he can't come and do it. Into the inside, book it. He'll go to the lead. Formal didn't have it early, but man, he's got it now. That first race, not to his liking, goes to P1. Up on the wheel in a big way. Again, try to make amends to his team and say, listen, I screwed up a little bit there. I'm going to grab a result for us. I'm going to see what I can do in the Super Final. Again, long way to go still in this heat race. So it's a 10-lapper, but great to see him work his way out front early.
Behind him here, Kyle Wick, as you can see, also on the charge. Now, both drivers, of course, a couple laps shy on the tires. That shouldn't make a huge difference here, but Formal is certainly trying to maximize whatever advantage he may have. Already pulling the gap out on Morgado on the opening stages, and Myers is not willing to wait too much longer here. Mateus continuing to protect. And that's going to open up the lead to be a big lead for the big guy here coming out of the shark fin, already up to 3 car lengths and counting.
Yeah, you can see a couple of covers there for Morgado. Ran the inside line into turn 11. Green corner ran the inside line, or middle line, I'd say, into the scoreboard. Let's see if Myers tries to launch one into turn number 1. Yeah, big dive move to the bottom. Over, under, coming, no. Well done for Myers. Moves to the inside of the racetrack, coming to 2. So he's got that spot. Look at Wick. Wick's up over the curb as well. He's by. Wick gets by too, so a couple of corners, 1 and 3, and Morgado goes from 2nd to 4th.
And it looks like the bleeding won't stop there. Marin Kremer's on the move. Jay Irwin closing in. Musgrave able to get past Gavin Bailiff last time by. Those two have a little bit of room to breathe back to Gage Korn and Vincenzo Saracino. And a few laps in already, the 3-plate Josh Conker is moving the chains. He's up 6 spots, by the way, in very similar shades to last year when he was trying to fight for the champion. Oh, Gage Korn out, turn 3. Not sure what for, but the car blows Marinello off to the side, and frustrating here for the rookie.
Xander had a chance to talk to Josh Conker, and they felt that they got a bad tire. One of the tires, they actually moved it from one side to the other for the actual race itself. And he was good going left, but not so good going right. So ideally, once that tire gets used, it's going to be a little bit better. We'll see what happens when he can bolt another fresh set on. But yeah, that was the issue with Conker, some kind of an issue with one of the tires that set the balance off of the kart.
Well, here we go again. The GFCs 1 and 2 now. Formal and Wick, shades of 2025 as the number 4 plate moved by the 2 down at turn number 1. Kremers continuing to lurk there behind Morgado, and Myers, I thought he was going to be able to rocket away much easier than he has after getting past the Velocity Sodi. Now having to clean those tires off after giving up that spot to Wick in turn number 1. He's just trying to survive for about another lap, and then we'll really get a good gauge of whether or not that magic card is as hooked up as it was earlier today with that 2nd place result in the opening heat. But going back on Conker again, last year in the conversation for the championship, very close to it off the win at the Spring Nationals in Cincinnati. And a terrible qualifying effort had him fighting through the field. Didn't have the best qualifying effort, but ultimately couldn't bring the car forward enough to really make a splash in Tucson. And then that DQ for the track width in Cincinnati has him outside looking in on the cut zone in the championship. He made up a good number of spots in the first heat. This battling here, backing this main group up, might make things even easier to back that performance up. 12th as of last time by, and Wick, last time by, didn't look too good through turns 1, 2, and 3, and Myers is already back on him.
Yeah, I thought the Wick may be able to stretch away a little bit, but no, he's actually stacking everybody up. Myers, Morgado, Kremers, Irwin's there as well, about a second and a bit back to Bailiff, who's gotten back around Musgrave. So indeed, Wick not running away like we potentially thought, so we'll see how it plays out here. See if Wick can get things going when the tires start coming in a little bit here. Remember, we're only working lap number 5 of 10. Both Formal and Wick, they need these recovery drives after the issue with contact. Remember, Formal got into the left rear of Myers, and that set him around. He collected Wick, so both of those drivers with tough finishes in the opening heat race. So the bottom line is here, they need massive results here to be able to repair what will be their starting spot standard for the Super Final.
There you can see the yo-yoing back and forth of the 2 GFCs, Wick and Formal, trading just a couple of hundredths and tenths over the last few laps here as we approach halfway. Wick going purple that time by at a 65.91. Lachlan Tomlinson had it, and he is buried way back in the scrum, all the way in 16th, but he's up 2, trying to hunt his way forward off that phenomenal run he had just a month and a half ago, Rob.
Yeah, and there's those tires coming in, as I had said, right? Low pressures, as we all know, coming out of the pit lane, so they got to wait for those tires to come in, and again, working big time here for Wick as he turns that quick lap of 1:05.917. Last time by was about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Formal. He's 1.3 back, so likelihood of him catching up to Formal here is not good, but hey, a GFC 1-2 for both these drivers who DNF'd the opening race. I think they'd be more than happy to walk away with this heat race with a 1-2 finish, no doubt about that. Here comes a move further back. Irwin's going to have a look to the inside on Kremers, but not quite enough. Looked to me like like Irwin was pretty determined to make it happen, but no, check back up. This time Formal goes quicker, 105.744. Conker up into the top 10 right now. Josh Conker, I probably drive him a little mad, to be honest with you, with that the tire issue. Up on it, was able to get himself up. Hard charger in race number 1, now the hard charger in race 2. Plus 11 in race 1, now plus 10 here now. He's a second behind Saraceno. Last time by was 0.3 of a second faster, a 106.1. Essentially the same time as the driver's fifth on back. A little bit faster than Kremer's on that last lap.
And so for Josh Conker, this is great stuff for tomorrow. I mean, he gets back-to-back top 10s. You're talking first 4 rows probably in that pre-final. A couple more spots, and all of a sudden he's a real threat for not just getting into the top 10 in the points, but the race win. As we see Irwin and Kremer still close. This group up front still relatively close as well.
Working lap number 8, just a couple laps still remaining here in this one. Right out of Pro Shifter into KA100 Senior, their main event, round 5 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Summer Nationals here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. 77 degrees trackside, a much more comfortable weekend than we're used to here. Traditionally for the Summer Nats. Xander, normally a little hot, a little sticky. A grind for everybody.
Yeah, not the case at all here. As we see the fact that they have all spread out here, and I think everybody, with the fact of Formal leading the way, I mean, they are just kind of cruising. Morgado's the only one starting to pick the pace back up. He knows every point matters. Every point he grabs right now is going to make his Saturday that much easier, or his Sunday that much easier, especially tomorrow morning. Look at this, 66 markers up on Kremer's as things stand, 78 up on Formal. He's going to give up 10 as they finish. If he can get by Kyle Wick before it's all said and done, that'd be 5 back his way. Put it to 83 markers up to Formal, and it'd put him to 71 over Kremer's, and that's a healthy cushion to be one of the bigger ones we've seen going into Sunday. And still, though, anything could happen come that main event, and AJ Myers knows that all too well with the way last year's pre-final played. He could have easily had the number 1 plate had his brakes not locked up and failed out of the lead just a year ago. But he is shaping up to get some vengeance. Well-deserved here with 2 back-to-back top 4 finishes looming.
Xander, you talked about Morgado still being on the throttle. He just went purple on that last lap with a 105.6. Very similar lap times to both Formal and Wick. Both those drivers turning 6s as well. But he is trying to see if he can't get back up here on Kyle Wick. I'm still watching Josh Conker as well as he continues to close to the 0.4 of a second on Saraceno. With a couple laps to go, Conker's going to be on the rear bumper as Saraceno is there, likely right now, ready to try to find a way by. But look at that, a little bit of a hop coming through the corner there for Morgado. Did not transition nicely into turn number 17. White flag flying, Xander, 1 to go.
1 lap remaining here as the field continues to roll. And now Kyle Wick with an answer back to Morgado, only a couple hundredths. And this time it went back the way of the number 4. The forward progress for Conker all the way up to 9th now, past Hunter Pickett a few moments ago. Musgrave would be the next one. Here's Irwin all by himself. Kremer's actually starting to fade all the way to the front bumper of Gavin Bailiff. He gave up 0.4 last time by. And again, that's equally important in the championship. We're keeping tabs on what the number 5 can do, but if Kremer slides back another position, that's another couple of points that just continue to drip off the rest of the championship contenders. Mateus Morgado, Velocity Racing, Sodi, they did not look fantastic by any means across the board yesterday, Rob. I mean, none of them really showing crazy pace on Friday, and yet here we are. A 3rd will do. Formal making up for Heat 1. He'll win Heat 2 with ease. Kyle Wick 2nd, and the points leader, Mateus Morgado, rips out a 3rd as Kremer's in Bailiff drag race. Whoa, 400ths for close. 6th. And a lot still to go here as the rest of the field cycles on through.
Josh Conker mirrors what he did in heat race number 1, plus 11. So plus 22 over 2 races for Josh Conker. Back up into 9th again. Like you said, 2 9th place finishes. He's going to have a solid starting spot when he starts looking at the grid for the Super Final.
Big time plays here for Josh Conker. Equally the quiet consistency of Hunter Pickett, who has remained right on that outside edge of the top 10. Dion Van Werven's also had a very quiet weekend thus far. And the number 40, Carblo Sodi, Vincenzo Saracino has yet to fall beyond the top 12. Super Pole appearance and then 2 good heat races, even with the big wild moment there in turn number 1 that collected Formal and Wick and others. This will probably be a much different reaction here for Danny Formal. A solid drive here to close out the afternoon in Pro Shifter. GFC 1-2.
No, I have just no power. Yeah, I pull. I take pop for power.
Still good pushers, like, let's go.
Kyle, I know it's probably at this point a little bit of a consolation prize finishing second in the second heat race, but a good recovery nonetheless to put yourself a little bit further up the grid before we go into the super heat. Tell me about it.
Yeah, good recovery. I'm not sure it's enough because Mateus was hanging with, and obviously we had 5 lap newer tires, so still got some speed to fight for the win. So obviously where we're starting, we're going to need pace on everyone, and right now we don't have it, so we're going to keep working.
Luckily, your teammate Danny looked like he was one of the fastest out there, right? He was able to pull a gap on everybody at the start of the race. How do you guys go back and look at the data with everybody under the tent to try and improve for tomorrow?
We'll just analyze what's going on and what we need. Obviously, when you get to the front and everyone's still racing, it's easy to get away. I think Mateus was coming quick, relatively, considering his tires versus us. So we'll keep working on it.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
So with Pro Shifter all done and dusted for the day, it just leaves us back into main event action that will continue to roll through here from the Summer Nationals. In total, we've still got 4 great races headed your way, folks. Rob touched on it. K100 Senior has their main event getting ready to roll here in just a couple of moments. And boy, oh boy, should this be a good one. Kart CRG USA, KA Senior. Main event, championship implications when we return.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Action continues here from Newcastle, Indiana. KA100 Senior, round number 5 of the championship, getting set to go green. Waiting on timing and scoring to get ready to go here. They'll have to be ready in a moment, as will we, because they're already halfway through the outlap and starting to form. Ruben Moya and Paulie Massimino getting set to lead your field to green here over Eli Warren and Donovan Bonilla for the main event. Nick Gabriel, Matt Cagle on row 3, Chase Hand, Landon Boer on row number 4.
Austin Garrison alongside Spencer Smith on row number 5, Edgar Rodriguez and Caden McQueen, row 6.
Row number 7, Jose Halfin on the outside, Lucian Lazier on the inside, Sawyer Roussel, Wrigley Keys, Colin Lloyd starting further back, and a big couple of notables on the edge of the top 20. Caleb Gaffera, Colin Lloyd, 17th and 20th. There's some heavy hitters further back. There's definitely heavy hitters up front. Ruben Moya on the inside in the blue, green, and white. Pantano, Paulie Massimino in the blue and white. Brandon Jarsicrack Racing LN Kart. We're ready for action once again. Main event style here for K100 Senior, and Ruben Moya style for the start with a crawl all the way down to the start box, and away we go. We're ready for action. 16 laps on the board.
Oh, clean start up front, but a little bit of argy-bargy coming through turn number 2. Chase Hand climbed up one of his GFC teammates, I believe, there. Everybody clean out of turn number 3, but now down to 4. Moya with a nice lead. Couple drivers going to block that inside and defend their position. They'll work their way now out of 5 through 6, 7, and then over to turn number 8 through the Stealth Tower corner. Ruben Moya leads. Massimino slotting into second.
Paulie Massimino 2 car lengths away from Moya. He'll close that down to 1 with the run, and behind him, Donovan Bonilla making the pass stick there on Eli Warren for 3rd. It'll be Matt Cagle back in the 5th spot as they roll to the infield, now looking for 4th, and once again, Eli Warren on the opening lap, losing a couple of spots here as they just swarm him and find a way past the top qualifier from the morning, but he's got a little bit of breathing room now behind, it looks like. A couple car lengths back to the group for 6 onward. We'll see where they all have shaken out as Boer trails now back to the 5th spot. Cagle 4th, Warren 5th, and Moya your leader with 15 to go.
5-driver breakaway to start the main event for KA Senior. Moya, Massimino, Bonilla, Cagle, and Warren. That's Buer and Hand lining up the 2 GFCs. Sitting 6th and 7th, leading that next group. They're not that far back either. See them just there. In fact, Buer is a lot closer than Hand. I thought they may have been together, but it's a full second back to Hand. In fact, I believe Gabriel's been able to get by him as well. I think Mick Gabriel leading that next group of 3 or 4 drivers, currently running 7th, 8th, and 9th. Garrison in there as well. Chase Hand is in that group. They're trying to give chase here now as we're running. It's 6 drivers in that lead pack. As again, we talked about the fact that Landon Boer in the number 959 has joined the party.
And Landon Boer, once again, in the top 10 early here in the pre-final. In the top 10 early here in the main. Moya has Bonilla now as high as I think we've seen the 978 today for the driver who was wicked quick in happy hour. He's going to wave there to the line to Paulie Massimino. I think letting him know he wants the lead. He's going to try it all on his own. Moya will let him have it this early. No issue. And Donovan Bonilla now will lead us through lap number 3. Or will he? Moya right back on him there. Didn't want to waste any time.
Yeah, so much for letting them lead easily there. Taking it right back. We haven't seen a lot of great overtakes over in turn number 3. You can definitely get it done. Very attractive, but man, you've got to be able to get in there and get a really good run through. Again, if a driver's been compromised in 1, you're gonna have more speed coming through 2, and you're able to kind of just do the crisscross of the apex of 3. Massimino's getting shuffled back to this end of this group here now. Indeed he does, as both GFC drivers get through. Cagle and Buer. So Massimino was 3rd last time by, now he's 6th, and here comes, I want to say here comes Hand and Garrison as well. So look at the back, yeah, there they are right there. Hand and Austin Garrison up there 7th and 8th. Man, I thought we were going to potentially have just that 5-driver breakaway, but this thing is going to end up being at least 8. Likely by the end of this lap here. Yeah, a little bit of a gap for Bonilla and Moya, but the rest of them are kind of right there. There they are. Then we get the next gap back.
I'm surprised it opened up as much as it did there back. You see Roussel by himself, Massimino. Really, really tough pass there. That's a textbook and what should have been, on paper a little bit easier, but he made it look really easy. But to time that move, to be as clean as he was, to slide 1 car ahead in the middle of the line, not lose any time. In fact, he's already got enough momentum. He could go on Warren right here for the 3rd spot, and I think he may, realizing Bonilla and Moya are starting to open the gap up. Here we go. Massimino to the inside. Cagle to follow. Back to 5th for Warren. And Austin Garrison at the back there picking up some pieces. He'll get passed on Chase Hand. That moves Garrison up to 7th. His first race in 8 months. Now move him up to 6th here, helping Hand go back around. Sorry, it was on Boer. Him and Chase Hand moving up 2 spots.
A correct prediction for Xander there, calling that move. for Massimino to the inside, seeing the little bit of a sense of urgency. You don't want to see a two-driver breakaway, especially guys with the ilk of Moya and Bonilla. Those drivers, if they're going to work together, could pull away, and that's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trying to gap them up here. Looking behind Massimino now, as he's looking for some help as well. That driver behind him telling him, hey, listen, just keep focusing forward. That's Matty Cagle. Cagle and Massimino. What a fantastic run this has been for Matthew Cagle right now, running up here with the big dogs. He and Landon Buer from the GFCs having really strong runs here at the Summer Nats. Cagle's had a strong year this year, a number of highlights throughout the program. Another one here now, running P4. So Cagle right with Massimino. They work together. Watch for them to try to reel in the leaders. Yeah, it didn't take long. Did it right back onto the rear bumper. Here we have it again. We're essentially lining up almost 6 drivers in that lead group. The accordion a little bit here and there, Xander, but otherwise, we got a big group of drivers here all the way back now to Eli Warren, who's sitting 8th.
Yeah, Eli Warren at the moment didn't look good early. The good news is here, the drivers who are, there's enough of them that they're fighting. That's Moya now back to 3rd, Bonilla back to the front. Moya wants to keep Massimino behind him. He knows that he needs not only a perfect score or close to it in his own championship to haul the points, he needs to keep the points leader in his rear view, or lack thereof, down the front stretch. 5 complete this time, 11 to go. Bonilla to Moya to Massimino, who continues the consistency that he has displayed all year long. And there's your points as they run with drops. This could easily be one put away by the end of the day here. Unfortunately, to the dismay of many, of how good Paulie Massimino has been in the first 5 rounds, at least as they show on the racetrack here. This would be obviously a podium haul off the back of a great pre-final that had him finish 2nd. Now he's going to go to 2nd here in the main, and he'll bring help. Cagle through.
This is good stuff right now. A number of drivers have shown the power and the pace to get up front. This time it's Bonilla. A little bit of a gap here now after the fighting behind him. Let's see what Massimino has for him now as they work their way out of turn 11 through 12. Over to 13 through scoreboard. We'll, of course, look at lap times here. One of the other drivers on the move is Austin Garrison. He's made some passes to get himself up there. Garrison now up to 6th spot. He's right there with Chase Hand as well. Right behind him is the 959 of Boer, and then the 907 of Warren. Let's see what we got out of Massimino this time here, lap time-wise. The gap was .274 on lap 5. He put lap 6 in the books. It's now .470, but that was all that action happening on the racetrack. They were essentially exactly the same laps. Bonilla and Massimino, Xander, 111.94, 111.93.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone that really looks like they've got standout pace over this pack. There might be a couple that are a little bit worse, but for the most part, nobody that looks to be head and shoulders up on the group in terms of speed. I will say the one downside of being up front early and having battling is, again, you got a target on your back. You see Moya now going all the way to the rear of the group.
Yeah.
Here's your comparison on lap times there. Bonilla versus Massimino. Paulie's had the upper hand the last couple of laps. Again, this lap will be a really good gauge head-to-head. Again, last time, like you said, matching each other, pair of 111.9s. Lap before, equally matching each other as well, but a slight advantage to the BJR driver. This lap might be an even bigger advantage if we watch the gap come down. Just shy of half a second the last time they crossed the loop. We'll put 7 in the books, 9 to go. Championship contender Chase Hand up to 3rd ahead of Cagle, but Paulie reeling in Bonilla from 4.5 tenths. It will knock down to 3, a tenth and a half burn there for Bonilla, and the lead continues to slim up.
Tires should be coming in now as well. As we know, folks, those low pressures start a 16-lap race. They're now starting to get where they need to be. We're seeing some good laps here. Actually, fast lap, Edward Rodriguez back in 14th position, a 111.699. He was 2 tenths quicker than Bonilla on that last lap, although he's buried there deeper in the field, right there with Colin Lloyd and closing up on Spencer Smith. So Rodriguez with a quick race car right now, trying to get himself back in the top 10. But 14th for Rodriguez in the 946. Battle up front, though, continues as Massimino reeling him in. You don't really need to look too much at just time now. Visually, within about a cart length coming through the shark fin. You'll see it here. Yeah, to the point where that could be, maybe let's call it 3 cart lengths coming down here into I-70. Watch for the draft coming into play for Massimino. He'll definitely leverage it here. This is going to plant him right on the bumper. I don't know if he's close enough to make a move. He decides not to. Look at GFCs though. Wow. 3, 4, 5 for GFCs. Hand, Kegel, Boer. Good stuff.
And again, they got a little bit of a gap in the way things have shaken out between Eli Warren, Ruben Moya, and Austin Garrison. Garrison that time was the one that got dropped down to the 8th spot, so big opportunity here for Chase Hand with teammates to hunt down the leaders. He's hoping for just one move for the top spot. That's all he's really needing at this point. Still in the draft window, but he's not going to get any closer if Paulie just continues to push along with Bonilla, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is what starts to happen now with still a lot of racing to go here in this main, because again, Donovan Bonilla and Paulie Massimino, two completely different storylines entering today, right? Bonilla nowhere near really our championship conversation in K100 Senior. He's looking for the race win. He'll be happy to continue to lead. Massimino, of course, happy to just put a really consistent run together, and this would be a huge, huge lead in the point standings when you look at it overall. He'll pull to the inside, though. I think, read my words, he's going to go to the lead earlier than expected. And that right there tells you why.
Yeah, I was just going to say, probably a little look over the shoulder. Yeah, here comes the black and white. You can see that Chase Hand's up on the wheel. Go to the lead. Let Bonilla play with Hand here right now because Chase is rolling. Teammates behind him, Kegel and Boer. Kegel able to get himself up into 4th. Massimino, the new leader, past the halfway point now as well. 9 laps down, working lap number 10.
Couple of seconds back, noteworthy here for not just Isaac Malcutt setting the fast lap of the race, but being one of the hard chargers at the moment. 10 spots up, 21st to 11th. He's behind Cade McQueen, who's picked up a couple of spots. Those two were side by side at the line. So I don't know if Malcutt even got another one already. It might put him into the top 10 with 4 seconds and a couple of tenths to this group up here. That is a lot. At the same time, it could be erased in about a lap and a half with some heavy-handed fighting. And I think we've certainly got a storm brewing. It just has not erupted quite yet. Chase Hand trying to bring the rain to Donovan Bonilla. Car length back here, and it'll be 6 to go.
All right, let's get to it now. Laps are winding down. These middle laps, drivers just kind of positioning themselves where they want to be. Massimino, as we know, decided he did not want to be in second. He wanted to go to the lead. He'll let Bonilla deal with Chase Hand. Everybody else trying to get themselves into a position where they can be part of the action once the chaos begins. You know some action's going to happen here pretty soon, whether or not Bonilla tries to go by first or if Hand gets himself up into second. But before this is all over, we're going to see some great side-by-side racing that's going to bring more drivers back in. That's the style of racing here at Newcastle, and we're going to see a lot of it.
And as they go to the infield, you can see Bonilla getting closer to Paulie's bumper. Paulie had a little bit of a gap he was able to pull over the last couple laps. He still is able to get a really great launch out of some of these slower corners compared to the drivers behind him, but Bonilla is going to have to make a quick decision here. Is he close enough, or is there a shot over the course of the 18-corner lap that he could send it on Paulie and feed him to hit Chase? Because if not, that 927 has been consistently quicker. Now he's going to look for it down the front stretch with a little bit of the headwind helping. Change in the lead and change in second. Bonilla back to the front, right on cue, realizing it was go time because Chase Hand had arrived. And now, what do you do if you're the 927? You've got Paulie right behind you. You've got plenty of laps, but equally, you could try to go to the lead right here and hope that the momentum that you've built over the last few laps and all that speed is worth it. Big time sender there.
Does he hold it though coming through to turn number 9? He does. Just turn the wheel to the apex. It bit straight through. What a gorgeous pass. Chase Hand. Does he hold him off? Not quite. Big move to the inside. Bonilla takes it back, and Hand's going to go all the way to the tail of that group. He's going to go back to 5th. First to 5th in a matter of 2 corners.
And I can tell you right now, Rob, just because the margin is so big, and again, it will update a little bit closer if Hand can get back up to the lead. But certainly with a win today, Paulie Massimino will clinch this one, no question, with how big of a drop round he has that he can lean back on. It's a 245. Mind you, that's 55 markers, or 65 markers shy of a perfect day. Sorry, 75 shy. 320 is all that you can get as Moya now goes at it with Hand and buries him. Back with Garrison. Opens up the margin to the top 3. Again, Ruben's trying everything he can to keep his hopes alive, but he's 216 back, and it's just too much.
Tough to watch there if you're Chase Hand's team, because tumbling down the order, literally had made a great pass to take over the lead, and he's kind of got put to the outside. Yeah, this is him going back on it, back in here on Eli Warren. So he'll at least get himself back up another spot, but the trio pulling away now is Massimino, Cagle, and Bonilla. Cagle's up there looking for a potential win. How big would it be for Matty Cagle to come away with a victory here, Xander? This would be amazing for him. Currently running third. Bonilla makes a move by. A lot of action still. Working lap number 13. So really 4 more laps to go here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how much talent is under that tent led by Gary Carlton and crew, both with helmets on and those coaching on the sidelines, of course. And Matt Cagle, out of all of them right now, might have the best Saturday, bar none. He's got a huge opportunity looming just in front of him as his teammate gets back up the board to 4th. Chase Hand versus Ruben Moya. They're going to end up probably going to tomorrow with a head-to-head down to a single-point margin between each other potentially in the fight for the vice championship honors. But it would take a lot. It would take a mountain right now to topple Paulie Massimino. Essentially, a DNF is the only way this championship isn't going to be signed, sealed, and delivered when the checkered flag flies here in 2 1/4 laps. And if he could do it with another win on just an unbelievable season, that would be really the icing on top of the cake.
Question here is whether Hand can work with Moya to close back up, because right now the gap last time by was a full second when Moya was in 4th up to Cagle. So at this point here, they're looking very good.
Look at this, Isaac Malcutt. That fast lap has continued to get better by solely him. Every single lap he has managed to find more speed. There's obviously lap 12 there with the battling that is a huge delta, but head-to-head at points by himself, no toe, no pushing, Isaac Malcutt has been better than Paulie Massimino, the race leader. And now with fighting up front here with 2 to go, anything can happen. Malcutt has clawed his way all the way up to 9th, and he's less than 3 seconds away from these 3 and this group of 5. This could be a huge day for Little Sizzle as Paulie takes him to the low side. Lap and a half to go, and we're starting to dance here in KA Senior.
All right, let's write this story to see who comes away with the win here in round 5 of the Pro Tour. KA Senior, Massimino leads, but he's low-lining. Here comes the drivers back in again. Chase Hand's been shuffled back a couple of more spots again. Moya into 4th. Austin Garrison, who looked like he was out of it, he's back up to P5, and they're all lining up. Hand's going to try way around the outside. Does he get one? No, he might even lose one to Garrison here as they'll work their way in. Look at this. Moya goes back to the bottom of Matty Cagle. Cagle's going to get shuffled to the outside a little bit. Cagle's going to have to dig to hold back. He'll go back to 4th. Moya goes back to P3. It's still Massimino leading. This is good stuff. They'll see the white flag next time by, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
15 in the book, so here we go. They'll come back to finish lap 15. Here comes the final laps, and this is going to be a good one.
Malcutt is there.
He is.
3 seconds have evaporated in 1 lap. McQueen is there. This championship's not done yet. Ruben Moya trying the high side. 3 wide to turn number 2 as Matt Cagle feeds a wheel there to the Spaniard, who sends the kid right back off into the dirt there in 3. They're going to come together at some point, and yet still a little bit of dust, and we have all 10 of our top 10 covered under a blanket. There's another one. Moya's into the dirt, into the side of 3 of them there in the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, they just collected a number of cars in the 6-7 combination. Back to the leaders here now. Can anybody close up? It's still Massimino leading the way. He'll come over to the turn number 11. He'll cover the bottom. Here comes Chase Hand back into 3rd position. Hand back to P3. Can he have it? He's got Austin Garrison right with him. Cover again for Massimino into the shark fin. Here comes Bonilla to the inside.
He's got a nose. He's got the lead back. Dono to the point. Donovan Bonilla got a win the last time he was here at Newcastle in a crazy way. This time, Paulie's going to have something to say about it, where he was damaged and huffing in the grass then. It'll be a drag race. Who goes with who? To the line. Bonilla versus Paulie versus Hand at the stripe. Donovan Bonilla holds 12 thousandths of a second, 8 thousandths of a second further back from Paulie to Chase Hand. Garrison 4th. McQueen 5th.
That's the kind of KA racing you like. What a battle there. Great stuff for Chase Hand trying to come back at it once again. Donovan Medina comes away with the win. A great run coming out of the scoreboard. Gets to the inside of Massimino. Diving into the shark fin. A 3-wide drag race to the line. 18 thousandths of a second separate all three. Garrison and McQueen there as well. Good recovery for Garrison. What happened to... Where is Malkin? I don't know what happened to Malkin on the final lap. He was probably one of the drivers that got cleared out by Ruben Moya.
He was, yeah. 18 thousandths of a second, though, separating Bonilla, Massimino, and Hand. I thought Hand might be able to slide through. Let's have a look at it here. But Moya, again, desperation heave, keeping his foot in it. Nearly drove into the side of Garrison, ends up into the side of Malquit, and I believe looked like that was Landon Boer as well.
Yeah.
Heartbreaker for two young kids here who are certainly starting to make their names and presence felt in the senior category. But this man, he knows how to win. He has become a veteran, and now, once again, Dono reigns supreme here at Newcastle. Caleb.
Donovan, 3 wide to the line. You get the win. Last lap pass into the shark fin. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough race. You know, you have to think a lot. The draft is big, so everyone can win. Like, the top 10 can win, so you have to think a lot. Have to, you know, prepare every move, think every move, and we did it, so amazing.
And this is the second win you've gotten at Newcastle this year in national competition. How does that feel for you?
Yeah, you know, it's getting good momentum, you know, hope to carry it to the next final in an hour. So yeah, let's try to win that too.
Enjoy the win, Donovan. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a way to kick or end things off here in KA Senior. With one drop round factored in over the first 5 rounds of competition, well, we can seal it here in the provisional standings going to tomorrow. Paulie Massimino with a massive points haul once again. By our math here, unofficially clinching the championship. The fight, though, will continue beyond him, though, with a very heavy-handed fight for second on back in KA 100 Senior. And just like that, we're on to X30 Junior, presented by Rollison Performance Group. From one class to another. Ashton Woon and Travis Pettit here in this championship fight. It has been between these two young men all season. We believe it will still be close enough. It won't be clinchable here in this race, but certainly an impact to be made with both drivers having some up and down rounds over the course of the season. 25 on the list, 24 took the green throughout the day. No sign of Samia Chait Sanchez, but here's your first 5 rows. Woon, Pettit, championship rivals on the front row ahead of Maxwell Macha, Tristan Murphy.
Nathan Goldsmith starting alongside Grayson Walcott, row 3. Enzo Di Janeiro, Clayton Stiles, row 4. Royce Vega and Diesel Bezonsky on row number 5.
And the run continues back to row 6. Marco Salmon and Asher Pavon. William Vitor and Paxton Romero back on row number 7.
Braden Wagner had a good run forward in KA 100. He'll start alongside Mateo Calderon on row 8. Sebastian Racinos Arce on row number 9 with Cole Anderson. Connor Lipka and Jesus Leon on row 10.
Rows 11 and 12, Nicholas Marin, Aston Wyatt, who had a heartbreaker, along with his teammate Colton Schneegenberg in the pre-final. So too did Brandon Ang. You can see him in that bright black and red factory cart, rolling shotgun on the field. 3 races remain on the day here for round 5 of the SKUSA Pro Tour. The Summer Nationals. Overcast skies have greeted us once again here as we race further into the afternoon. And the long wait for the main event, the long wait down the 1,000-foot plus front straightaway is over. We're racing an X30 Junior.
Yeah, a couple of drivers off on the outside of turn number 1. Number of them up over the curbing on the inside as well. That will set the apple cart midway through the pack, but you see the gap there with the drivers who went off the racetrack. Otherwise, the leaders rolling up front. Big run to the inside. They're jamming the pack at each other all the way through. Travis Pettit jumps into the lead. Ashton Woon goes into second spot. I believe that's Maxwell Macha up into third. Murphy runs 4th. So a lot of argy-bargy on the opening circuit here, but otherwise clean and grain, working their way over to turn number 11.
Going into the green corner here, single file. Up front, back to Grayson Walcott. Travis Pettit leading by about a car length back to Woon, who's under pressure. Macha to the inside will take over P2 here, and beyond your group of 6. So far, I think there's not too much yet to write home about. We'll keep our tabs on Colton Schniegenberg and Aston Wyatt more than most here, with them starting tail end of how many spots they pick up on this opening lap. Battling like this here, Grayson Walcott and Nathan Golseth. That'll make things interesting for sure as it backs them up from the top 4. One down here in the X30 Junior main.
You see Golseth looking back at Walcott there, asking for some help. Hey, listen, let's work together here. I know you want to get another spot, but let's just run together. Let's not be dive bombing each other here in turn number 17, the I-70 corner. You lose so much momentum coming out of the corner. Let's just hook up. Let's let a couple laps feed here before we go crazy and start making big moves. Macha gone into second. There's Pettit back into the spot. Woon stretching out to a little bit of a lead. Macha holds the position, able to tuck back in behind Pettit as they came out of turn number 8. Pettit will develop a little bit of defense coming into the green corner. That's going to stop things here. But no, back to the inside. In fact, he's going to lose 3 spots because Macha, Murphy, and Goldseth all came through. A lot of action here, Xander, in the opening couple laps.
Quite a bit. Nathan Golseth down the inside of Tristan Murphy, making that move stick there, along with a couple of passes behind, and now some pushing and shoving. Look at that, the 726 machine on the move. Bazanski on his SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Junior debut. Under pressure from Clayton Stiles back there. Tristan Murphy on Nathan Golseth, trying to hang on to what he can as Maxwell Macha gets a bit of breathing room. And Travis Pettit, slow start here to this one. He needed some other drivers to have some speed to fight with Ashton Woon, and they right now do not. Fast lap of the race there for Woon at a 71.1. Nobody even close. In fact, there's only a couple even in the same zip code. Golseth, one of them, as he makes that move for third. But that gap is already over a second on lap number 3. A long 20 laps await the rest of the field here if Ashton Woon can make a real clinic out of this one.
I was going to say, is this an opportunity for Ashton Woon to stretch away? Because man, oh man, what a fantastic launch here in the opening couple of laps. Big lead, a full second, almost a full second. The first time by the stripe. You talked about the lap time he laid down, a 1:11.1. He was literally 0.8 of a second faster than Macha on that last lap. Remember, these are cold tire laps. Pressures are low. Car's not easy to drive. It's going to get better and better. We're not even close to where the window where the cart's even going to start coming in and really getting good. We'll keep looking at that gap, though, between first and second, but nonetheless, Ashton Woon nicely out to the lead. Lap 3 goes in. It goes to the other side of 1 second, almost 1.1 seconds up. He does a 10.35, a tenth and a half quicker than Macha once again. I'd say 4-driver breakaway, but more like a 4-driver chase pack, right? The breakaway's Woon, but Macha, Goldseth, Murphy, and Pettit now running second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Golseth to the inside of Macha right there will take over second, and his whole day has been driving up through the pack, and it has made it look relatively easy here in this main. This last spot will be much harder to make look easy, if that's a good way to put it, because Ashton Woon, the last lap things started to get closer on speed, but those opening couple of laps where he was just shot out of a cannon have really hurt the rest of the field's chances. They're going to need some big-time speed. Travis Pettit now starting to move as Murphy made the pass on Macha, and then Pettit now getting by both of them. Puts himself into third, and that'll help, especially now as the lap times start to stabilize. So here's the big question. You have the SCR number 3 plate out front. What's the gap back to Golseth? It is only going to be a 2/10 loss from the last lap to make that pass for P2. So it's not over yet. Pettit just took fast time honors away as well.
Yeah, you wonder what Pettit's going to be able to do here. You saw him fall back outside that top 5 at one point, but he has methodically worked his way back forward, able to get into that group of 4, and is now working, trying to get to the front of that group. He's already put 2 behind him. He's got Murphy behind him. He's got Macha behind him. Battle further back, you're watching Walcott go at it with DeGennaro as well. I think DeGennaro might have been able to get by Walcott on that last corner there through turn 8. But nonetheless, for Pettit, once he does, if he is indeed able to get by Goldseth, if he's got the pace to do that, does he have enough to really, do anything to affect the lead for Ashton Woon? It's 1.2 seconds now for Woon. Yeah, Pettit was the fast driver last time by and was quicker by about a tenth, but it's now 1.2 seconds. Still a long, long way to go in this race. We're only in the early laps, but there's the move for Pettit, going to the inside of turn 17. See if Goldseth tries to take it back here at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, he was just starting to trend in the right direction. That lap, a 1:10.39. And now when you look at the comparison to Pettit, on the other hand, he is really going in the right way. This lap, obviously, a little slingshot engage action for Travis Pettit, with the draft helping, making what probably could have been a 1/10 increase or decrease in the gap to the lead to a 3/10. And now he's going to get some breathing room as Murphy sends it on Golseth. So Travis Pettit, the couple of times we kind of cut to him there in the middle of the fray of 5th or so on laps 1 and 2, it looked like it was a slow start or maybe even a rough main event ahead. And yet here we are now starting to get into the peak tire operating window for everyone, and he seems to potentially be the car to beat. He didn't have the fast lap of the race last time with that pass. That honor going all the way down to 9th there for Fast and Wyatt.
Man, plus 13.
Yep, we talked about it. Colton Schneegenberg, Aston Wyatt.
That's amazing.
They were wrecked out of the top half of the field in the pre-final, and they have made quick work of the back half here in the final to 9th and 11th. And it may get another spot or two. This lap looks like Wyatt's gotten past Braden Wagner. That's going to put him up net gain at 14.
And that fast lap for Wyatt was 4/10 faster than Woon. So the fact that he is on the wheel right now, big stuff for Aston Wyatt. There he is right there. We were watching him for a second there in the 7:21. Very impressive for Aston, getting himself up. Or where could he end up? We got lots of racing still. He's 4.7 seconds back. Racing gets going up front. We may see him before it's all said and done. There he is there, Aston Wyatt, great stuff. There's a 787 as well of Colton Schneegenberg, plus 12. Started 23rd, he's new 11th. Looking to try to get himself into the top 10. So great runs early over the first 6 laps for drivers who started well outside the top 15.
And for Travis Pettit, a day like today here with a very high drop score, actually an incredibly high drop score that he could potentially take away if this is all corrected on through. I mean, this is just an incredible run so far, up to second. As we double check through the math here, I mean, 194, he's only 100 shy of a perfect score, plus or minus. Now Ashton Woon, on the other hand, had a lower drop. Or no, I'm mixed up, looking at the two of them. Woon with a 194, Pettit with an unbelievable 280 for his lowest score in X30 Junior. That's how dominant he's been. And again, that's if, again, we'll have to double check to make sure all of our results are matching. But from what we can tell, Travis Pettit in the driver's seat with incredible performances in the opening 4 rounds, and now in second. I mean, that would be a margin that, even as good as Ashton Woon has been, might not be toppable when we go to tomorrow. I didn't think we were going to have another class because they're not separated by a lot, is what's crazy about it. Only 60 points as they run right now, with his 20-point swing going the way of Ashton Woon. But even 60 points, again, Travis Pettit's massive score haul might make that still a clinchable number.
Lots of calculations coming on Championship Sunday, round 6 of the Pro Tour, 17th edition of this fantastic program, which launched back at Sonoma Raceway with the Spring Nationals in 2010. I remember it well, 101 entries, I believe, that weekend. Obviously, it's grown quite a bit over the years. Fluctuations in entry numbers. We've topped 300 a number of times, well over 200 here this weekend. With a massive field in the Pro Shifter category as well. But yeah, let's see who comes away as the champions this year. I'm thinking you go back to some of those champions we've had in years past. Just amazing. Amazing history for the Superkarts USA Pro Tour program. It'll be the second national program run by Superkarts USA from 1999 to 2007. The Superkarts USA Pro Moto Tour back in the day for the first many years, nothing but shifter karts. 4 categories, the S1, S2, 80cc Senior and 80cc Junior, 4 categories on that program. Those were good days, running both East Coast and West Coast programs. But fast forward to 2026, and we've got ourselves a ton of talented drivers in this program. Watching whether or not we see that gap come down for Ashton Woon out front. It's still 0.8 of a second, Xander. Last time by, Pettit knocked a couple of tenths out. What does he get here? Yeah, now down to 0.6 of a second with about 7 laps to go. Wyatt up to 7th.
And he's got another one right here in frame. That's Enzo Di Gennaro just in front of him. Colton Schneegenberg clutching up to the back of the next couple that Wyatt's already gotten past. So this would be Aston Wyatt to move him 16 spots up the leaderboard and comfortably into the top 6 as well.
Zane, let's just talk a little bit. Let's go to the fun side. How much fun Aston Wyatt's having right now. When you got a kart that's that good and you're closing on guys and you're making those passes, that's one of the beauties of karting. When it's just that good, you feel that you just can't be stopped. He'll be having a ton of fun right now trying to work his way forward.
You can see too the deltas for himself up to Ashton Woon, right? Last time by, half-tenth better, gave up just a little bit the lap before, had a 4/10 set of gains on laps 5 and 7, making inroads towards the leader. A little bit of a different race up front, and we could be talking about Aston Wyatt going from last to first. We might still have some other players join the top 2 though. It has come down from 6/10 to 4/10 because Hurricane Trav has just gone purple. And with the weather looking to strike, it only seems fitting. The 729 is turning things up here in the second half of this main. Closing the gap down, 6 laps to go. Plenty of time to eat up the next 4/10 and make some magic happen here against his championship closest rival in Ashton Woon. Behind him there, Maxwell Macha, Tristan Murphy. The two of them just rooting on any kind of a fight because the moment they get it, their hopes of standing on the top step are reignited.
That's exactly that. The fight will continue up front and see whether or not they go battling for it. You wonder whether or not Woon has anything left in the tank. Is there a little bit of reserve? Is the car going to come in a little more here for him? Because right now, Travis Pettit, most definitely the fastest driver on the racetrack, a 105.573. Wyatt has closed to the rear bumper of Enzo Di Gennaro as well, but we'll keep this battle on the lead right now because this could be the fight. Remember, these two are the drivers in the championship scrap as well. As Xander's kind of detailed going through the numbers here now. Pettit most definitely in the driver's seat. We're trying to lock down the championship here, but both these young drivers super impressive on the season, and we're not done yet. Wyatt now up into the 8th position as Grayson Walcott was able to slip by him. So drop him a spot rather. Wyatt goes from 7th back to 8th.
And that's going to allow Colton Schneegenberg to try and steal that fast lap of the race honors. Again, it's not far for Colton to get there. He's only a couple car lengths back. And here's your gap, an equally notable one, right? Travis Pettit back to Maxwell Macha. Last time by, he added 2/10. But of course, he's running in the draft off the back of Woon, having Woon clear a path for him. No passing at all. Murphy and Macha, if they can just hold the line, they're matching right now Ashton Woon's speed. And they know that at some point the top 2 are going to duke it out for the race win. Travis Pettit would love to keep this picture-perfect championship run here in X30 Junior alive with another race win. Ashton Woon would love to keep him from it. And as they go to the line here, you can see Macha over the course of this session has kept things pretty close here to Pettit. Pettit's had just a little bit of an edge the last few laps, but it's going to go away here in a hurry. Travis Pettit now on the heels of Ashton Woon. 4 laps to go. Just a matter of maybe 2 feet down to inches here as we go through turn number 5.
Yeah, Woon's going to start running those defensive lines. That's going to bring Macha and Murphy back in. That actually might be the best thing for him. There goes the move for the lead to the inside. Book it. Over in Cell Tower, Travis Pettit goes to the lead here in X30 Junior.
Great stuff here out of Travis Pettit. Now instantly defending here from Ashton Woon. The sky's continuing to darken here as we watch along down into the infield section. Woon, high side, low side. Now looking into the shark fin. Macha, a car length back. Maybe less. It didn't take much time at all for this gap to close down. That means that, again, there's still a stone's throw, a long shot hope for Aston Wyatt and for Colton Schneegenberg and that whole group at the end of the top 10 to get there. You can see 5th, Nathan Golseth still digging. With 3 to go, it is back and forth up front. Pettit, the race leader, and you can see already that gap is shrinking, 4th to 5th.
My goodness, 4 drivers on top of each other now. You're going to see the defenses coming. Woon going to the outside, trying to pinch the outside. Can they get it happen? No, not quite enough. Over under there. He does. He gets through this time. Little bit wide on the exit there for Pettit. He'll go back to P3. Woon goes back to the lead. Woon to P1. Macha up into 2nd. And in fact, Xander Pettit all the way back to P4.
That's big. For Travis Pettit, he's got the fast lap of the race, so that 10-lap bonus will kind of make up for essentially one of these spots lost in terms of his chase to try and clinch the championship one day early. Ashton Woon doing everything he can to bring the fight to Sunday. He needs a great day today and a nearly impossible feat tomorrow to back it up, and some tough luck to strike his championship contender. But again, he's trying to bring more karts into it and hold the lead. He's going to pay the price. Macha, Murphy, and Pettit all going to freight train the race leader with 2 to go.
New leader, Maxwell Macha's got to P1. Those two drivers working together. Parolin. And what is it, the Tony Kart there? Is that what Murphy's on?
Yes.
OTK, Tony, yeah. So again, having a great run here. Who's going to come away with this, though? This is big stuff, because we're a long way from him. He wants in this fight as well. He's one more big defense here, and Goldseth could be there as well. He's not that far back. Man, full racing line through turn number 11 for Maxwell Macha. No one makes a move there. Surprising to me.
Me too. I mean, this is only really Woon going high and low, and he looked back, and now he sees more go-karts showing up. Now that's could be good news, could be bad news. Good news is it's its teammate. Bad news is that means more points that he could give up on a day that he can't afford to give up any. He needs to be gaining. Here they come to the white flag. Maxwell Macha has won the Supernats and Mini. He would love to win round 5 of the Pro Tour here in X30 Junior. Down the inside for Macha. And a big time shove as they were all, oh no, Pettit up and over the tires of Macha. All kinds of contact. This race coming unglued here in the closing lap. X30 Junior has Murphy now in the lead. Macha wheel to wheel with Goldseth.
And through the chaos, Woon's been able to come into P3. So this is going to play out here right now. It's going to be Murphy, Pettit, and Woon on the final lap. Macha trying to get himself back up into it. Goldseth, Walcott, DeGennaro run 5th, 6th, 7th. Does Murphy have an opportunity? He narrowly missed winning his first ever national event in race main event number 1 rather, for the KA junior class. He's leading the way here now, and they're going to fight for second. This is going to be Tristan Murphy's race here.
Absolutely. They're focused on each other. Macha now able to sneak his way back up the board to 3rd. But what could have been for Maxwell? This will go all the way to the wire. That second group has also absolutely doubled in size. Pettit covering. Macha sends him up the racetrack. Woon's going to shove him by. They'll drag race for 3rd, and it'll be all behind the winner. Tristan Murphy scores in Newcastle.
What a huge victory for Tristan Murphy. His first national win, the SKUSA Pro Tour. He has been trying and he's been close, and today he gets the job done. For Ryan Perry Motorsports, it is Tristan Murphy with a 1.311 second victory. Macha comes home second. Ashton Woon able to sneak by for the final podium spot. Travis Pettit pushed back to P4 over Nathan Goldseth. What a wild finish and a great run for Aston Wyatt, plus 14 as he works his way up to P8.
All results provisional from what we can tell. That should have clinched it for Travis Pettit. His 5 rounds would be 360 points out of reach for Ashton Woon's current drop score. So even if he got a perfect 320, I think that would put it away. But of course, there was a lot of chaos on that final lap that Tristan Murphy had to evade. So we'll wait until we know for sure. What we do know is that he was the first to the line for the very first time.
Tristan Murphy came close in K100 Junior, but in X30 Junior, it becomes possible. Tristan, your second win in 125cc this year, your first at the SKUSA Pro Tour in 2026. How does it feel?
Feels great. I've been trying to win this entire season. It's the first time I got it done.
And again, who would you like to thank, right? It's been a long road to get here this season. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mechanic, RPM, Dalton Haynes, Brandon Carr, and my motor builder, Precision Works. That's it.
Well, there you go, Tristan. Enjoy the win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, love that stuff. Love that first victory for a young driver like that in the SKUSA Pro Tour. worked so hard for it and came, within like 14 thousandths of a second in KA 100 Junior, able to get it done here in X30 Junior, and the weight lifted off his shoulders, right? The confidence boost he's going to get, that, as I always say, open the floodgates and potentially more victories. Really happy to see Tristan Murphy come away with a race win.
Certainly. And we've still got 2 more chances for another moment like that. Could it be a first-time winner headed our way here in the Mega Power Engines Mini Swift main event, or potentially even Pro X30 that closes out the day? We're not going to have to wait too much longer to find out here. Just moments away from going green with your Mini Swift main event, and following here at 4:50 p.m. Eastern Time will be Pro X30. You can estimate podium ceremonies here for round number 5, probably slated for a little bit after 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. That'll be on our free post-race coverage when we close out the afternoon. But the skies continue to darken here from Newcastle Motorsports Park with 2 main events to loom, and it is deja vu in probably a not-so-fun way for some on the Mini Swift grid, considering the last time that we saw them in main event action. They'll be ready to roll here momentarily, folks. Just 2.5 minutes until the command will be given for Mini Swift to go green from Indiana.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you...
We're back here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, is getting set to go with the penultimate race of the day. Mini Swift getting set to go. Dutch Westbrook starting on the pole alongside Aiden Go. Mason Brody will be with Hudson Howard on row number 2. Again, field working its way through. You see the drivers 11 on back. Get live timing to update for me here. Again, Westbrook's had such a strong day so far. We'll see whether or not he's got what it takes to work his way up front. Remainder of the 21 kart field shown there for you. Westbrook in the Bennick has been the strongest driver here. We'll go forward and backward, then back forward again. Mason Brody has had a good run as well there in the 109. He will start on the inside of row number 2. Hudson Howard on the outside. Let's see what kind of a start we get here from the drivers in Mini, brought to you by Mega Power Engines. Normally a nice crawler, and yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do a nice slow run here, coming out at 17 through turn number 18, getting it ready to go. Dutch Westbrook on the inside, Aiden Go on the outside. Both these drivers have shown fantastic pace all weekend long. Let's see how we go here. Again, penultimate race of the day. The drivers in the Pro X30 category will be waiting in the wings for their first of 2 main events on the weekend. Westbrook to control the pace coming into the tram lines. Everybody looking good so far. Keep it inside there, guys. Aaron Lyken's ready to throw that green once they get into the blue zone, and they're there. Green, green, green. Racing for the drivers here in Mini Swift. See how this opening lap looks. 3-driver breakaway. Big gap actually back to 4th, 5th on back. Hudson Howard lead that next group. But a number of drivers, something happened there where it kind of got shuffled back a bit. 3 drivers able to get away cleanly here. Dutch Westbrook will lead them. Brody goes into 2nd. I think that's Aiden Go in 3rd. So yeah, the drivers 1st, 2nd, and 3rd on the grid, they were able to get through. a little bit of contact we had in 1, 2, and 3, shuffled things back a bit. And so that has started with a 3-driver breakaway here early. In fact, Dutch Westbrook has got himself probably 4 kart lengths coming through green corner for the first time. So the opening lap, drivers just settling in so far. Good up front, not surprising. See how much room Hudson Howard has in that 149 as they come through the shark fin. You'll see him in the back part of the screen there. He's got a lot of room as well. So gap in front and behind Hudson Howard running P4.
All coming to a head here at the end of the opening lap as we watch them now. Mason Brody on the move there in the 109 machine, trying to dig towards the back of Dutch Westbrook. Look at the frenzy coming down the front stretch. One of the Velocity Sodies having to take evasive action to the grass as they're 2 and now down to 1 lane through turn number 1. Marcelo Flores buried in that pack on the Parolin machine back in 8th, and they've already given up quite a bit of time. I mean, look at the huge gap your top 3 have gotten by having a smooth and very easy-going opening couple of rungs.
Yeah, Xander, they didn't force the issue at all through 1, 2, and 3. Just kind of got into line, able to get cleanly out of that while the remainder of the chaos behind them kind of shook things up with drivers darting left and right. The gap then created there. Another gap, as we said, from Howard back. It's about 1 point, maybe 9/10 back to Slate Harrell. Harrell's got Tarango right there. Grayson Knifick as well. Marcelo Flores, Samuel Chavari, Jake Manalio. Stalas up into the position as well. Get that opening lap in here. Chavari running P9.
And so it's Hudson Howard back in the 4th spot. 1.3 seconds back as of last time by. All of this again happening way back from him. Flores, Liam Francisco, Grayson Knifick here. This is 7th, 8th, and a big run forward, or at least attempt for one from Francisco as he holds the spot there over a charging 140 of Knifick. Mind you, again, Axel Gomez, driver who was spun around facing the wrong direction at the opening opening lap there in the pre-final. Up 5, Liam Francisco is up 9, and up 6 is Jake Manalio in the 191. We talked about how, as a part of that first lap issue in the Mini Swift pre-final, that it was Manalio collected along with Brody Stoffel. So both of them on the back foot trying to march back through the field. It's unfortunate for Brody of the issue here for the 129, but however, we do see Manalio on the move forward. Slate Harrell was purple last time by. That's why we've got him locked center frame here on our cameras. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th. Slate in the middle on the red and black for MPG Motorsports. Hudson Howard in the white and blue for Jay Howard Driver Development, and Lucas Tarango in that easy to spot black and orange helmet on the Nitro kart.
Yeah, great running here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. We'll see whether or not they have some pace to potentially dial things in if the leaders start to fight. Again, like I talked about it earlier, when you're in that second group, the last thing you can do is give up. You've got to keep digging. We saw it in the last race, too. Everybody else gets brought back into the fight once the leaders start the low line. So the bottom line is you got to keep at it here. Hudson Howard, if the pace is there, he, Harrell, and Tarango will try to keep themselves in a place where they may be able to be part of the fight later on in the race. It is a 14-lapper for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. So we'll see how things play out, but a long way to go. Still only working lap number 4.
Yeah, good ways to go here in this 14-lapper. Again, 14 laps certainly seems on the low end for the Mini Swifts, but again, a huge racetrack, minute 15 to minute 20 lap times. This will be a long one. There'll be a lot of position changes that won't necessarily show on the live leaderboard solely because they'll flip back the other direction before the lap is completed and maybe a couple of times over. At the moment, though, you've got a relative calm that has kind of come across the grid. And part of that because your fastest drivers now are officially fastest with the fast lap of the race going to Aiden Go out in front. That's got everyone going into chase mode, trying to just keep a hold or keep eyesight of your leaders. 3 packs of 3 at the moment. Your top 3, 4 through 6, here's 7 through 9th, and then a duo back in 10th and 11th, Chavari and Gomez. This is Manalio back here in 7th. Great move up the grid here for Jake Manalio, up 6, and of course Liam Francisco up 10.
Both those drivers hooking up and looking good right now. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th. Jake Manalio, Liam Francisco, and Marcelo Flores. That's that essentially third trio.
Now let me paint you this picture here, Rob, as
All right,
Tarango goes purple. 5 points right now separate Mason Brody and Dutch Westbrook in the championship with a drop factored in. They're running first and second on the racetrack right now. Goes back the other way. It only goes to a 15-point advantage for the drops factored in, or a 20-point advantage, sorry, for Brody if he's able to get ahead of Westbrook and Westbrook were to slide to second. This is neck and neck here at the forefront of the Mini-Swift field if we take drops into account over the first 4 rounds. And then not only that, how about you change over and you just look at the overall haul they have. It will bring a few others closer into the top 5, but it shows the difference of what the drops can do for Mason Brody specifically, because he goes from 5 points back right now in second, potentially 20 or 15 points up, sorry, if he gets the lead in the win. He's 77 back pre-drop, so he needs a better Summer Nats weekend than Dutch Westbrook does. But that being said, Dutch Westbrook, Mason Brody, about as close as you can cut it here. And with the way that this field seems to be, again, a little bit lighter on the numbers here this weekend, but most notably here, the spread, the depth. These two joined only by Aiden Go at the moment in terms of the consistency. There's been some hot laps through the field, but consistently they have just edged that gap bigger and bigger. It's going to come down still probably by just a couple of points every single session. You talked in the morning, Rob, about 10 points in qualifying, how vital that is. Today, that went to Dutch Westbrook. That was crucial.
And listen, that's what it takes, right? When you try to win a championship like this, especially, you think that those 10 points are always important, even at the Winter Nationals, even the Spring Nationals. But when you come here and you know what you have to get done, it kind of steps things up a little bit. For Westbrook, be able to grab those 10 bonus points, just a huge move for him. You have to have that. It's still going to be a battle by the time we get to it tomorrow. But again, that 10 points up for grabs tomorrow morning as well. You can't leave points on the table if you want to come away with a championship.
We're approaching halfway here. 2 seconds now the gap back to Slade Harrell. He's pulled the trigger to go past Hudson Howard. And I think part of that, too, is just how much, again, they've made bits and pieces of inroads together, but ultimately have not made nearly enough. There you can see Aiden Go setting the fast time of the race that time by playing caboose here on the top 3. Slade Harrell giving up some time with the pass on Hudson. Now Howard back and forth here with Lucas Tarango for the 5th spot, which is not only going to hurt him a bit, it's also going to hurt Slate, who needed a pusher after getting to the front of this 2 or 3 car pack to try and make up for lost time, because they're just watching the top 3, watching the podium, the chance to get a trophy here on day 1 of the Summer Nats in terms of the racing action, drive off into the distance.
Yeah, front 3 drivers are doing a tremendous job right now with Westbrook as the captain. He is out front leading the way. Their lap times are strong, 15.7s, 15.6 for Go. They're actually, all those drivers essentially matched or turned their fastest laps on that last lap as well here, as we'll cross the halfway point here. 7 down, 7 laps remaining. There's your leader, Slade Harrell. What was he last time? He was last time by a half a second off. This time only about 0.2 off, but that still pushes him, Xander, 2.1 seconds back. He needed that push, like you said, from Lucas Tarango and Hudson Howard, although he was 4 seconds faster, maybe 0.4 of a second faster on that last lap. He's pulling away from those guys behind him.
Yeah, which you'd think is great news, but in the case of hoping that he would get a shot at the podium, far from it. Slade Harrell, as much as he pulled away from those 2 duking it out, and again, their average pace even still is a little bit slower than his. We're seeing that in full display on your screens right now. He was still losing 0.2, or at least 1.5 that lap to the top 3. That is how fast Slade Harrell both is by himself and unfortunately just not fast enough. I will say the driver hunting down 5th and 6th, though, might be as fast as Slade, if not a little better. And that's Manalio in the 191, who we've touched on already a couple of times. He's got spots 7 and 8 on his net gain looming. He's about to get the draft off the back of him, it looks like, this time down the main straight. Jake Manalio from way back up the top 10, looking at a top 5. If he can just get a little bit closer here over these next 6 laps here. We end lap number 8. 6 to go, just past halfway. Manalio now purple. Right on cue there. That was the opposite of the commentator's curse. We don't have a word for that, but I'll call that one just being right, I guess.
Just a good setup.
Yeah.
You're a good setup, man.
That was a good alley-oop. Nice dunk there, Jake.
And remember, he's trying to battle it out with Hudson Howard, the championship for P3 and the championship as well, right? So Manalio up on that wheel is doing a great job here, turning fast laps. We talked about that last time by 1:15.563, and not only faster than the leaders, 0.2 faster than the leaders. If he was there, he'd be in the middle of the fight. But again, not out of it yet for a top 5. Manalio, P7. Great stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point about how close he is to Hudson Howard, right? He's only 14 markers back. It's about 10 points a pop from second, I believe, to fifth, and it starts going down in 5-point increments. So to get these two would bring him down to only 4 points away, or actually more than that because it'd be a 5-point hurt for Howard. So it would put him 1 point up, I think, on Hudson Howard.
There you go.
5 laps to go, this time by Dutch Westbrook continues to show the way. Caleb, down to you.
By here with Joe Turney, and a rough go of things in the pre-final there. Joe, you finished 7th, and we were trying to figure out if that was your worst finish in SKUSA competition this year. And you said it felt like it. Just tell me about that race.
Yeah, it was tough. Like we're nursing a bit of a problem. We need to get through the day, so we'll do the maximum we can now. Yeah, it's been a good weekend up until this point. So we've had a tough couple of sessions today. The morning was good, but then we've had a tough 2 sessions. But we'll just try and get through it, and I'm sure we'll be all right tomorrow.
And again, how difficult is that, right? As you're trying to kind of limp home to a championship, it seems like on the Saturday today.
Yeah, I mean, none of us expected it, so we've done everything we can to try and maximise the final now. Whether it will be enough or not, we don't know. I think to win today is going to be hard, but we'll give it our all. We might surprise ourselves and be better than we think. So let's do what we can, and hopefully it's a good race and we can get involved at some point.
Thank you for the time, Joe.
Thank you.
Interesting stuff here for the championship points leader. I mean, a Joe Turney average day would have probably put the championship away, but a Joe Turney downbeat day is making it just a question, right, Rob?
Yeah.
I mean, he still had a great job managing that race, doing exactly like what you and I talk about. Champions manage. It's on your worst days where you win the title, not your best.
Let's say he hasn't been able to close the door. It's not wide open. There's maybe crack the door open a little bit. That's about it, because he's still
there's
in
about
such a great
1 or
spot.
2 drivers starting around him that are just jamming their foot in before it closes to try and keep it open for one more day. However, in the mini Swift division here, this one similar and different at the same point, right? You have 2 drivers that have certainly put the championship further out of reach, and right now those 2 are neck and neck up front. We're keeping our eyes on them as we prep for our last race of the day. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I've caught up with another Brit, now American, if you will, Oliver Hodgson. Had a good, day so far, a 4th at the end of that pre-final as you're looking for your first win in the SKUSA Pro Tour here this year.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's like at this level, all the little details matter. So, I'm excited to see how this one goes. I've kind of been hovering in the area that's close, and I'm excited to put our foot forwards in this one and see if that's enough to get one.
I know the conditions definitely haven't made it easy for you guys, right? The sun shines, it gets cooler, it was cool in the morning. How are you guys adjusting, going back and forth and staying with the track pretty much?
Yeah, I don't see that it's been a huge difference other than the track kind of getting maybe a touch more slippery, but I think that's been a trend at all the races. So yeah, I think definitely in our camp, I think nothing that's unexpected.
Thank you, Oliver.
Thanks.
Well, what do you think?
I think that's a testament there to good note keeping there.
Yep.
There's a reason Oliver Hodgson at 32 years young is still as spry as ever and ready to challenge drivers as young as the rookies in the Pro X30 class like Eric Doan and company, who are less than half the age and have still to deal with an Oliver Hodgson starting on the outside of the second row. He showed a lot of speed and certainly a lot of aggression. We saw him and Turney having a great battle inside the top 10 in that pre-final. All of them hoping that they've got something for Gus Lawrence here this afternoon. And Dutch Westbrook right now had Mason Brody trying to bring the fight to him for a little bit. Now it's been really all about Aiden Go, but Aiden has not yet hit the go button to try to challenge for the lead. He is, from what I can tell, trying to manage the gap in every chance that he gets, which aren't that many, that he's on the bumper of the 133. He's pushing him to try and pull further away from Brody, but he missed the corner a little bit there in 3. was a little bit wide, and that's going to keep him from even having a chance to put some pressure on Dutch. And we talked about it earlier, right? The downside to waiting to the last possible moment is all it takes is that leader to hit his marks when you miss just one of yours or anything that all of a sudden changes up the game plan and it goes awry. Hudson Howard with a huge send there as we're talking about the game changing on Lucas Tarango, and Slate Harrell says thank you very much. Yeah. And Jake Manalio, by the way, has already gone by all three of them from the looks of things. That is going to put him all the way up. Grand total of 9 spots, fast lap, and into 4th.
Yeah, a really strong run for Jake Manalio, able to get up to those drivers. Howard's, Harrell, and Tarango find his way through. And the contact there a little bit on the exit from Howard onto Tarango. Let's go back to the lead, though, because here we go. It's time to get things underway. White flag will fly this time by. They are lining things up. Westbrook is the leader. They're looking over the shoulder. Who's it going to be, Aiden Go or Mason Brody? Both those drivers trying to see if they can't go to work on Dutch Westbrook here. Final lap for the drivers in Mini Swift. Round number 5, and Westbrook's been able to pull away. Xander, they're battling it out for second right now. This is giving Westbrook a huge cushion.
Oh, this is big. Again, you look at the championship right now. Mason Brody knows that he needs as many points as he can get here. He entered today with a pretty high drop score. So again, that's ultimately, Westbrook did, and Brody now off the racetrack racing hard with Aiden Go. The last thing he needed was not only to lose second, but now he's looking back because Jake Manalio is hauling the mail right there. There he is, right in the frame on cue, trying to challenge for that last spot on the podium. Could Jake Manalio knock down what was probably a 6-second delta on lap 1 to stand on the box? He's got a great shot right here. Over, under, not quite.
Slade Harrell there as well. This is going to be a fight now for third, folks. The leader, Westbrook, gone. Go has second to himself. Now it's the battle for the final step on the podium. As Xander had said, it's still going to be the run to the inside for Mason Brody. But what does Manalio have? Does he get a big run? Is it enough? Here's a big run for Slade Harrell. He may get them both. Here's the drag race to the line. Big victory for Dutch Westbrook. Second for Aiden Go. And across the line, I think it's Manalio. It is.
He got it. Jake Manalio, fast lap bonus, all the way up to third here at the Checkers. And Dutch Westbrook goes from a 5-point swing to a 15-point swing, and I think when it finally updates, might even be more than that, over Mason Brody to go to tomorrow in a heads-up fight for Mini Swift. Round 5 goes the way of Team Bennick, and Dutch Westbrook continues just an incredible summer stretch. I think it really all kicked off, Rob, at the end of the spring, or really the beginning of the spring. He went from dead last in qualifying the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Trackhouse, 40th of 40. Drove through the field, won in a 4-on-1 fight in the end of the main event. He has been unstoppable since. And there's one more race to go to see who will be our final winner on the day. We'll be right back. Pro X30, we return.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Ready for action here with Nash Motorsports Pro X30. Should be a good one here as Gus Lawrence leads your field out and onto the racetrack. Getting ready for one more dance. from Newcastle on Saturday. And in the pre-final here, he was able to make things look easy. Things were certainly chaotic at the start, but it was very reminiscent of his round 3 main event win in Cincinnati, Rob, and I'm sure Gus would love to repeat that feat here over the next 16 laps for the main event today.
I think the big thing for Gus Lawrence is he knows what he needs to do, and thus far he's getting the job done. Not able to get the pole, just one spot away from there, but that pre-final victory, stacking up those points, this is big stuff right now for Gus Lawrence, and to be able to get that done, if he can capitalize here today and come away with a race win, at least the door remains open. As you had said, that foot is in there. And we'll see how it plays out here for Gus Lawrence. This is going to be just a fantastic race. We know how good this track race is. We know the level of talent we have here. Championships are on the line. There's a lot to watch here. This is going to be a lot of fun.
16 laps. We hope you're ready, folks. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage all day long. It'll continue all the way to podium ceremonies for round number 5 of the 2026 SKUSA Pro Tour. Gus Lawrence, Paulie Massimino, 35 deep from America's heartland for the 12th consecutive year. The Newcastle Motorsports Park playing host to the SKUSA Summer Nationals. And today's Pro X30 main event is green.
One driver off.
2,
that
3,
4, 5, 6. A number of drivers off in turn number 1. As we let them roll through 2, 3, and 4. Great start for Gus Lawrence. Ruben Moya aggressive there, trying to find a way by the 305 of Blake Nash, who gets himself up a couple of spots too. He'll go up, I believe, into what, third. There is 4th. Moya. Turney trying to get his way in. A lot of argy-bargies, Andrew, here in the opening half of the opening lap.
Yeah, quite a bit of it. Moya's cut now 2 breaks to Nash, and Nash is going to leave the door open again. This time Moya's going to send it with no remorse, too much, and that will give Nash once again 3rd place here on the racetrack, and Moya's got to worry about Turney. A good bit of defense here in the opening lap for Blake Nash, but it has allowed the leaders to get a healthy margin already. Massimino versus Lawrence, and Paulie, by the way, shot out of a cannon through turn number 1. He tried to rip the high side as good as he could to get the lead away from Gus, but he couldn't quite seal the deal by the time they got out of turn number 2.
We get these drivers across the line. We'll try to figure out which drivers got shuffled in the back for you. Turney across the track to put the defense, the block on Hodgson. Otherwise, just that opening lap, you can see that Nash is just waiting to give me the opportunity to run a racing line. So I'm not running a defensive line the entire opening circuit. Finally got that in the scoreboard corner and got out of there cleanly. He and Moya right there. Now Turney's got to battle it off with Hodgson here now. Xander, let's have a look down the field. Drivers involved there. Nunez, Savage, Cushman, Turiaga, Andriado's, I think, involved. Peyton Anderson very likely involved in that as well. We saw at least 5 or 6 drivers off the racetrack in the opening corner of the race.
Yeah, all the way back to Max Klein and Jose Vitor Cabanas, the only driver unable to continue as the battling continues here between Hodgson versus Turney. Turney now under fire again. This time the cavalry has stacked up. I think the biggest loser here, based on the way that the start is shaken out, is probably Jake Drew in the 329, buried at the back of the top 10 right now. A driver looking to improve his spot inside the top 10 in points, and the prizes really accelerate as you get up the board. We know it's 10K, Supernats entry, next year's Pro Tour for the champ. Turney eyeing for that, but behind him, especially 3rd onwards, it's really interesting, especially when you factor in Ramos's DQ on the day. A lot to factor in here, folks, as we watch them all work their way through the 90s. Hector Turiaga, the one with a fast lap because of how crazy these first 2 laps have been. And it's Lawrence to Paulie by 7/10 right now, and it's a 1.7 second gap until you find Ruben Moya, then Nash, then Hodgson, and then here, back at the top 10, Kaminsky versus Roberts. A couple of young guns going at it, and that'll allow 3 vets on by, Drew, McQueen, and James Overbeck.
Yeah, they all slipped through when he got shuffled out there. Davin Roberts shuffled to the outside. There he is there, the 311. Not much you can do when they get you on the inside there and really lay a bit of the side pod on you. You're kind of hustled to the outside of the racetrack, and you got to just do whatever you can to stay on the exit curbing there, trying to get yourself back onto the racetrack. Been there, done that, I guarantee it. And Overbeck was one of the drivers that most definitely took advantage of that. And he's also able to get and slide through past McQueen. So Overbeck took advantage of that, got a spot away from Davin Roberts. Then he goes by McQueen as well. So move him up a couple of spots. So Overbeck almost back to where he started. I think he lost a couple of spots there early. But again, just lap number 3 right now. Lawrence, Massimino, Moya, almost a second back to Jake Drew running there in that 4th spot. Drew, pardon me, back to 8th now.
Blake Nash had the fastest lap for a split second. Then a fellow Californian took it from him. Buddy J is up 19 spots, if this is right, from last there with a crash in the pre-final. Jesus Vasquez Jr. fighting for his life here to stay inside the top 10 in the point standings, has already gone from outside the top 30 to inside the top 15. He's 14th, and he's at the end of that top 10 scrum that we've been following a bit of, and equally keeping tabs here on the looming battle for 3rd and potentially even for 2nd, because Massimino does not look all too strong here in the early going. Lawrence continuing to add to the margin.
Yeah, Massimino was 3/10 off. There you go there. Look how much he lost. Almost 3/10 on lap number 3. And again, that's to Moya, but the same thing to Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence last time did a 109.228. Massimino a 9.589, so even over 3/10 of a second for Massimino on that last lap behind. And now we know tires are still coming in, low pressures. Did they go way low on that kart? We'll see whether it comes in for him. He's been really good after struggling in qualifying. He's been able to get himself back forward. We'll see whether that BJR Lando Norris starts coming to life.
This championship certainly is going to close up a little bit. Again, right now, Turney all the way down in 7th. Gus Lawrence up in the lead. Jake Drew, his teammate, with the fastest lap. The RPGs certainly have some speed here. And at the moment, again, things getting closer to be able to keep this fight on going into Sunday. Massimino going to have to deal with Ruben Moya here shortly, who has charged his way all the way up to 4th in the standings and is looking to get some more points his way as he battles the likes of Drew and company on the edge of the top 5, and then the 3 drivers in contention for the title: Gus Lawrence, Joe Turney, Paulie Massimino. Massimino needing some big laps here in the next 3 to 4, or a very easy, very painless pass for Ruben Moya, and then nothing else to tow him up to the race leader, because Moya did close in on Lawrence. He's got a big run on Paulie. I think, yeah, Paulie's going to let him have it here in turn 1 to kind of minimize the damage.
Xander, you mentioned how good the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmics are in these senior categories. They've already got the 1 victory with Donovan Medea. Are they going to get another one here as well with Gus Lawrence? Could they sweep the senior single speed categories here today, as Lawrence has got a massive lead right now? 1.6 seconds over the first 5 laps. A dream start for Gus Lawrence, with, as we know, a long shot to steal that championship away from Joe Turney. But hey, to be able to knock off a couple of wins here, pre-final and final, will be massive for that British driver. We'll see how it all plays out. But again, Lawrence 1.6 up. Moya's got the open track double. We'll see how things hook up, as again, there's Drew and Bonilla. They've been able to get by Turney, so Bonilla and Drew goes to the front, Bonilla to the back. Yeah, so Drew goes to 6th, Bonilla to 7th, but both those drivers able to get by Turney.
And so that moves JT down another spot, and the points bleed continues to what will inevitably be a drop round here for Joe going into tomorrow. Thankfully, again, those first 4 rounds were so spectacular. Even the quote-unquote original off day at round 3 with a top 5. He said, all we got to do is just try and survive today. We know what the problem is. We've diagnosed it. We're going to be able to make the change we need, which makes you think again that it's got to be either go-kart or motor. That was a huge curb hit as he's trying everything to hang on to dear life right now. Overback, back and forth with him. And with Turney fighting that one back, he's going to bring everybody back into the mix. That was just a little ways away from him. Gus Lawrence resetting fast time, a valuable 10-point bonus as well to note, going the way of the 307, and a 0.3 of a second improvement on the margin back to Ruben Moya. But you can see how aggressive Joe Turney is with his MPG Kart Republic, trying to give it 110% right now to hang on to an 8th or 9th place run. And he's gone all the way back now to where Jesus Vasquez Jr., who started last, is closing. Look at that. All out of shape there. Rare do we ever see Turney essentially out of the calm behind the wheel.
Yeah,
but this,
look at, just missed the turn in a bit and caught the curb in a big way with that right front. Overbeck able to get through to the inside, but he had to pinch, of course, the inside, lost the exit. But man, yeah, just an uncharacteristic miscue there. You don't do that, at least at this time of the race.
Gus Lawrence continues to pad the lead here. Ruben Moya looked like he might have had something for him early, but I don't know if anybody does here at this point. I mean, he is at another level. Last year, Gus Lawrence was just kind of hanging around the top 3 at Newcastle. He was rock solid, no question. But this is a track he has yet to, I believe, score a win at. And so when you look at the performance he's put together today, as we've talked about at length, a must-perform kind of day for Gus. There's the difference there. You can see the last few laps from giving up 2/10 to a 1/2 his way to 2/10 his way and another 2.5 last time. This is big-time stuff here out of Gus Lawrence.
100%, Xander. 108.573 last time by. Resets fast lap of the race, and he was almost 0.3 of a second quicker than Ruben Moya. So there's Moya, Massimino, Hodgson, Nash, Drew, Bonilla, all right there. But literally, Gus Lawrence is just walking away from this thing right now. What an impressive drive, especially when you're up against it, knowing you're in a championship fight. You got to deliver. Gus Lawrence is doing that right now. 8 down.
And again, for Jake Drew, this story here, unfortunately, continues to follow him of what could have been here aboard the Rollinson Performance Group Cosmic, because Lawrence, you saw, was purple on his best lap there, and then it went to green. That's because Jake Drew reset fast time again and got the 10 points back his way. But had he had a better run through lap 1 instead of ending that opening lap down in 9th or 10th, could have been a vastly different picture here at the front of the field. Instead, he's cracking up to 5th right now. Turney still in this fight here with Overbeck, and the rest of the group has caught back up again. Here's Drew at the same time, working to the back of Blake Nash, and that'll be for 5th. Jake Drew continues to move forward, trying to get into the, not just the points here, but the top 3 prize fund on the race day as well. $2,500 cash to win pays down to P3. He's 2 spots away from it now with Hodgson and Massimino standing in the way.
Xander, we're into the second half of this right now, and if Drew continues to roll it up, you may see him on the podium for sure. That is a fast race car right now, and he is, again, pushing. Got a great pass done there on Blake Nash, really, and he indeed, I think, was able to maintain the pace coming through turn 17 as well. Didn't bleed enough off and lose what would have been a good lap. He still had a strong lap time. I think he went purple again, even, oh no, he did a 108.48. So still 0.2 quicker than the leader, even though making the pass in turn 17, lost a bit of the exit speed. So I'll tell you, there's a lot of pace in the 329 RPG Cosmic, and Drew already leaving Nash and looking forward to see if he can't get himself up on Hodgson. Last time by, he was 1/10 of a second faster, and he was only 7/10 back.
And so now as he starts to hunt his way towards Hodgson, Massimino and Moya, and Massimino closing in on Ruben Moya. Hodgson doing the same. The gap to Lawrence stabilizing at just over 2 seconds. It would need to bleed very quickly for it to come down at this point. 10 down, 6 to go. He was another 1/10 of a second better than Moya.
3/10 on that lap. Wow. 8.6 to an 8.9.
Yeah, that was big. And Massimino and Hodgson weren't any better. This was what happened moments ago to the points leader. Joe Turney sent into the weeds. We saw that scrum materializing as we picked back up the fight up front. And here it is again. Hodgson down the inside on Massimino. Joe Turney's day going from bad to worse. And this championship picture coming very, very differently into Sunday now. Drew to the inside. That's 4th on Paulie Massimino. The march continues for the shoe. Jake Drew now 1 spot away from a podium. And RPG with Gus Lawrence looking for his 2nd main event win on the year, looking to take 2 of the 3 spots on the box right now. Potentially a 3rd with Bonilla looming in the distance as Drew, look how deep he's able to send it into the hairpin and stick it here with still a good exit down the main straight. Yeah, incredible.
Xander, we saw that pass he made on Nash, same thing. Even when he sent it to the inside to get by Nash, still able to get in the rotation and a lot of forward bite out of that corner. That kart is hooked up. Now, is it going to be too early with this, or is it going to keep coming in? Because right now, working lap number 12, just 5 laps remaining here in this one here, a 16-lapper for the drivers of Pro X30, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Moya runs 2nd, Hodgson 3rd. There's Drew right there 4th. 5th is Massimino, 6th is Nash. Everybody's still lining up, and again, whether or not the pass comes from Hodgson here on Moya soon. You know, Ruben, a tough driver to pass. He always tries to repass immediately afterwards. Let's see what happens here between that battle first for P2.
Yeah, this is going to get aggressive. Ruben Moya has not shied away from being as aggressive as possible when the speed isn't there. here, and the Pantano FDM machine in the closing stages knows there's a lot on the line here for the small Denver, Colorado-based operation for one of the lesser known but rising chassis brands. Down the front stretch, it'll be 4 to go this time. Drew with a run. He'll shove Hodgson through, trying to make them both get past, and yes, they do. To second and third they go over to turns 2 and 3. And Drew already looking on Hodgson there. He was a little bit narrow in that one. Let's see how quick he wants to try and go right on by the 359, because that speed is still a leg up on even Hodgson's pace, and Oliver knows it as they all work their way to the bus stop. Drew a bit out of shape now. Moya right on him, and Drew has to protect here. No choice. That'll give Oliver some breathing room.
That's exactly it. He just did not get through 6 and 7 well, and that 100% allowed Moya to close back up and gave that little bit of an opportunity because he had to open it up. There goes Moya right back by. And in fact, look at this. Here comes Massimino trying to fight forward as well. And this is going to allow Hodgson to stretch away in P2. Drew wants to get on the box to put 2 RPGs up there, but he's going to have to get by Moya. This is 100% going to give Hodgson likely enough to stretch away to be untouchable. We're kind of, I think, Xander, settling down into a battle for P3. It looks like first, second, both locked and loaded. Now it's going to find out who's going to be on the box alongside Lawrence and Hodgson.
Rolling down the front stretch now, coming to the white flag. Next time by. 2 laps to go here from Newcastle. Ruben Moya hanging on with all he's got right there for third. And Nash and Bonilla are now right on the heels. It's 5 deep in this crazy pack going through the bus stop. Gus Lawrence's lead up to nearly 4 seconds back to Oliver Hodgson. Jake Drew back to 4th. And again, struggling. All that forward progress, all that momentum now back neutralized off of just getting a bit out of shape there, out of his rhythm after following Hodgson by to get up to 3rd. Now he's got to go to work, and that was a great crossover on Moya. Textbook.
How good was that? We've seen a couple drivers do that today. Over, under, coming out of turn number 11. He'll take the position P3 into the shark fin. And in fact, Moya's going to have to look. There's Nash. Nash able to get by Paulie Massimino, so move Nash up a spot as well. It'll be the drag race to the line here. No, in fact, what a great lap there for Jake Drew. Good stuff here. 2 to go. I thought we were ready at the white flag. He said, no, 2 to go.
Sorry, I jumped ahead.
Okay.
2 to go.
Okay, 2 to go. I thought we were coming on the last lap.
No, 2 more.
Wow.
More time.
Look at this.
Massimino versus Nash. Big time points implications there as Paulie tries to keep his hopes alive. Every position matters at this point. The fast lap on are probably not going to get topped here by anyone in the top 6. It's right now in the hands of Jake Drew. And there's Bonilla with a move to get back forward. That'll put him to 6th ahead of Blake Nash, dropping to 7th.
And Xander Drew able to run the full racing line this time through turn number 8. So we got yellow flags, contact with a couple of drivers
Andre
there.
Castro, heavily damaged front NASA panel, and one more, Keegan Kaminsky, the rookie, beached on the side of the mound there. The exit of turn 5.
But yeah, Drew able to go clean and green, the racing line through turn number 8, and that's going to allow him to get that breathing room he wanted. He had to cover and defend, as we know, on the last lap. That brought Moya right back into it. This time, however, he's going to give himself a little bit of breathing room up front. Lawrence, last time the gap, 4.2 seconds. Lap 15 goes in the books. Those drivers already across the line. Final circuit, Hodgson runs 2nd, Drew 3rd, Moya 4th. There's Overbeck there currently in the 8th spot. This is that battle for 3rd, so the cushion not there. Not enough for Drew, not able to pull away, Xander, on the penultimate lap. And he's got to defend to the bottom out of 4 into turn number 5. This is going to bring Massimino in as well.
Paulie right there on the back of Ruben Moya. Jake Drew hanging on for dear life here for the last spot on the box, just trying to white line it to the end. Much different story here for the last lap for his teammate up the road. Gus Lawrence trying to bring this one home. 2nd win on the year coming. If he can just make it a couple more turns. Drew, everything he's got right now to park the bus for P3. Hodgson well up the road. Final time to the scoreboard hairpin. Seconds and more seconds continuing to fall back from the leader as the fight for 3rd rages on to the shark fin. Oliver Hodgson up the road in 2nd and way up the road, keeping his championship hopes alive. It'll go to Sunday, and Newcastle round 5 goes to Gus. Lawrence delivers here on Saturday. Hodgson 2nd, Drew 3rd, Moya to Paulie. And a close fight there. Blake Nash looked like he hung on by a thread over Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah, big time Nash, 26 thousandths of a second as he just drag races Bonilla to the line. Great stuff for Gus Lawrence out front, got in the lead early, got a little gap, the battle started behind him, he just stretched away, laying down those purple laps midway through, able to kind of cruise to the very end. 4.747 is the win for Gus Lawrence over factory car driver Oliver Hodgson. It's an RPG 1-3 though. They'll put 2 drivers on the box. Lawrence with the win. Jake Drew able to finally work his way back forward to go P3, able to finally finish the pass on Ruben Moya. Paulie Massimino, Blake Nash, and Donovan Bonilla all in the middle of the fight as well. James Overbeck, Jesus Vasquez Jr. up 24 spots. Eric Doan up 15. Those drivers able to get into the top 10s, enter 9th and 10th. Vasquez and Doan, very impressive, hard-charging runs forward.
Gus Lawrence, second win of the year. And the championship just got a whole lot closer, my friend, with this win here on Saturday. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's what we aim to do. Like, worked extremely hard this weekend to come into this round and try and close the gap, and it's paying off. So hopefully we can take it into tomorrow and try and seal the deal. But it's a long way to go yet.
Yeah, and I mean, you look happy, but it seems like you can't even celebrate, right? Still a championship.
Oh yeah, the championship's a bigger picture, but what an unbelievable way to end this Saturday, the first part of the weekend. Yeah, I can't thank everybody. AVP, Mike Rollerson, my mechanic, Jamie, everybody involved in that tent is down to that. So I can just say thank you to them.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you very much.
Gus Lawrence, a picture-perfect day. Didn't get the pole, didn't get the fast lap, but he did get 300 markers here. A huge, huge day here for Gus Lawrence on Saturday at Newcastle. And again, we'll have to make sure that we have all of it corrected here for you because, of course, this one, huge when you factor in all the potential scores that we have looming into the next day on the point structure here. Let me make sure we get one more all fully sorted for you here now as it'll finally correct. I got caught off on one thing there. This is going to show proper. That's, of course, your pre-drop standings. And that's just the difference of consistency for Gus Lawrence. Take one drop into account, though. Here's what things could look like tomorrow. A DNF for Joe Turney all of a sudden levels the playing field. He needs to perform, but he enters the next day with a very solid championship points run as we watch them. Here. So Joe Turney, 57 points up on the board over Gus Lawrence. Paulie Massimino managed the day the best he could there, 112 back, best 4 out of 5 rounds so far, and all 3 of your top contenders essentially now having one downbeat day. Lawrence back in Tucson, Paulie a little bit earlier on in the year equally, and Turney here today. This is very reminiscent of last year, Rob, when Ryan Norberg entered with an unbelievable margin, we thought, and then crashes on Saturday. Left the door open on Sunday. This Pro X30 championship fight just got really, really intense.
The thing you and I talked about was the fact that if Turney could get even a decent day today, right, that he was going to be in great shape. But now he's pressured. If he has another bad day, another DNF, it's going to blow things wide open. He didn't get what he needed to do today. Vice versa, Gus Lawrence delivered 100%.
And again, 57 points when you think that there's 320 total points available on a given race day means that could easily come down to just 2 or 3 positions or less by the time we line them up for that final main event of the 2026 Pro Tour. And it's crazy to think, Rob, this year has flown on by. We are one more race day away in the Superkarts USA National Championship season before we switch our focus in the road to Las Vegas and SKUSA Super Nationals.
Looking forward to that for sure, but again, I love the fact that there's one more to go, and I love it when we get that head-to-head battle. It's not a driver's clinched early. I want that Sunday championship battle, and we're going to be, obviously the spreadsheets are going to be working. We're going to see who's able to come away with it, but like you said, you know, there's qualifying. There's 10 points there. All those points in the pre-final, and then the main event as well. There's so many points up for grabs. It could go down, like you said, just to a couple of points.
An awesome day of racing here from Newcastle Motorsports Park. And we have enjoyed bringing you all the action thus far here. More action and more coverage will continue as we switch to our post-race festivities and prepare for podiums from round number 5. It's been a pleasure here for Caleb Vieska, Rob Howden, and myself, Xander Clements, our KC crew, the Superkarts USA and NCMP staff as well, bringing you all the action. Main events are done for now. More coverage to continue on the other side of this break here from Indiana.